Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, August 7th, 2025. Whether you're here for GOAT level market analysis, JD's dashing good looks, or just need a laugh during your trading day, we got a little something for everybody here. Thank you all for joining us this morning. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button early and often. Just make sure it's an odd number because if you hit it an even number, you're going to take away our likes. Hoag, JD, how are you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. Happy Thursday, everybody. A pleasure to be on with you, Jay and JD, as always, and a pleasure to be with all of you that are watching from wherever you are. Again, happy Thursday. JD, how you feeling this morning? You had a late night,
Feeling,
huh?
feeling excellent. Yeah, we had supper club last night. Team outing. It was a lovely time. Met some new team members. Ate some good food. Came home, kicked my feet up. Fell asleep watching the White Sox game. Figured the best way to end the night was with some shitty baseball, and that's what I did.
Baseball is the best way to go to sleep.
I am ready to go today, guys. We're looking at gold early. The poll is up in the chat. 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. Tell us what you think. But good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Thank you for the comment. My dashing good looks. I like to refer to them as my boyish good looks.
There you go.
My charming wit. That's
There
just
you go.
me, you know.
Yeah. It's because you're not gray yet.
I'm getting there. All in good time. All right, we're looking at gold. I got the gold chart up. Sound off in the chat. What should we do? The poll is open. We got 180 votes. 59% for the 5 minute again. Looking at the 5 minute. The 1 minute was the only counter trade yesterday. Yesterday in gold, the 1 minute triggered a short position. The 3 and the 5 minute both triggered long positions. We took the long, held it for most of the day too.
Mm-hmm.
Nice opening range trade in gold yesterday.
Let's do it again today.
Votes in there. We got 200 votes, 458 people watching now. So get your likes or get your votes in there. Get your likes in there also. And we'll see which opening range trade we take. We do have gold opening up in just about a minute. Looks like we are going to be taking that 5 minute trade again. 57% of the vote. Looks like it's going to win. So why don't we talk about some news before we get this trade open? JD, what do we got? Got some news on tariffs.
We sure do. A little bit happening overnight. Let's pull that up. That beautiful tariff footage. President Trump's historic new tariffs are now in effect. President Donald Trump has enacted a new wave of tariffs on dozens of America's trading partners. Before today, virtually every country's goods were subject to a minimum 10% tariff. Now, rates vary substantially depending on the country. The new trade policy follows months of false starts to Trump's so-called reciprocal tariff rollout and bilateral trade negotiations. The president and his economic advisors have celebrated the considerably higher tariffs already in effect, noting that they've raised more than $100 billion in tax revenue already. But some economists fear the more aggressive tariffs could lead to higher inflation and slower job growth. Tariffs are real now, guys. They're in effect. $100 billion already.
So what's up with this 100 billion number? Didn't we hear 100 billion from Apple as well?
We sure did. Putting the screws to everybody. We're going to talk more about Apple a little later this morning. But gold is open for business now. 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Opening bell for gold. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, we are opening with a gap. We closed a previous gap in the overnight session. We're gapping higher a little bit. Overnight inventory perhaps a little bit long, but we're getting pretty close to that weekly kickoff high, 34.79. Not quite there, but we are, in rotation. Markets go from low to high, high to low. We're on the swing from a low to high, and we're getting pretty close to the highs there. The 20 tick opening range so far. We're going with the 5 minute. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for voting.
Yep. Looks like 1 minute might be triggering along here. Let's give it another. Let's just watch it and see what it plays out.
56% vote for the 5 minute, the 1 and the 3 tied with 22%. See what
I'd
we
call
get
that
here.
an
Gold,
overwhelming majority. Yeah.
I would say so, JD. Let's see what the tilt says. Tilt 67% long in gold right now. Average price 34.51. Gold did have a nice rally last night. Gave back a little bit of it, but during slow markets, Dakota and I both took longs in gold. Did not hold for that entire rally, but a really nice trade. Looks like it's still holding up pretty decent here. We'll see how much room is left for this New York session. We will be taking that opening range trade in just about 3 minutes. 1 minute would have triggered a long.
It doesn't look like it's even left that first minute yet.
No, it doesn't.
It did in the
54.5.
micros. Micros triggered along by 1 tick, 1 single tick. So the old micro head fake is in effect right now. Probably be getting stopped out on this trade real soon if we took the 1 minute. In micros, not minis.
Yeah, the minis, no break yet. No breakout. Still a 20 tick opening range.
Very interesting how that happens in the micros.
Yeah, it is.
We got a couple numbers coming out.
All about liquidity.
We do have a few economic reports. Oh, we'd definitely be stopped out on this trade if we took the 1 minute now. Pretty safe to say. A couple numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. Jobless claims, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Productivity and costs also. I believe we have an economic calendar image. A fancy new graphic. Let me double check.
There it is.
There it is. Yes, productivity and costs, jobless claims. Raphael Bostic speaking at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Wholesale inventories also at 9 o'clock Central Time. EIA natural gas report at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Later today, we also have a 30-year bond auction at noon, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Consumer credit at 2 o'clock Central Time, and Fed balance sheet 3:30 Central Time. We'll be gone before the Fed balance sheet.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. We got about another 50 seconds or so here on this 5 minute opening range trade. The 3 minute would have triggered a short. We would have been short from 34.52 half.
Interesting.
So
this is going to be a chop fest. This is going to be a chop fest today in gold.
It could be before this jobless claims number, right? Market may just wait for that data to come out. See what happens. See how much jobless claims is going to affect. We know jobs data is now the it's taking front
catalyst
stage with the data. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on that 30-year bond auction today as well. If you remember, the last 30-year bond auction did not go well.
Mm-hmm. Those auctions do create some volatility in the index future markets. All markets, actually. All right, we've established a 5 minute range. In the micros, we got a high 34.54.60, low 34.52 even. I'm going to put our stop to enter above 34.54.70. And our stop to enter below 34.51.90. What's your low in the minis, Hoag?
51.90.
All right, I'm going to give us an extra tick. All right,
and the high in the minis is 35.54 half 50.
Okay, so I put our stop to enter 2 ticks above the market and 1 tick below the market. So we're working 34.51.80 to get in on the short side, 34.54.70 to get in on the long side. We'll see how this plays out. We are smack dab in the middle of the opening range right now. Smack dab is a term.
Well, another long day of earnings. Some of the ones early this morning. Eli Lilly beating on both earnings per share and revenues. Toyota also beating on both. Siemens beating on earnings per share, but missing a little on revenues. ConocoPhillips beating on earnings per share. And Sony with a miss in revenues. We have Gilead after the close today, and as well as Motorola. But that kind of rounds out the bigger ones. Still a long list of earnings today. So far on the board, again, seeing a lot of green. Earnings continue to be going pretty well, in my humble opinion.
Thank you for that, Hoag. JD, before we get into this trade and before that jobless claims number, do we want to run the news in gold?
We sure can. Found an interesting piece on Kitco News this morning about gold prices. Look at this headline. Forget the secret plan to reset gold prices. U.S. can't manipulate the market to its advantage, said CPM Group. Here's a direct quote from this article. The various schemes being floated in recent months about the United States government manipulating the gold price through massive buying or selling are illogical, unworkable, and self-defeating, and would bankrupt the Treasury without even solving the debt, according to Jeffrey Christian, managing partner of CPM Group. Direct quote from Jeffrey Christian is, people keep talking about the Treasury and the Trump administration having the secret plan to reset the gold price. He was referencing a piece he published earlier critiquing the premise. Another quote talking about Trump. This guy a couple of weeks ago said, "You've got it backwards, Mr. Christian. The U.S. Treasury won't be able to set the price of gold if they sell gold because they don't want to sell it. But if they offer to buy gold for $10,000, then $10,000 is the new price for gold because nobody would sell gold to anyone else for anything less than $10,000 an ounce." It's pretty unbelievable story. The U.S. government out to reset the prices of gold. If you're into conspiracy theory, this might not sound too harebrained to you, but I think it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Pretty wild
Sounds
accusation.
like a strongly worded email turned into an article. Like I was
Yeah,
not
right.
happy at all.
He called him this guy.
So it's going higher unless it's going lower, is what I'm gleaning from that, right?
Pretty much. Hey, we are in, guys. We just got triggered into a long 5-minute opening range breakout in gold. 34.54.80 is our entry price. House count is long 5 micro gold. We're going to take about, got a CYA in back down there at 34.50.80. 34.50.80.
All right. Just a reminder to everyone in the chat, we do have some economic data coming out in 30 seconds. We got initial jobless claims coming out. So if you want to be in a position, just be aware. If you don't want to be in one, make sure you hit that flatten all button on your platform to cancel any orders or close any positions. I hit that button probably more than any button on my platform every day. Just don't want to be in an accidental trade. But if you want it, trade well. Hopefully you're managing your risk. We have our stop in, and we'll see what happens from here. 5 seconds for the number.
Jobless clams coming right up.
Ooh, we got a nice spike in gold there. I might peel a couple off at 1.5 R if we got up there.
All right.
Got the number, Hope?
Jobless claims were expected at 221,000, came out at 226,000. There was an adjustment of the previous release last week. It came out at 218,000. They raised that to 219,000. Nothing too shocking in these numbers. The continuing jobless claims was lowered actually from the previous. It was 1.946, came out 1.9, was adjusted to 1.936. It was expected to come out at 1,950,000. That came out a little bit lower than that, 1,974,000. Nothing shocking there. Productivity and costs. Non-farm productivity, this is a preliminary number, was expected to come out at 1.9%. They came out at 2.4%. And labor costs remain Well, actually, labor costs were expected to come out at 1.6%. They came out at 1.6%. There was an adjustment of the previous, which was 6.8. That they raised that previous one to 6.9%. So numbers not too far off from what they were expecting. Not seeing anything really huge happening in the markets here just yet. The domes have remained relatively liquid. So that's what we're looking at for those 7:30 numbers.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. House account is long 5 micro gold 34.54.80. Looking pretty good in this trade so far. Tilt 75% long in gold. Average price 34.54 evens. How we managing this one, JD? We taking some off at 101?
Yep. 1.5.
Gotcha.
We're gonna peel a couple off at 34.61.80. That'll give us a free ride for the rest of the day in this gold trade if we choose to hold it into the auto liquidator. So working on an offer above. Haven't touched the CYA yet. We're still ripping just a little bit. Nice little trade so far.
Looking pretty good.
I might
The
Hoag,
5
well,
minutes saved us today.
Yes, the 5 minute. 1 minute would have been stopped out. 3 minute triggered a short. 5 minute, we are in.
Look at you
Long
guys,
and
chat.
right. Good job,
Yeah.
chat.
Pick the
Good
winning
morning,
horse
chat.
today.
Thank you, friends and
Look at the
traders.
big brain on chat.
I won't talk shit to you today, chat. I promise. Well, unless you do something real dumb. But looking good so far. I
High of
suppose
this move, 34.61s.
I might peel a couple off. Well, we might hit this offer. Hang on a second. Okay, we just took a couple off at 34.61.80. Locked in 130 bucks in profit, and we're letting 3 run. Still long 3 micro gold from 34.54.80. Nice start to the day.
Trade. Nice start
Beautiful.
here. Nice start
I love
here.
it when a plan
Range
comes
breakout.
together.
Yeah, right? That was great. We got a free trade on. Even if it runs all the way back to hit our stop, we're still up a couple bucks.
Beautiful.
We will let market generated information dictate how we manage this trade moving forward. But for now, we're holding the long.
Gold, if you're listening, we can make reservations with the auto liquidator a little bit later today. That would be fun. Just keep rallying. Keep rallying. Hoag, let's get into these charts. What are we seeing in gold? Do we have the potential to keep rallying?
Yes, this trade is lit. Love wetlands. All right, we're all mobbing into this one, right? All right, so gold. What are we looking at? Well, this is the daily chart. Doing what rotational markets do. Go from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. And we're on our way back to the rotation, back to the highs. We've got weekly kickoff high 34.79 yesterday on a relatively, on the daily, we've seen some indecision in these last 3 bars. We saw some more indecision yesterday, but we did add 2,000 in open interest. We'll take a look at that direction, what direction we believe that open interest came in when we take a look at the 30-minute chart. But we are, coming back up to this that weekly kickoff high and this trend line. I haven't moved it yet because it really kind of rejected above there. So I'm kind of leaving it where it is right now. But if I were to move it, it's going to put the crossover of this trend line out a few days here. So I'm going to leave it where it is now. We don't really have any real kind of solid 3 touch points on this anywhere. So we're going to leave this up here for now. The next target should or might be weekly kickoff high 34.79. Jay, what are you looking at here? What do you think?
On the daily Hoag, we were stuck in that consolidation for a couple of days, but we were making higher lows. So we started to use that 50 and 20 moving average on the daily as a support. We came from the lower extreme of this range. So now it's time to trade up to the upper extreme. Does that trend line put a cap on this move the way it has been, the way it has the last three times? We'll see that over the next coming days. But I think the trade that we're in fits the structure of the market that we've seen, right? Lower extreme of the range to the upper extreme until
Mhm.
gold is ready to break out of it. So looking pretty good. Another higher low today if today's low stays low.
Good. All right. Let's take a look at the 30. What direction did the market in regular trading hours go yesterday? Well, we were long. We had a nice trade on that yesterday. So where the volume came in yesterday, yes, the market did close a little bit lower than the previous session, but we saw open interest increase on an up day technically here. So what did we see the day before? Just going to take a quick look and see what we did. Okay, so the last three sessions, now 4 sessions, we've been increasing open interest. So open interest increased the day before yesterday as well. Buying coming in, buyers getting paid. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we have some overnight inventory that is holding longs. There was some pretty deep pullback, basically right back to overnight VWAP. It did look a little bit below that, but we got a little bit too long. We had a smackdown here at 3 a.m., but we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Let's see if we can put in a higher high above the overnight high and visual target. There is a naked point of control, a naked point of chill, 34.80.40. We've got weekly kickoff high 34.79. Those would be easily targeted today. And then we take another look and see if the market looks like it's going to break out above that, or if we get another failure above that area, then we go back to rotation. It's range bound to breakout rules in the longer time frame here. Gold looking like we've got a nice little opportunity for some continuation, possibly on the trade that we are currently in. Jay, what are you thinking about the 30-minute chart here?
It looks good, Hogue, and that sell off that we had that pretty much made the high of the day. That would be the target on this trade. If we start to see some buyers above that, use it as a support, then we can continue to push higher. On the 30-minute, I'm looking at the 20, 50, and 200 moving average. We are starting to get some separation between those moving averages. They were braided for a little bit over the past couple of days with the consolidation. We're starting to see
Uh-huh.
some separation, which means that we're starting to see a little bit of a trending move. Let's see how sustainable that move is. The 200 moving average was right around that overnight view up as well, 34.51.20. So as long as we stay above, I'm looking at 57 in this trade, which I think our entry is at 54. As long as we stay above 57, I really do like this trade to at least go take out that overnight high.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, we've definitely created some separation in those moving averages. It was really braided for the last couple of days. And I think we're seeing some expansion as far as average ranges. Let's take a look on the daily here. Average true range. Yeah, it's still kind of coming off a little bit. $48 average true range on the daily, but on the 30-minute chart, we're seeing it increase a little bit here from the overnight activity. So $7.70 average 30-minute bar, which does seem to be expanding. So and again, for the last 4 sessions, we've added, let's say 15, 20, about 22,000 in open interest. So there has been some money coming in, mostly by looking at the daytime frame price action, mostly on the long side. So they're hopefully going to want to get paid, especially us. And but we've got to be careful, because this could, if these are shorter time frame, which I believe they are, could get the shorter time frame too long to continue to rally without some sort of new impetus to the market and some new buying coming in. perhaps in a longer time frame. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've got negative delta. We are off the lows of the session. So negative delta to me is a positive. If we want the market to go higher, it's aggressive selling that's not really succeeding at moving price that much lower at this time. We had some pretty good tempo on the way up there and some pretty good volume coming in on this move. So I like it too. Jay. All right, JD, we got some more news for us.
We sure do. Stocks got a boost yesterday, mostly in part to Apple. Apple climbed 5% after White House officials announced that the iPhone maker will be investing an additional $100 billion into domestic manufacturing here in the U.S. That brings a total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But we saw some follow through overnight. We got stocks trading higher this morning. Overnight in Asia, stocks trading a little bit higher also. The Shanghai Composite up 0.16%, the Nikkei up 0.65%, and the Hang Seng Index up 0.69%. Stocks in Europe trading a little mixed this morning. We got the FTSE down 0.81%, the DAX up 1.53%, and the CAC up 1.05%. The US dollar index currently almost unchanged, up just fractionally, 98.21 on the US dollar index. VIX down about 3.5% to 1621, and the yield on the US 10-year Treasury note 4.233%, up 0.001%. That's what I got for you in equity news. Still holding strong in this gold trade. Once again, house count long from 34.54.80. We peeled a couple off, took some profit, locking in a free trade in gold right now.
Stuff. The tilt did pare back a little bit. We did see a 75% long tilt in gold, now back down to 67%. So maybe some profit taking up at those highs on this opening range breakout trade, like we did as well. So a nice trade we got going on here. Hoag, what are we seeing in the S&Ps?
All right, mini S&Ps. Interesting day yesterday, wasn't it? We had a big jump in open interest in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. The S&P is an estimated 15,000 additional contracts coming in yesterday. And with the price action yesterday, we can pretty much assume that those are new longs coming in. So on the daily chart here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 days in balance. Yesterday, if you remember, we kind of looked at the upper area of that balance at 63.77 and a half. 77.5. Where did we settle? 33.71. Well, right up against it. Now we've got an overnight breakout that has taken us relatively close to the weekly kickoff high, 64.30. There's a naked point of control up there that we really got close to testing in the overnight session. So the delta was relatively even on that move to the upside. It was strong all day. Some of the selling that came in at the end of the day kind of evened out delta, about plus 500 in the S&Ps. So there was some selling that came in, kind of evened out that delta, which to me, again, is probably a positive for possible continuation to the upside. We had some, economic numbers this morning. Those weren't enough to be some sort of any kind of an impetus for continuation in this move. So when we're looking at the larger area of balance, we're getting a little bit expensive here. And I don't like to use that word expensive. You might start to look at this as maybe some unfair highs for longs, which is a little bit frightening for me if I'm sitting here long up against this kind of upper weekly kickoff level, 64.30. The all-time high was in the extended trading hour session, and it was just last week. That's last week's high. It seems like it's a much longer time ago than that, but we have to remember also that those all-time highs that occur during extended trading hours tend not to be lasting highs. So there's nuances in both directions here. Jay, I know you're going to be probably talking a little bit about your 20-session moving average here But what else do you feel about the daily here in the SP?
So that 20 session moving average so far, low of the session, which looks great for a continuation to the upside. What I'm looking at, we are starting to accept price inside the candle that made the all-time high. 50% of that candle is 64.12s. So if we start to see some buying above that, I want to see that 50% area start to act as a support, and potentially give us a push higher here. I'm looking at the daily ATR right now in the S&P is 67 points. So far already, if the low stays the low, we're at 60 and 60 and 3/4 points range for the day. So if we're going to see a lot more, uh, a potential test of an all-time high or anything like that today, we're going to need an outside average true range day where there's only 7 points available before we hit a daily ATR. So uh,
Uh,
just looking at that, looking at the calendar, seeing, do we have potential catalysts that could, lead to an expanded range day? I think we already got the economic numbers out of the way, so it'd have to be something unplanned. Maybe a T word, maybe something like that can get us going. But we are pretty close to that daily ATR already.
T word like T-bond auction.
Oh yeah, that could do it. They could definitely do it.
That
Or
could do it.
tariffs. Maybe we get a deal.
Tariffs. You said the word.
Markets don't move when I say it,
You're the knights
unfortunately.
who say tariff. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go. Let's go take a look. Let's take a look at the 30 now. Enough silliness. All right. So overnight inventory long. All right. So overnight inventory is long. We've been holding overnight VWAP very nicely all the way up. Your 20 session moving average also right in that neighborhood. What did we talk about yesterday? We ended up having a double distribution trend day to the upside. What we were talking about as the market was pushing above the initial balance high was initiative buying. Initiative buying means they're buying either because they're buying at higher prices above the previous value, either because they're short and they have to, or they want to get long because they believe price is continuing to push higher. At the lows, we had responsive buying. They were buying down there just because maybe they thought it was a little bit cheap. It's easier to buy at the lows than it is to buy at the highs, and that initiative buying maintained for the rest of the session. All right, we had a little bit of a pullback at the end of the day, nothing big that kind of evened out some of the delta, but those were committed, stronger initiative buyers that came into this market yesterday. And again, adding 15,000 estimated in open interest, we can pretty much say we probably squeezed out some shorts, but we added a whole bunch of longs. And it's been suggested that part of that was the adults in the room. Well, alrighty then. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. We've gotten relatively close to the weekly kickoff high 64.30. 64.27.5 is a naked TPO point of control. And if this remains the high, there's the idea that this may be some shorter time frame sellers right up against that level, and they're fighting they might be fighting the man here. We don't want to fight the man. If the man were the buyers yesterday, they may have more to buy today. We've talked a lot about how some of those longer time frame institutional traders have been on the sidelines, and if they feel like they're going to be underperforming, they're going to have to do something about it. Maybe it was buying the S&Ps yesterday. We don't know for sure. We can take the numbers and the things that we're looking at and make assumptions. So opening with a gap, overnight inventory long. If we can't close the gap, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Weekly kickoff high, and that naked point of control. This little zone up here looks interesting for some sort of an execution, either for continuation or failure to maybe come back and close the gap, come back down to settlement, which is 63.71. So hypothesis number one for me is look for some sort of a pullback. Just try and buy the dips, right? We do have that all-time high 64, 68, 50 from last week that did occur in the extended trading hours. That is probably not going to be a lasting high. Secondary hypothesis for the S&Ps today: we can't take out the overnight high. We can't take out these two levels up here. We get nervous as far as shorter time frame longs. We give everybody a nice pullback with which to look for an opportunity to buy the dip. Jay, what do you think, man? How you feeling?
I would
You did trade
welcome
the
that.
S&Ps today? Or are you
Yeah,
going
maybe
back to
so.
the NASDAQ?
I may trade the S&P today. I would welcome a pullback. Also, we traded above that 6,400 level in the overnight session. Maybe if we come back down, use that as a support. The 20 moving average on the 30-minute is right there, 63.99s. That would give me some runway up to the 64.12s that I'm looking at. Where if we don't get the breakout, there's still a 12-point trade there. And then if we do get the breakout, then great. I can make money with the buyers that are buying this up. But yeah, looking for opportunities to get in long, unless the market tells me otherwise. But trade location, timing matters. We saw how reluctantly these markets were making all-time highs all last week. So I don't want to be the last buyer in the room. JD had a question here. Do we add those two micro gold contracts that we sold? Do we add them back here? We saw a pretty nice rejection here, but also gold just filled like a 400 lot order from 54.60 up to 55.40. So what do you think, Hogue?
No.
We're sitting right on top of our original entry price right now. We can get in again at the same price.
I mean,
we're right at the high of the opening range, 5-minute opening range.
It would have worked yesterday.
Yeah.
We did come back inside that opening range, and then the rally ensued. I don't know. I'm fine with what we've got here. That's just me.
We would be adding just a little bit of risk if we put those two gold back on. We'd only be at risk for about $100 if our stop came and ran.
Yeah, what's a C note?
What's a C note among gold traders?
Yeah,
it's a C note. All right, we got crude oil opening up in a little bit here. We're going to put a poll in the chat in about a minute. So make sure you get your votes in there as well. We're going to be taking either a 1, 3, or 5-minute opening range trade based on the chat's votes. But before we get to that, JD, got some news in crude oil.
Yeah, we got a question in the chat from Raz, our morning big mouth in the chat. Why would you go back in? Because the trade has not been invalidated yet. It's still a valid trade. We peeled off some in profit, and trading around the position is a sound strategy for optimizing gains. Peel 2 off in profit, put them back on in a retracement, and then peel them off again when you get a rally. Got my eyes on you, chat. All right, crude oil prices. Low diesel stockpiles worldwide. This is a quote from Reuters. Low diesel stockpiles worldwide are countering the downward pressure on crude oil prices from rising OPEC plus supply and setting the stage for a third consecutive year of above normal refining profits. As far as inventories went yesterday, we saw the EIA petroleum status report come out. Missed drawdown by 3 million barrels prior, week over week. Prior $7.7 million gain. Actual came out yesterday, $3 million barrel draw. We will be taking that crude oil trade, as Jay said, at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And we're looking at pretty flat crude prices right now. Saw a little dip overnight. We're still trading in range, but below value from yesterday. We will be looking closely. We're going to pull the chat and see if we should be taking that 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5-minute opening range trade. So you let us know how you want to play it, and we're going to do it. What are you guys seeing on the charts in crude?
What are we seeing, Hogue?
All right. Daily. We've been over this, traders. the longest of time frames, it is very range bound. In the shortest of time, in the medium time frame, it is very range bound. We've had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day trend to the downside. Every one of those days, except for yesterday, has been losing open interest, 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 gaining open interest of about 6,400. If that's going to end up looking like a down day, which it was in the 30-minute chart, we've got some new shorts in this market right near the weekly kickoff lows of 63.70 is where we put in that low yesterday. If these are new shorter time frame shorts, and I believe they are, and we'll go over again when we get to the 30-minute chart why, we got some traders stuck short in the hole in a range bound day. No guarantees. This is not financial advice. Just the way that the nuances are lining up, I believe we've got some pretty substantial shorter time frame shorts in this market. Maybe we're going to see a bit of an update today as the market does what rotating markets do. They go low to high, low to high, low to high. Is that what's going to happen? I mean, we are working balance to breakout rules here. We can't break out to the downside. It's going to rotate back higher, one or the other. We don't know. Jay, what do you think of this daily?
On that daily, Hoag, with that 200 moving average is pretty much a flat line and the low of the session. And it's been that way, been the low of the range for going on 2 months now. So I agree with you. Range bound markets, similar to what we saw in gold, where it looked like it was going to break down, but it hits a level of support, demand, whatever we want to call it, hits that level and bounces back and goes the other way. So we've seen crude oil do this. If you want to break down crude, you got to prove it to me. Sellers have to prove it, and they haven't so far. I know some of the fundamental news in crude oil was bearish for prices, but the markets are going to trade how the markets trade, and so far that looks like the low of that range.
Right. So here's, again, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, why I believe this move to the downside was liquidation at first, but yesterday adding 6,400 in open interest, then that's the estimate. This is new shorts down here, folks, new shorts. And we know that the market, well, do we really know? We can make an educated guess. We can make a hypothesis that this market has been run by short time frame traders by the levels that it is reaching and respecting. We saw a naked point of control get checked here, another naked point of control get checked here, another naked point of control get checked here. And yesterday, again, 63.72, another naked point of control check. Okay, that is very, short time frame. Even the high yesterday was a naked point of control that was checked. So the market is really respecting those levels. It's trying to get to those levels, and it is respecting those levels. All that open interest coming in yesterday, stopping at weekly kickoff low 63.70, stopping at that naked point of control 63.72. What do we have? We have any overnight inventory that we're looking at? No, maybe a little bit long. The market is opening in range, probably inside of value. This was pretty much a kind of a trend day to the downside, which is usually a really strong day, a really strong trend. We did see open interest come in this direction, but again, we're up against an important inflection level or reference level, or whatever kind of level you want to call it. It reached out to it and has been kind of waffling back to the upside ever since. So I'm really fascinated by crude oil just today, not all the time, just today. I want to see if our hypothesis that we've gotten too short in the hole in the short time frame proves to be right. And it's going to prove to be right when we see a little bit of a rally today. We'll see if that plays out. Jay, your thoughts?
We do have crude oil open now. Crude is open. Poll is in the chat. Looks like the 5-minute is going to win again. Right now, 49% for that 5-minute opening range trade in crude. Get your votes in there, chat. See some traders voting for the 3-minute. We appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. But vote.
We do have a late spike to the downside that happened yesterday. I just wanted to kind of cap this off with that. That late spike to the downside is when in the last 30 minutes of the regular trading hour session, range is extended and closes either below or above, in this case, below the previous day's range. So we do have the late spike. The late spike is coming. The base of it is 64.63. So we're really kind of testing that right now. Opening below that is a probability of value moving lower throughout the session, acceptance of lower pricing. Opening above it, rejection of lower pricing. Opening on it, what the heck are you trying to do to me? All right, go ahead, Jay.
What I'm looking at, Hoag, last night, so far on the 30-minute chart, 3 a.m. Central Time. Did something happen at 3 a.m. Central Time? Because we had some volume spikes in pretty much all the markets that we've looked at that time. But the highest volume we've traded so far in crude oil was that 30-minute candle at 3 a.m. Central. The range of that candle is 64.14 up to 64.80. I have a VWAP attached to that, and it's still in that range. So if I'm looking at crude oil today, I'm looking at how volume responds to this range. Do we just trade price above it, but volume doesn't go? If so, I'm looking to fade back into it. If we trade price below it and volume doesn't go, then I'm looking to buy it back into this range and just wait to see how the market responds to that. It's about a 70 tick range. So it has the potential also to be the range for the day in crude oil if we see consolidation.
All right. Thank you. Okay, why do they got to do that? Why they got to open right on the base of the late spike? Why not give me some sort of direction? Something, man. All right. Well, let's see what happens.
1 minute.
With this opening
1 minute triggered a short. We're taking the 5 minute. After pulling the chat, 51% say take the 5 minute opening range breakout in crude oil. 30% say
be
3.
5 minutes from now on. Hey, everybody wants those.
That's all people vote for.
These tweezer bars
people vote for.
On the overnight low.
The 5 minute has been the winner every time we pull the chat.
Every time. 1 minute is in a short. The 3 minute is in a short. Let's see what the 5 does. Actually, that's not true. What are you saying, Jay? What are you talking about?
No trigger in the 3 minute yet.
Yeah. No trigger on the 3 minute. There we go. Got about another minute and 20 seconds here. That gold trade holding up a little bit. Gold trading 34.57. We are seeing the tilt back to 75% long here in gold. So maybe we did have some traders add in there. Average price 34.56. Right now, crude tilt pretty much 50-50, 54% long.
Yep. We did not re-add to our gold trade. I wanted to, but I didn't pull the trigger. It was a viable setup. Yeah. We got a couple runners still.
50 more seconds for this 5 minute opening range trade in crude oil. What happened, Hoag?
Just make 5 minutes seem like an hour waiting for the opening range to break.
I want to get in there.
So, guys, I got a low in the micro, 64.52. What are you seeing in the minis?
Yes, same.
52.
Same, 52.
72 on the high.
Okay. Micros and minis are the same. Got about 10 more seconds until this 5 minute candle closes, and we will set our stops to enter the market for this 5 minute opening range breakout.
Hoag, Dolby said you're a scalper now. 5 minutes is too long to wait.
Yeah, right.
Yes. I need action. I got to get in.
Give me some action.
Need some action. If you're not in the market, you can't make any money.
It's like the lotto. You can't win if you don't play, right?
Right.
All right, we got our stop to enter on the downside, 64.51. Stop to get in short.
Looking at a 5 minute opening range trade in crude oil here. About a 20 tick opening range on the 5 minute.
Yep.
And the 1 minute would have triggered a short. No signal on the 3 yet. And we are taking the 5. Thank you for your votes, chat. 339 votes, 54% choosing the 5 minute. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. If you like what we're doing here, we'll cover the NASDAQ as soon as we figure out this crude oil trade in
And we're in 64.51 short. Short 5 micro crude 64.51.
Right. House is in 2 trades right now, short a micro crude and long micro gold. The micro gold trade we did manage a little bit, took some off. Still holding 3 runners. See how this crude oil trade plays out.
I always get a little skeptical of the trade when I see bids starting to build up right on top of our stop, our entry price for these opening range breakouts. It just means somebody's fading the opening range breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
It's for
golden
real.
interns.
Yes, they're they're watching, waiting.
Where is our CYA on this one, JD?
I haven't said it yet. I'm gonna put it back up above. We will take $200 worth of risk on this trade. So back above these little 5-minute swing highs, back above 64.85, where it stops about 64.91. $200 worth of risk on this.
Good
Bitchin'.
stuff.
Say bitchin' Hoag?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exactly what I said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Groovy.
We got some more news before we get into these NASDAQ charts, JD. Some news on tariffs.
Little tariff talk, yeah. We mentioned it a little while ago. Tariffs going into effect. President Trump took to Truth Social last night, and this is a direct quote. It's midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America. He went on to say reciprocal tariffs take effect at midnight tonight. Billions of dollars, largely from countries that have taken advantage of the United States for many years, laughing all the way, will start flowing into the USA. Money coming in. It's happening, guys. We've been talking
What are we
about it
gonna
for
spend it on?
months. It's happening.
Wow.
Yeah, what are we gonna buy? What do you want to buy?
And look,
do something
the world
special?
didn't fall apart.
We're still here. We're still trading crude
Still here.
oil and gold.
Vows
new
to
day.
punish China for Russian oil. Interesting. It's not doesn't sound like a way to make a trade deal with one of your biggest trade partners, punishing them for things, but we'll see how that works. Interesting strategy. Hogue, what are we seeing in the NASDAQ charts?
All righty. Let's have a gander. Very similar to the S&Ps. However, the NASDAQ has been, I believe, presenting as the stronger of the two. So, same similar kind of situation. We have kind of a breakout above the 4-day balance. Yesterday, we had that breakout at about 23,404. A lot of folks are always focusing on those big fat round numbers. 23,400, I think, was a number that was mentioned a lot yesterday. And we are seeing some continuation now, move to the upside. We added 10,000 contracts in the NASDAQ. That's a lot of open interest to increase in one day in the NASDAQ. Typically, it's one of the 3 largest changes in open, maybe one of the top 10 largest changes since the beginning of the year in one day. Remember, the open interest is just over 250,000, so a 10,000 contract increase in open interest means a lot. So we've got the breakout from balance above 23,400. We're also holding above weekly kickoff high 23,572. We're not there yet in the S&P. Is again, the reason I believe that the NASDAQ is presenting as the stronger of the two. Taking a quick look, NVIDIA is up maybe 6.65%. We're seeing some decent things going on in pre-open in some of the stocks. So we are, we've got weekly kickoff in play. We've got last week's all-time high, 23,845. in play. And yes, that was an all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hour session. We don't expect those to last very long. Things are looking pretty rosy here, Jay, in these NASDAQ world, a world that I'm slightly familiar with, but don't trade. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, looking pretty good. So Hogue, we talked about the S&P, accepting price back inside the candle that made the all-time high. And maybe looking for some buyers above 50% of that. 50% of that same candle in the NASDAQ is 23,567, which we're already seeing acceptance of price above. And really what I like to see is VWAP from the overnight session is already above that price, right? So not only are we priced above it, we have volume trading above that as well, which tells us that there are buyers stepping up in this market. Now, how strong are these buyers? Are they going to continue to be able to support this? We'll see. We'll see what the day brings. But as that VWAP is trading, higher than where we opened up, and now higher than a level that we're looking at, this looks pretty bullish to me. I would welcome a pullback into that, that 5670 area to maybe look for a long. But then the question is, if we do get back down there, how do we get back down there? And do I still like that trade? But yeah, overall pretty bullish. And on the daily ATR in the NASDAQ 310 points. So far, we've traded 250, right about 255. So we got about 60 points left in a daily ATR move if we don't make another low. And that's if we see a daily ATR move today. So maybe a little bit more opportunity in the NASDAQ than in the S&P here, but we'll see what the day brings.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, that 50% of that all-time high bar comes in pretty much right at weekly kickoff high. Didn't have any like factor in how I came up with that level, but I love it when a plan comes together. So
right.
Yeah, we've got overnight inventory long, as Jay was pointing out. VWAP has been holding price as support throughout the evening. Again, we are holding above weekly kickoff high 23,572. We've broken out above it. We've come back. We've looked at it. We've said, nah, we're going to go the other way. I don't know what's going to happen, but again, we've got overnight inventory to the long side, but we are opening with a gap. Gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, I know how subjective that is, and it makes me crazy too, but if we can't close that gap relatively early, then there's only one thing to do. It's either going to range above the range from yesterday or continue this move to the upside. As we mentioned, in the S&P is as well as the NASDAQ, we saw some pretty substantial initiative buying yesterday, and that is supported by the jumps in open interest that we're seeing in both of those markets. The market just continued to push higher and higher and higher. We actually had negative delta for a time being in the NASDAQ yesterday. That was when we started breaking above the initial balance high. We saw negative delta most of the way up until finally we got, a pretty decent push late in the day that brought us to positive delta. But that negative delta is saying, the more aggressive traders yesterday were using market orders to sell into that market relatively early. It was the quiet, strong buyers, the initiative buyers that were scooping up everything they could scoop up from those aggressive sellers and then moving those bids up. So there is a strength to this market. We don't know if it's going to continue. The buyers continue to come at this thing. There's no telling how far it can go, especially if we end up getting the short time frame traders too short against longer time frame buyers. We could see, a pretty substantial move to the upside. Again, this is not financial advice. What we're doing here is talking about context, risk management, and remaining patient. Just our thoughts. Jay, speaking of thoughts, what are you thinking on this 30-minute chart?
Let's see, Hogue. Let's take a look at the 30. We do have that candle that made the all-time high. Sorry, not the all-time high, the high of the session so far. We tested into that. A little bit of a rejection here, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, if we get a little bit of a pullback to the 23,550 area, we have the 20 moving average right around there. I'm looking for opportunities to get long in this market if it's going to continue pushing higher. Potential targets to the upside, that daily ATR about another 50 points from the high. So right around 23,700s. And we'll see where we go from there. But this, at least the structure that I'm seeing right now, is not a market that I want to short. That doesn't mean that it's a blind buy, but looking for good opportunities to get into longs in this market.
All right. All right. I've got a big red line up there, 23,700 and a half. Close enough for rock and roll, right?
Close enough.
All right,
Close
we'll see
enough.
if we can't. Target that for some upside moves. Still on the buy the dip mode, and it looks like that's going to continue to work for us. Thanks, Jay. JD,
Thank you,
any
Hope.
news?
Yeah, we were talking about Apple a little while ago. We got some quotes from President Trump yesterday talking about the $600 billion investment Apple will be making into manufacturing in the United States.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. That's never even come close.
Billion with a B and trillion with a T.
It's a different T word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Make a T-shirt with that. It's good swag right there. Billion with a B, trillion with a T.
Folks, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop nagging you. The checklist. The checklist. Do your pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. Choose your markets. Look at the context. Look at what volume and open interest are doing. Mark your levels. Get to your trade checklist. Entries, price, stops, profit targets, reward to risk ratio. Keep track of all those things. We keep track of it for you on your dashboard, but do the work. Once you've got everything all set, your morning routine is complete. Research complete. Trading plan review. Yes. Test your trading platform and internet connection. Do a speed test. How about your trading strategy review? How about your journal? How about prepping your workstation? At the end of the day, review the trades. Update your journal. Reread your journal. Get plenty of rest. Stay hydrated. I'm not going to stop nagging you on this, folks. Do the work before you get to go out and play. And have a great trading day. Hey.
You're a poet, Hope.
And I didn't even know it.
Good stuff. JD, who do we got on the schedule coming up for the day?
That is a great question. Man, we got another stacked schedule here today. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Shike, Michael, Hoag, Jack, and Coach Jay. Coach Jay is going to be here all day long, folks. This guy is going nearly bell to bell. We're really holding his feet to the fire now. No turning back, Jay. You're part of the team.
Let's do it.
It's an initiation.
Thunderdome at 11 o'clock. Coach Jay, Alfie, and Chad on. That's been a great competition all week long. Can't wait to see how it wraps up tomorrow. Alfie, Jay, Coach Jay, and Chad will be here today and again tomorrow. So keep checking in on that trading competition. Hoag's back for the morning recap, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Lunchbox trading. We got Jackie P coming in with Coach Paul and VWAP George, and a special drop-in from Colin Woodworth in a nice little crypto corner segment. We're going to be talking crypto from 12:45 to 1 o'clock p.m. After that, Mindset Manners. Hoag's going to be here with trading mindset guru Agnushka, who's been on the show before. We got some great reviews about her, so we're bringing her back in for another one. Closing out the day in Power Hour, Jack, Fatima B, and Dolby time. Make sure you are sticking around, folks. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way today.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, JD. I think I see another guest in the green room also. I was on with us a little bit earlier this week. Got Ross coming in for fast markets as well. What's up, Ross?
Ross. I didn't say Ross today. Yes, Ross. I was looking at him in the green room too, and I didn't say his name. Apologies.
JD, real quick, before we go into fast markets, give us an update on these trades. Crude oil looking pretty good. House is short crude and long micro gold. How we looking there?
We're looking all right. We've got an unrealized profit between the two trades of about $100. We've already locked in $123. I'm working a bid to cover a couple of these crude shorts at 63.91 at 1.5 hour. That'll give us 2 free trades to ride out into the auto liquidator at close of day. So I'll keep you guys updated on that throughout fast markets and when I come back on later. So looking good so far.
Thank you for that, JD.
Well, we are getting close, guys. We're getting close. It's almost time for fast markets. JD and Jay, always a pleasure being with you, and it's always a pleasure being with everybody in chat. I like to kind of talk about the early birds that get in chat early. We have Shubham, Jibo, Nick Nichols, Logan, Alex LPA, Dozer TG, Gorillionaire, some of the regulars there, Crawdad, and Reddit Story. And that's Reddit Stories. That's a new name that I haven't seen before. We've got some birthdays today. Charlize Theron, it's her birthday today. Mike Trout. I'm sure you all know who Mike Trout is. And does anybody know who Wayne Knight is? Wayne Knight. It's his birthday today. You might know him as Newman. Hello, Newman. So, a couple of questions I saw in chat. Matthew Backus. This is the link to the daily bulletin that is produced by the CME Group. There it is, Matthew. And a couple of people asking for any updates. Talked to him through chat, through text a couple of times yesterday. He sends his love. We're probably going to be meeting him again for breakfast on Sunday, probably. But we're going to get together and maybe we'll get some video, and you'll be able to see for yourself. He's doing really well, doing great. God bless Eddie, and he's sending all his blessings all to you. So, yeah, we are getting ready here. One other thing I was looking for. No. Well, yeah, it's Newman's birthday. You control the mail, you control the whole world. And on that note, Newman, we're gonna go into fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is lit. Let's go.
That's right. Get your dino DNA in the Barbasol can, Jay, because it is Wayne Knight, Newman, Dr. I think his name was Nedry in Jurassic Park. Anyway, it's Thursday. It's fast markets. What's up, Jay?
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got Jack in the middle here. Chike is going to be joining us in a little bit, but we got Ross, number 64 on the live funded trader, big board ES trader. Ross, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I didn't know I was at 64 already. I jumped up there since Tuesday, apparently.
Man, you're just playing the game. Just playing the game, not counting the score. Good stuff,
Yeah.
Ross. How you feeling coming into these markets this morning?
Well, honestly, I was at the Rockies game last night, so I'm feeling a little slower than normal this morning. Enjoyed the atmosphere at the Rockies games yesterday, not necessarily the game. But yeah, feeling good. We got a big range overnight that I'm seeing, so I've kind of marked out my levels on my chart, just the London high and low, Asia high and low, and I'm gonna try to play off those this morning.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We got a couple minutes before the open. Jack, how are you feeling about this open this morning?
Oh, it seems like the same day over and over again on repeat. Pumped up overnight, pulled back a little bit. Now we're in a zone where I just want to see what it does on the open. I mean, maybe 6,400 to start looking to buy, but let's see what it moves on the open.
Let's see. We do have the house in some trades right now. Just a reminder, we took some opening range trades in micro gold and micro crude oil. House is still long micro gold from 34.5420 and short some crude from 64, I believe 64.51 was that price. Up in both of those trades right now. JD's managing those, so we will keep you updated. We got a couple minutes before we open here. You heard me during the opening call. I'm looking for places to buy this as well. We do have that overnight VWAP right now, right around that 6,400. So I wouldn't mind a pullback there. We have seen some orders, some pretty big liquidity on the books the past couple of days. We'll see if we get the same thing. Sometimes we see it act like a magnet. Other times we see it repel the market away. We'll see if we get something similar today. Let's trade it up today, guys. Let's trade it up.
Let's do it. Once again, we're kind of like in bad news, good news mode. Really, we've had our only kind of big-ish number of the day with jobless claims this morning. Came in about as expected, but continuing claims reached a new cycle high, 1.97 million. Market seems to be digesting that just fine.
Yeah. Ross, if you can share your charts with the production team. Get those up so we can see if you get into a trade. And Ross, if you take a trade, let us know.
Yeah, mine should be on there right now.
All right.
Ross, I feel your pain with the Rockies. I'm a White Sox fan. Although I've said on air before, I'm open to them just moving to Nashville at this point. I don't care, but even bad baseball is good live.
Yeah, we had a 20-1 blowout yesterday with the Blue Jays.
Wow.
So it wasn't pretty.
Wow. 20-1.
Yeah.
I mean, did the Rockies win the game?
No.
Nope.
I mean, that's not really a question at this point.
I'm sorry. I'm not the biggest baseball fan, but 20-1. I'm sorry. Hey.
Yeah, the Rockies are the worst team in baseball this
year. Cheap tickets.
They're gunning for that White Sox record from last year. Alberto, you're right. Let's do some financing right now. We got about 1 minute and 20 seconds until the open. Slightly selling off in the ES.
A little bit. Welcome that pullback here.
So everybody's flat? We mentioned the house account has a couple of opening range trades on. Okay.
Yep. Flat right now. I do have a combine up, joining Baron and Dakota in that combine challenge. I have a combine up, but I've also been trading a personal account. And if I said it yesterday during slow markets, if I do take a trade, I will share that as well. So we'll keep both of these up and let you guys know how it goes. 45 seconds before the open here, we do have a short tilt in the NASDAQ, short 69, nice percent. Average price 23,587. Gold, we have a long tilt, 75%. Average price 34.57. The S&P and crude oil pretty much flat right now.
Flat. Let's get some tweets flying today. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. We don't really have much else on the economic calendar. We got a wholesale sales number coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time. Fed inflation expectations. Jack, these numbers that you see, do you expect any movement from them? How are we looking at some of these? Market is open.
Oh, we got the bell right there. Which numbers were you referring to?
We got wholesale sales and wholesale inventories and Fed inflation expectations.
Yeah, I don't see those as moving things too much. We got Bostic speaking at 9. Only a speaker I see right now on the menu. I don't know why I said menu. Trump's delivering remarks at 3, but the market's closing then. We got a 30-year auction at noon. By the way, that little bond slip yesterday, no one seems to know what happened. So the leading theory seems to be a fat finger. So somebody is in mucho trouble right now.
Interesting. Yeah, no headlines. I was listening to Financial Juice audio, and they said, we don't know what caused that. We don't hear anything. So something happened. We'll find out, or we won't. Right? Markets are
it happens.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen with the fat fingering. I once saw a night trading assistant just mechanically lose 28 grand in a few seconds just flipping tickets. But it's a whole other level if you fat finger and send the bond futures contract down an entire handle and then right back.
Yeah. That is a costly mistake. Costly mistake there for sure. We are open here. Looking at the opening range, Hoag, I'm going to throw it over to you. We got a minute into the market right now. How are we looking at these opening ranges in the S&P and the NASDAQ, Hoag?
All right. NASDAQ broke the low of the opening range by a point and just took out the high of the opening range. We've got a 30-point opening range so far here in the NASDAQ. Well, a little less than that. S&Ps, we got a 5.5-point opening range in the S&Ps. We did take one tick down below it, and it's right back smack dab in the middle. Both of them are smack dab right in the middle of those ranges. They're both opening out of balance with gaps to the upside, near some pretty important levels here. We talked about this NASDAQ 23,572's weekly kickoff high. It broke above it. It's been using it as support for the last couple of hours. If it holds, wonderful. We can see the market continuing to push higher. If it doesn't hold, we get a pullback, maybe a gap close to close the session gap to yesterday's high, 23,445 and a quarter. Don't know if that's going to happen. Really kind of hoping that the NASDAQ is going to be able to hold the weekly kickoff high as support. A little different than the S&Ps. The NASDAQ has been presenting as higher. Yes, we do have overnight inventory alongside. Yes, we do have a session gap that would close down at 63.79.5. We're seeing VWAP holding support. S&Ps they both looked at one tick and 1 point respectively below the opening range, and they're driving above the opening range right now. Would love to see us take out the overnight high in the S&Ps and see what kind of contention the weekly kickoff high gives us. 64.30 is that weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Jack.
Good stuff.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much,
Hoag.
Hoag.
Ross, if you get in here, let us know. See any trades. I am going to take 2 micro NASDAQ long here. 23,622 long 2. Just risking the low of that opening range. I do like the momentum that we're seeing. We'll see if volume picks up and breaks us out of this range. We were looking for opportunities to buy the dip here. We got a quick one below those 600, so we'll see if this holds. Risking about $150, have a little bit of profit in this combine coming into the day from a gold long last night. So we'll see if this move is sustainable. But Ross, if you have any trades, if you take any trades, if you jump in, let us know.
Yeah, I like that little bounce that we just took off of 6,400. Seeing some liquidity on there, and then seeing it start to build a little liquidity up at this 64.15, 64.20. So I kind of like your long idea there.
Yeah, sellers couldn't even get it down all the way to 6,400. We just bounced kind of right after the overnight VWAP and went back to doing what we're doing.
Yep.
Buying the dip. Let's see how big of a dip we do get. Going in with small size here to start, because we do have a pretty big gap. If we look at regular trading hours only, pretty big gap in the NASDAQ. It was a pretty strong move overnight. So if we don't find the new buyers here for the New York session, we may fill that gap. You can see it here on my charts where I have just regular trading hours up. Tilt right now, 68% long in the NASDAQ, 79% long in gold currently. Which is a pretty heavy tilt there in gold. We saw it 75% earlier, and it did pair back. So let's see. I may get stopped out of this trade, and that is all right. Just risking a little bit.
Joy is waiting for the correction today. Me too, my friend. Every day, but it doesn't come, and that's why we buy dips.
It'll happen when we least expect it, right, Jack?
It'll happen when we buy off the opening bell one of these days.
Kind of like I just did.
Yep.
You waited a little bit.
I waited a little. Yeah, I waited a little. I still like this trade. I actually may add to this. I'm comfortable getting into 3-4 micros on this trade. We tested below those 600s again and didn't really see that selling momentum and another quick bounce. I'm already in about half of the position. I'll just wait from here. Coach Hoop saying cattle new highs. Go ahead, Jack.
Every day, it's interesting, Hoop. I don't watch the commodities too much, but it's cattle's hitting all-time highs while simultaneously corn is hitting lows as we speak. If anyone knows, I haven't looked into it, kind of what's driving the cattle prices so high. It doesn't seem like it's feed.
I'm sure Coach Hoop
how are
knows.
those opening range trades doing?
Still holding at the lows. I mean, they did take one little peak down below, but still looking good here. We got negative delta in the S&Ps, about minus 1,000 here, and we're still holding at least the opening range. So the aggressive sellers not really getting much out of this, but the tempo to the upside wasn't all that great. I'm looking to see if we can't find a little bit of a deeper pullback to buy the F and dip. Jack, you were talking about cattle. It's not feed. I guess in Mexico there is a disease that that the cattle are carrying down there, so they can't send us any cattle. And I believe that our herds are at several year lows at this time, and it takes time to kind of replenish that. We got to get a whole bunch more cattle on feed to get them up to weight. So you need a lot of screw worm. That's right. That's what it is. Pug traveler. I forgot the name of it, but so they can't, we're not getting any beef out of Mexico. Herds here are at multi-year lows, and it's going to take some time to build those herds back up.
Well, I'm glad I was just in Mexico, Hoag, and to my knowledge, I did not get screw worm. But feeling pretty good this morning.
Call that a good trip.
That's a good thing.
Name.
A life without screw worm sounds like a great life.
Yeah.
Just chopping around here in the opening range right now in the NASDAQ, currently trading 23,605. I know Ross is looking at the S&P, 6406 half current price. Tilt pretty much 50%, 50-50, 80% long tilt in gold. What are you guys seeing in gold? 34.58 average price gold, currently trading 34.60. It's a pretty heavy tilt for gold. I think we've seen it recently get up to about 85-ish%, but 80% is pretty long tilt. I know what MP would be thinking right now.
Well, we've got the opening range at the low in gold, and we have negative delta of about negative 1,400. So there is the inclination in that we've got some quiet, strong buyers in this thing.
Seeing some buying step into the NASDAQ here, right back at my entry price, 63.22 quarter. Let's see if we can get some momentum here on a breakout. You were going to say, Hoag?
Yeah, the initiative buyers we saw in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday, I don't think they're ready to give up yet. I think we're headed towards new all-time highs. I don't know about today, but it's certainly pretty firm here. We're above the range from yesterday. Any buyers up here are initiative buyers, and those are the most committed and strongest variety. So I don't see any reason to sell this stuff here just yet. I may not get the pullback that I'm looking for.
We're 14 points away in the ES from 6,400 in the SPX. Is just 14 points above here. What would that be? Like 26, 24, 26, we'll call it. That kind of corresponds. Oh, look. I didn't even look at this. Lo and behold, the high last night, 64.26.
Interesting. What level is that lineup with, Jack?
6,400 in the SPX, so that's a big options level.
Gotcha.
There is a target up there in naked point of control, 64.2750, and weekly kickoff high is 64.30. Confluence.
I'm going to move my stop here to break even because this trade doesn't need to be a loser at this point. If we get back into this, I'll go a little bit less than break even. If we get back into that opening range, that 3-minute opening range, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. But seeing some favorable price action here, let's see what happens at these 50s, 64.50.
Zoom out for a second. Right now in the session, we're up 0.6. Let's call it 0.7 in the ES, 0.9% in the NASDAQ. Russie also up 0.85%. They're joining the fun. 10-year still hanging around. I got 4.23 right now, which is on the low end of where it's been this year. So that's nice for the Russell.
We got 115 lot up here in the NASDAQ 23,650. Ross, what are you seeing over there on your side?
Yeah, I'm just seeing the chop so far. I've been watching the Dow also, and we're just kind of printing a big doji candle on the 15-minute with the Dow. So waiting for something to pick a direction here.
Do you trade the Dow also, or do you just use it for information?
I don't. I just use it for information.
Gotcha.
I like this to watch it because sometimes it can make the move before NQ or ES when NQ and ES are being indecisive or going opposite directions.
Gotcha. Good stuff. I do like to have them
Just
all
one
up.
of those things you pick up from hours on the chart. You know, it's one of those things you start to see the pattern.
Right. Let's see. Getting a little bit of a pullback here. I did say I was comfortable getting into 4 micros. And if we hold the high of this opening range, I may just add here, taking less risk than I was initially taking on this trade. All right, I'm back into, I just added 2, so I'm long 4 micros, risking just about $60 if we accept back inside of this range. And I will take this trade off. See what we get here.
I'm watching Bookmap here, and I do see a big level up at, or a bigger level, the biggest one on the book at 64.50 up, which is interesting. I like to look for those ones that are sitting outside of the current range, just to kind of get a sense of maybe where a daily target is looking.
We see 162 on the offer at 64.50 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, that's kind of the biggest offer I see on the book right now.
We had 1,000 lots yesterday, and nothing bigger than 150 anywhere on the dome here.
Nope.
That's why I'm kind of sitting on my hands right now. No big players in here yet to really drive the action.
Got all the business done yesterday. So I did get stopped out of that trade minus $60. And I'll wait to look for another opportunity. We are getting that pullback, maybe the pullback that we were looking for. Anyone seeing a short in these markets?
I mean, I could always give you a reason, but I'm not going to do it.
I hear you, Jack.
There's always a reason.
There's always a reason.
So it never feels good to lose a live trade on TV, but it feels twice as bad to get stopped out short because you shouldn't have.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you on that, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fight the trend right now, and as long as we keep holding VWAP here, I'm not seeing anything. You have a little imbalance at if we broke down 63.95 in a quarter. There's a little 15-minute imbalance between there and 6,400. So that's kind of, I think, what's holding us up right now. And we have VWAP right there at 6,400 as well.
Yeah, it's just look at this ES ladder. It kind of feels like the index is on barbiturates or something. Like it's pretty slow. So I would definitely not short this right here until we see some movement. Even going long, it's like I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It would have to be like a
It's iffy.
okay. Now we're getting
It's
a little
iffy.
movement. Yeah, there we go. The index heard me.
Nice selling here. NASDAQ currently trading
Yeah,
23,595. Go ahead, Russ.
we came and soaked up some of that liquidity right here at the VWAP level. Let's see, that that 15-minute imbalance may come into play. If we swept down there and I saw a reversal off of that, then I'd be looking for a long as well.
And that price, Ross, was 63.95.
Yeah, so the bottom of it's 63.95 and a quarter. The top is about 6,400. Right? Oh, we just jumped right down to 6,400. We're getting a little aggressive straight into it here.
Coming in here now. NASDAQ currently trading 23,585. S&P's tagged at 6,400. Currently trading 6,400 even. Tilts 58%, 71% short. That just jumped from 58% to 71% short in the NASDAQ. So traders are seeing something here. Traders, if you're seeing something, if you want to share your trade setups with us, any winning trades that you took, hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour on X. Make sure you tag Topstep and TopstepTV, and we'll be sharing those later on in the day. We are seeing some selling coming in here into the equities. NASDAQ picking up some momentum here. I think I heard you, Jack. Said, oh, you think it's slow?
It did.
See what happens now.
That's my power. I'm like a mini YouTube Kramer. I say, I'm not shorting. And everyone's like, that's the sign. Well, good for you.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Apple's holding up the Mag 7 right now. They're up 2.5%. Nvidia's up 1.9%. Nothing too far down there, but a mixed bag.
So 572 weekly kickoff high, and the NASDAQ would just check down to that.
Checking the highs.
Back into this opening range here in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at gold. I know the house is long gold. How are we looking over there? Gold trading 34.62. House is long from 54.20. So that is looking pretty good. Seeing a little bit of a spike in volume in gold here. And crude oil.
We're down 5 ticks.
Down 5 ticks in crude. Back inside that 5-minute opening range.
Yep, you got it.
Thank you, Hoag. Do we get stuck at the 6,400 level today? Is the question in the S&Ps. These whole number levels tend to be sticky. Go ahead, Jack.
It's Thursday.
Yeah.
I think that we're going to get some movement. I'm debating right now, like, is this a good enough level to actually buy? If it kind of reclaims these 6,400s here. 6380s is more interesting, but God knows if we're going to get that sort of movement to the downside these days.
Yeah, nice pullback. That would be a good one.
Yeah, if we swept that 6380, that would be my London low there, and I'd be looking for a trade off of that. If we found a reversal after sweeping 6380.
Yeah, I feel like were I not on
Patience
TV
is the game
right
this
now
morning.
and just could sit here doing nothing, I feel like the trade, and if it happens, would be sweeping 6380 and then buying it once it does its business.
Patience is the name of the game. Coach Hoop saying cattle doesn't care. Cattle, air horns, new all-time highs in cattle. That market is just a runaway. Cows got out, and we can't get them back in.
What is it
Really
called?
nice
The
try. Hopefully,
screwbug, screwworm,
screwworm.
Yeah, screwworm.
So what do you
time to
guys
be
do to
alive.
pass it? What do you do to pass the time when you're just waiting for that level to hit and waiting for that trade?
It's a great question. What do you do, Jack?
Respond to YouTube comments mostly. I mean, back in the day, like everyone in the prop shop was just watching a bunch of guys in over-ear headphones sit around listening to music or podcasts 95% of the time.
Yeah,
Glamorous
same. I
position.
usually have a show on or something. I'll put on like an episode of Seinfeld or something, or listen to music, do some push-ups, maybe set an alert, anything to not click the button, especially if I'm waiting for a level here. Yeah, patience is important, right? Because the last thing you want to do is rush into a trade, get stopped out, and then it get to your entry, and you've already spent your risk budget on the day. So patience.
You call that a designed distraction. We had Dr. Andrew Menaker on years ago, and he was an active trader. He was also a human being, so while you're waiting for something to set up, you're looking for a trade, or maybe you're in a trade and you just don't want to touch it. You want to let it get, you have the chance to get to your profit target. He always wanted to learn how to play the guitar, so he bought a guitar and started teaching himself how to play the guitar on YouTube while he was waiting for alignment or waiting for profit targets to get hit. I thought that was a good idea. I kind of said, well, it's kind of a design distraction. I think he still uses that. But yeah, I mean, I think Dalton just pushes back from his desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul
So
Tudor
he's
Jones
not-
puts on Bruce Willis's shoes. You've ever seen that movie, Trader?
Did see that. We're
Nice.
back above the high of this opening range now. NASDAQ just wanted to stop me out before a little bit of continuation here, trading 23,620. That tilt did flip. We saw 71% short at the lows. We're back to 59% long. So maybe we're seeing a lot of chop in these markets. Ross being patient. We're talking about patience here. The market really hasn't chosen a direction. So traders, just be careful, right? Getting chopped up here. If you look at yesterday's price action, the first hour of trade, I think we did the exact same thing. We spent a lot of time in that opening range, and then had a beautiful trend day after that initial balance was established. Hoag, you say it all the time. If we don't get an early trade, a better trade location probably comes later on in the day. So sitting here being patient is okay, unless you are a range trader, right? Dolby, you might be identifying the extreme of the range and fading the extremes until we do break out.
572 in the NASDAQ, weekly kickoff high, nice support.
Yeah, we saw a nice stronger push with NASDAQ there than with ES.
For sure.
Been watching ES and it didn't quite recover. NASDAQ on the 1 minute, I'm seeing it formed a little gap down and then inversed that after sweeping those pre-market lows. So it's got a little support it's building there.
I like what some people are saying in the chat. I would like to get more into doing small workouts during the day, kind of treating the trading day like prison style or something. Well, because that's the thing. You're kind of, you're anchored. If you're gonna watch the market all day, you got to be there in case something happens. But yeah, I think it's good to do push-ups, ride a bike. There was nearly a revolt at my old firm when they took Netflix away.
Oh man, it's like, what do we do now?
Yeah. I'll give a little hint. They took Netflix away when things started not going well, and I don't think it was the Netflix that was causing those issues.
It didn't help at all, Jack? Did results get worse?
Results were inevitable to get worse at that point, but it's one of those,
Gotcha.
signs the ship is sinking.
Okay. We had to blame something. These damn kids watching that Netflix.
Yeah, it's not that
Got
bonds
100
don't move anymore. It's that they're watching House of Cards season 1.
Got 150 lot offered here at 23,635, and they just pulled it down actually, a little closer to the market. 23,620s now.
Jay, they heard you. They said, they're onto us. Let's pull it.
These guys keep watching us. Get out of here. They're onto us.
I think
that did not
you
get
take
filled.
You take one of those losing trades, you should just jump down and start doing some push-ups.
It's a great strategy.
As many as you need to not break your rules anymore or something like
Push
that.
up for every dollar lost.
Oh, I can't do that, but I'll do a push up for every $10 lost.
There you go. Push up for every point.
That's gonna be my new.
How about that?
Okay, I can do more than that.
Push-ups for every $10 loss. I like that. Still chopping around here. We call it chop, but we saw the guys.
ES.
Go ahead, Ross.
Just seeing some more weakness in ES. We're pretty close to taking the lows again on ES, while NASDAQ is still hanging up high. So I'll be watching the Dow, see who's going to make the actual move here.
What is the Dow doing right now?
Dow just took
Dow's
close.
selling a little bit. Dow has left that
Dow's
opening
doing
range.
Dow things.
Yeah, it is. Oh, big pop there. What was that? Big spike of volume just came into the NASDAQ, and that might be
Yeah, ES also.
fine we were looking for.
Well, no, I know why the NASDAQ is so strong. New all-time highs, NVIDIA. Get out the air horns for NVIDIA.
I am
Yep.
probably going to get back into this long after that. Go ahead, Jack.
As mentioned, NVIDIA up $4 right now, 2.27%. But once again, there's 23 billion shares. So today, NVIDIA has added $100 billion in market cap. Just
100 billion. That laugh, Jack. That laugh says a lot.
in market cap. Oh,
That laugh says a lot, Jack.
amazing. No, it's great. Love to see it.
Doing Jack's
too.
Jack's analysis here, Jack. If you look at that 1 second chart in the Nasdaq, we had 2,700 contracts traded in a second on that spike there, which is pretty big. I don't know what they were responding to, but a ton of volume just came in there in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Well, we got 3 minutes right now until Bostic speaks. But I don't see anything else across the tape right now.
Yeah, not seeing anything either. But if we do, we'll throw it in the chat. We'll let you all know. Stick here with us. But NASDAQ currently trading 23,646 after that spike of volume we just saw. S&P is trading 6407. Seeing a little selling in gold here, 34.55s. Did get a spike of volume in there as well.
Stop
Crude
that.
oil pretty much flat, 64.51. Stop selling gold.
So
NASDAQ
just to
gold.
put things in perspective, I love doing this when NVIDIA is up. So NVIDIA up $4, as we mentioned, that's roughly $100 billion in market cap. Here's some companies that have $100 billion in market cap. So NVIDIA grew by one of these today. Starbucks, CME
Wow.
Group, Lockheed Martin. It grew more than a Robinhood.
It's insane.
Dell. Oh my goodness. A Sherwin-Williams, dare I say.
I thought you were going to be naming small companies, Jack.
No,
Smaller
Airbnb.
names.
More than an
Insane.
Airbnb.
Is that healthy, Jack? That type of growth?
Seems to have been.
Markets are meant to go up.
With
Been
every
good for
one of these
me.
cycles, Jay, it's hard to say.
Yeah, I hear you.
We've been talking a lot. There's just like there's two economies, two stock markets right now. There's the AI stuff and there's everything else. And everything else is not doing all that great. And the AI stuff is doing gangbusters.
Right. Yep, it's healthy for those longs we had in NVIDIA. Current weighting in the Nasdaq, and if you're wondering why we talk about it so much, it's 14.6% of the Nasdaq. So as NVIDIA goes, the Nasdaq is probably going to go as well. 14.6% is a ton.
The real macro thing I'd be watching out for, I don't know how you get it, like what insiders you got to know and stuff like that, is the inflection point will be whenever the trajectory of the CapEx spending by these tech companies starts slowing down or, God forbid, reducing. That would be my sign that look for maybe a counter trade.
Gotcha.
We're not doing that today in the ES.
No, we are not.
Yeah.
No, we are not. Ross, anything you're seeing on your side yet? I know you were looking for a little bit of a pullback. Still kind of choppy here. Maybe seeing some buying step up. NASDAQ making new highs of this session. Anything on your side, Ross?
Yeah, I do see ES pushing now. I was trying to look for a pullback to this 6406-ish level, but didn't quite get it. And now we're starting to run a little bit on ES, pushing into some liquidity at 6412 to 6415 here. So may have missed my little pullback entry there. Didn't quite get to the level I was looking for.
Smacked out of our last three in that gold. I just got stopped out on those. 634, 50, 80. So small profit on that trade. Still short the crude oil.
Awesome.
Yeah, that
Thank you
selling
for-
that came into gold was enough to take us out. I told you guys to stop selling it.
They didn't listen to us, Hoag. They didn't listen to us.
No.
Let's throw it over to Jack real quick. Jack, we got some news that we want to cover while we stalk some trades here. What do we got, Jack?
Just one chart I wanted to show today. We mentioned the jobless claims this morning. Really, the continuing claims are the things that I keep an eye on. And as you can see here, after a couple months or weeks of reduction, they're back at highs of this cycle. You know, this chart here goes back to 2022. 1.974 million for the continuing claims. People are having a harder time finding jobs when they're out of work. But yeah, market doesn't care about it. So here we are. So
That's
just
not
wanted
good.
to show that chart.
Thank you, Jack.
Honestly, I was
we did get
perusing, and this another bullish case here. I was perusing this morning. There wasn't as much. I didn't see a lot of, I would call it like news density. Like there
Okay.
weren't a ton of stories. Some days you come in, there's a ton of stories that are just jumping out at you, but
Just quiet news day today.
a little bit.
Quiet news day.
Getting in
I'm gonna
on
get. Go ahead,
5
Russ.
micros here. I'm getting in on 5 micros here, going long. I like this little pullback here. Finally got the level I was talking about.
Right, Ross, long 5 micro ES. What price did you get?
I believe I'm in at 6406. Yes, 6406.
6406. Awesome. Thank you for that, Ross. S&P trading 6404 currently, but Ross in long. I was thinking about getting back into that long in the micro NASDAQ here as well. We are still seeing some sellers coming in at these 650s. So I'm going to wait to see if we can clear them out and then maybe get in from there. Ross currently long micro S&P. Jack, anything we doing there on the house yet, or are we gonna?
Waiting a little bit to buy.
Okay.
Obviously it would have worked out if I had just bought 6400 the first time.
Right. 6406. I am going to. Let's see. I'm long 2 micro NASDAQ again. 64.44 quarter. Risking about 30 points here. Stop is going to go below 64.10.
All right, I got a long 1 ES. Back you guys up here. Ross, what does your stop look like on this trade?
I'm looking at the low below this the daily or the morning low here. That's about 175, $200 for me. If I see some
Okay.
aggressive move down, I may cut that a little early.
Jay, what's your
97.
position again?
Long 2 micro. 2 micro NASDAQ. Hoag. 64. 644 quarter. 23,644.
Thank you.
And
Right.
we're along 1 ES from 6404 half. 404 half.
Thank you, Jack. All right, we got a party going on now.
Well, yeah, I gotta decide
That's-
how many push-ups I'm gonna do. That's why I gotta figure out where I want to set this stop.
Yeah.
Hopefully none, Jack. Hopefully the market just pushes up and you can stay in that chair and watch the profits. Gold short tilt 62%. We got a long tilt in the Nasdaq 64% currently. See, not getting that follow through I'm looking for yet, but the reason I do like this trade, that burst of buying that we saw come in, the high of that was 636, right? So what I'm thinking with this trade is I'm just getting in with whatever buyers were there if they were buying to open. Back under their price 23,610s, I'll be out. What's the Dow doing over there, Ross? Is it still selling? Dow is still selling off here a little bit.
Yeah, it's still selling. We're getting a little bounce off of, I believe that's yesterday's highs on the Dow.
And we hold
Bad.
6,400.
That's Asia overnight high, actually.
S&P's testing the 6,400 level again. We'll see if we hold here. Not really seeing any liquidity on the books here. Nice little bounce from 64s there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're absorbing a few orders right around VWAP here. Little bounce on the Dow here, coming back up.
Janish Patel says, looks like the overnight session had all the fun. It does look like that, right? All of our friends in Asia and Europe had all the fun. They left some scraps for us to trade here. But it's still very early into the session, right? We're only 36 minutes in. We know there's a long trading day. If you look at yesterday's price action, that first hour was a range trade. And then we had a really nice trend after that hour. So patience here. We are in some trades right now. See how these work out. Little profit here. Really looking for the NASDAQ to clear these 650s here with some momentum, and we may get going early. Still a lot of time in the day.
Bostic, the outlook is for the economy to continue slowing, but also expect real uncertainty about what that means for jobs and inflation. Also saying a ton of economic scenarios that could play out, hard to assign probabilities. Helpful. Firms are still in a wait and see pattern around employment.
Wait and see. Wait and see if the data is correct or not, I guess. We did have that wholesale inventories number come out. We came in at 0.1%. Forecast was 0.2. That came out a couple minutes ago. And we got a couple traders in long here. House long 6404, Ross long in the S&P 6408, and I'm currently long in the micro NASDAQ 23644. Looking like probably going to get stopped out on this one as well. And if so, we'll be patient. All right, I'm out of that trade.
Yep, I'm out of mine as well. Just
what about the house shortly?
Sweep down here.
Still in. But I'm in danger of having to do some serious push-ups here.
Seeing some selling coming into gold here. Gold is getting crushed right now. Gold down about 12 points in the last minute or so. Really nice selling in gold here. Currently trading 34.40, 54% short tilt. Go ahead, Jack.
It looked for a second like we were going to reclaim the 6,400 in ES. I was like, is this an ad if it does? But we'll wait.
Yeah.
Jay, that gold just rotates near the high, near weekly kickoff high, not quite to it, but it's an unfair high up there.
Unfair high. What do you mean by unfair high, Hoag?
Well, some people would call it excess. Like, you look on the daily. If the daily was to close now, this is an excess high. Some people call it an unfair high. In other words, it's too, it was unfair for buyers to transact business up there. They stopped. Okay. Sellers took over. Just another way of saying excess or a buying tail or a selling tail.
Gotcha. Thank you, Hoag.
Uh-huh.
All right. We're out, and that means that I have to do 50 push-ups. Lost $500 right there.
You can do them all in one set, Jack?
My word. Oh, good.
It's break them up.
Nope, not doing them all in one set. It's selling off. Talk amongst yourself. I'm going to do 25 right now.
All right. Jack will be back in just a minute. Let's run some news really quick. We got some news on Toyota and tariffs. If we can run that clip.
Toyota says President Donald Trump's new tariffs will cost the company nearly $10 billion in profits. That's the forecast for the year from April through next March, and the highest estimate yet by any company. The Wall Street Journal reports the world's largest automaker also projects its net profit to fall by 44% this fiscal year. Toyota's announcement Thursday comes amid higher tariffs on cars coming into the US, as well as higher levies on parts, steel, and aluminum. Japanese auto exports into the US face a 15% tariff after a trade deal made last month. Toyota isn't the only automaker bracing for impact. General Motors has projected a hit of $4 to $5 billion from tariffs. For Ford, it's $3 billion, and grouped together, the world's top 10 automakers together project net profit to fall to its lowest level since the pandemic year of 2020.
Awesome. Thank you for that, James. Thank you for that, James. Tariffs affecting some of the biggest companies in the world. Jack, how are those push-ups?
Exhilarating.
Nice.
25 more to do.
25 more. I'll join you, Jack. I'm down about $100 right now, so I will join you on those when we get a little bit of a break here. We did see gold bounce really quick, 12-point sell-off, 15-point sell-off in gold, back up trading 34.45. Equities looking a little heavy here, trading under that 600 level in the NASDAQ 23,595 and under 6,400s in the S&P, currently trading 63.90. I know, guys, we were talking about, maybe being patient, waiting for better trade location. I thought I had a good setup there, seeing some volume coming in. We were looking at some pullbacks to 63.80s. Would this be a potential get back into this long trade, or are we seeing structure shift a little bit here?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think so.
Neither
I
of
think
them
the 80s that we called out earlier.
Yeah, I like that. Neither of them have been able to close the session gap. To close the session gap in the S&Ps, you got to get down to 63.79.5, right around that 80 level. I do like that level.
So a little
trading.
NASDAQ's holding up
news off
really
the
well.
wire. Yeah. Well, Nvidia and a few other companies are still doing really well today. The Trump team likes Waller. His desire for rate cuts based on forecasts and favors him for Fed chair. Waller emerging as the leader.
Jack, I know sometimes you and Andre talk about, when we do have some of these Fed speakers speaking, specific market reactions to anytime they talk. What are we seeing when Waller comes to the podium? Any patterns that you see in the markets?
Well, it's not as much the Fed chairs I don't have as much feel for as like some of the White House economic advisors.
Okay.
Although Lutnick's been doing a better job pumping. I saw him say something this morning about pausing that it was likely that we would have another extension of the tariffs on, or the tariff relief on China. That was earlier this morning.
Okay.
But I think overall, I think Waller would be a good choice. I'm sure he's being pushed in that direction. I don't think that's something that would upset the markets as much as, say, somebody was completely random, Waller's already been a Fed governor.
Right. Okay, got you. If you're wondering where Andre is, he's out today. He's doing all right. Coach Hoop says he's traveling, but he will be back. But we will try to bring you some Andre energy here. Equity selling off. S&Ps. Huge offer coming in. That was a terrible Andre impression, so I'm going to go back to being myself. 63.90 in 63.90 is currently trading in.
Gold just recovered
S&P.
that whole break.
Yeah, it did, Hoag.
Yeah.
That could be a huge failed downside auction. Could be.
Yeah,
Is there a long opportunity there, Hoag?
It might be. Yeah. We got to watch in about 5 minutes. I want to see where this 30-minute bar closes. That's going to look a lot better on that daily bar too.
Sell off that we had started at 34.52s. We are currently trading back above that right now, 34.52 half. Yeah, I'm seeing
We got
it could be a decent buy opportunity here. Maybe a little bit of patience on this one, but it looks decent.
Yeah, it's 34.5190 is the IB low. As soon as it gave up that IB low, it just tanked, closed the session gap, almost got the settlement. Man, buyers just came back in for this thing. Gotta see whether this next 30-minute bar opens here at 9:20. Not going to be able to see it on a 30-minute chart, but I'm watching it on another chart here.
S&P is continuing to make new lows on the New York session so far, currently trading 63.87 half. Only a 59% short tilt, 55% short in the NASDAQ. Gold, we did see that 80% tilt before that sell-off, currently 65% long. Gianluca in the chat is not happy with the markets right now. Gianluca, do some push-ups. Do some push-ups. You may feel a little bit better. Breathe, do some push-ups.
Stuff that's making my throat dry.
Grab a spin drift, Jack. Grab a spin drift. The NASDAQ does not look as weak as the S&Ps right now. The Dow, Ross, really great call there on the Dow being the leader. Looked like it was the first one to go, left that opening range to the low initially. Looks like the S&P wants to follow. The NASDAQ not convinced as of yet.
Yeah, I hope somebody followed my advice. I didn't.
Gotta love when that happens, right? Gotta love when that happens. Right.
Ross, is that really your office?
This is, I went out this weekend and bought a new graphics card. So supporting that NVIDIA stock. And this is my virtual background I can now create as part of my new graphics card.
Nice. Us too. TopstepTV has run out several NVIDIA graphics cards.
The Dow is getting cooked here, making new lows on the day in the Dow, where the S&P and the NASDAQ still had that really strong overnight move. The Dow is taking out that overnight move right now. New lows on the day, 44,242. Could that be the leader for the day? The Dow currently down just 0.14%. So it looks like a bigger move than it is. If you're zooming out and looking at a higher time frame, but we are down pretty much 1% since the open of the New York session. S&P and the NASDAQ still positive on the day. NASDAQ plus 0.82%. So almost a full percentage move up in the NASDAQ right now, holding pretty strong.
The Russell is back to flat. When I mentioned it earlier, they were both up about 0.8, and now the Russell cannot catch a friggin' break, man. Now they're red. Great.
Takes a lot to move 2,000 stocks in one direction, right, Jack? It's better to just sit here.
Yeah, but all 2,000 of them are like a quarter NVIDIA or something. I have to look it up.
I think we got enough people in the chat to move some of those companies around if we all get on the same side of the boat. It's not financial advice. I believe the house is still short crude oil. Crude currently trading 64.34, near the lows of the session. So good trade there in the house account so far. Ross, what do we look at now?
I'm seeing some liquidity building below us. I think we're going to go down and grab this 85 and 80.
It is not a failed downside auction.
Got you, Hoag. What price did we need to close above Hoag for that failed downside auction?
34.5190.
51.90. We saw that rejection. Do we still have some time on that, right? Because we're looking for a 30-minute candle to close.
Yeah, but remember, gold opens at 7:20.
Got you.
So it's at 9:20 when the next 30-minute bar technically opens.
Makes sense.
Just did leaving single prints below the IB, acceptance of lower pricing. Really whippy right now. It's like something's going on.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, Jack.
Bostic still speaking. Small businesses also have less ability to absorb import tariffs or import taxes without raising prices.
Well, that's not going to be good for your Russell.
No,
not at all. I'm not trying to pull
And
a Roaring
healthcare.
Kitty chat. We will not be supporting any pump and dump opportunities here because there's a negative side effects that come with doing that. But if you see me with a red bandana on my head, don't ask any questions. Let's talk about the tip of the week. Tip of the week: take profits strategically. So if you are in a short right now in some of these markets that we are seeing sell off, maybe locking in some partial gains, using trailing stops, scaling out of positions, and not getting greedy. We might have had an example of me maybe looking for a little bit more than the market was willing to present in that long in the NASDAQ. I was long. Could have taken some profits, didn't necessarily, and turning out to a losing day so far. But take profits strategically. That is our tip of the week. Ross, I saw you take 5 micro ES in that trade. Are you normally trading micros, and do you scale in and out of trades normally if you're in profit, or are you all in all out?
Yeah, I'm usually trading micros. It can depend on the day and what I'm seeing for volatility. Sometimes I am a full ES. I do like the flexibility of scaling out with the micros because I usually won't get more than 1 ES into a trade on the 50K account. Sometimes 2 if I'm just looking for a 2-3 point scalp or something like that. That's not my typical style. I do like the micros just for scaling in and out. I'll find a lot of times I'll put on an initial position and may take a quick profit and then may get that back in at my entry again if we pull back a little bit. So
Okay.
you may see my trade count go higher just because I'm taking a micro on and off as the trade
Yeah.
develops.
Do the exact same. Multiple executions of the same trade idea, scaling in and out, taking profits along the way. We are coming down to these 6380s that you guys were looking at. S&P currently trading 6384. Do we close this regular trading hour session gap down to 6372 would be the question. I know Hoag is looking at that price gap of 6380s. We do have settlement in the S&P down at 6371.
New low, go crude by a tick.
New lows. New lows. Are we still short all 5, Hoag?
Yes.
It's great
Yeah,
trade there in the house.
we've got a bid in somewhere in the 6390s area to take 2 off.
Okay. Nice trade there. Good trade management. Taking profits strategically. We are seeing the Dow continue to make new lows here. And Teaming with T says, WTF is the NASDAQ doing? It's trying to figure out what everyone else is doing right now. The NASDAQ's holding us up. We got NVIDIA making new all-time highs. And the NASDAQ saying, hey,
it's hard to
go ahead,
hard to
Jack.
beat down the NASDAQ when Nvidia's up nearly 2%, Apple's up over 2%. It's hard.
Yes, it is. The Dow is continuing to sell, make new lows. Pretty much every tick is a new low in the Dow here. Now down about a little over 0.25%. And it looked like it was the first to go. First to go here. 6380s here in the S&P. Nice call on that price, Ross. I know you were saying that, maybe a sweep of this potentially for a long. But some pretty
We have
heavy
sort of
downside
this.
momentum right now.
I like this failed downside during the Asia session around 77 to 79. We kind of see a couple failed 5-minute candles. We have the wicks here, so let's see how we kind of react off of that. We're right in the middle of it right now.
We cracked 6380 right there.
Looks like we saw some stops go off there.
Mm-hmm.
About 1,000 contracts traded in a second, and the S&P is currently trading 63.78, new lows of the session for the New York session. Did not take out the overnight low as of yet, but it looks like we're headed there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the support popping in Bookmap yet. Any big orders holding us up or pushing us up. So we're just continuing to sell off a little bit.
NASDAQ starting
We're
to
now
follow
below
suit now.
we're below the 3rd level VWAP right now. So that's where I like to take trades for a mean reversion sort of trade.
NASDAQ following now, 23,550, catching up here. I guess finally said it. Okay, we're all going to sell. Why don't I sell as well? Seeing some orders on the book in the NASDAQ here, on the bid a little bit under where we're at right now. 62 lots at 530. I got some size down there. Let's see if we go take those out. 61% short tilt in the S&P, 69% short in the NASDAQ, crude 63% short, and gold 58% short. Crude oil trade is looking good in the house. Everyone else on the screen currently flat, no trades. We did try some longs earlier, and good stop out on those, right? We didn't hold on to that bias because it could be way bigger losses here.
Still short.
What are you thinking, Hoag?
Back of
Crude. Let's see. Check out yesterday's lows, today's lows.
Looking at crude oil, Hoag?
Yep.
Got you. All right. Jack, you were saying if we get back above 6380s here in the S&P?
Yeah, that's where I wish. I mean, I wish I hadn't taken that first trade, obviously, because it was a loser. But this is kind of what I talked out at the beginning: is if we can get back and hold above that 6380.
Yeah.
I mentioned Eli Lilly is down 15%.
Wow. What's going on over there? They have earnings or get some
They had
news?
earnings.
Gotcha. We got comments from Bostic. The jobs report was a surprise to everyone. The revisions were quite large, showing churn and turbulence in the economy. I don't know how consumers would respond to another round of price increases. Well, we don't want prices to keep going up, so probably not well.
I feel like they should have more synergy between the BLS and the Fed. Like, I was I the only one who thought it was kind of weird that they had a Fed meeting like the day before, 2 days before the unemployment announcement?
No, I thought about that as well, Jack. Especially if the Fed is right. They say it all the time. They're data dependent, and then we're releasing data 2 days after a decision. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It seems a little backwards, but
All right.
we'll see.
I was
We're back
talking
above
about
63.
talking to myself.
Go ahead, Jack.
Eli
Hope
Lilly
sounds like he's got a hot biscuit.
No, their earnings and revenues were really good. Must be something in the forward guidance that's got it on its heels here.
Well, they're gonna have major problems with some of the I think the drug things Trump's been talking about.
Yeah. Drugs are bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Back above these 80s here, Jack. Back above these 80s here, Jack. Trading 63.81. What would you be looking for? I know we took that early trade, got stopped out there. We were talking about a sweep below 80s and then a push back above. Is that enough of a push above to take that trade? Where would your risk go on something like this if you were to take it?
Well, we've kind of been instructed like we're here more to follow in the footsteps of our live traders. This is something, I would maybe take this right here, right now. You could go super tight on the stop and like dare it not to make new lows, but usually I like to give at least 10 points in the ES.
Okay.
ATR in the 15-minute right now is like 8.4.
Yeah, I like your idea there, Jack. I was just seeing some liquidity building below us, and I want to see we're soaking that up right now. So I want to see the second bounce
It
above
didn't
there.
give the real clean like drop down and immediately come back to it. Still below right now.
Yeah, I've got to stop by in there. If we break this up, I think we'll see a little more push after we absorbed a bunch of these orders here. And if we break the low again, then that stop buy is coming off.
S&P is currently trading 63.77. NASDAQ trading 23.550. Are seeing a little bit of a bounce in gold here. And crude oil house is still short crude, currently trading 64.24.
My question is, where do we run into all those very committed buyers yesterday?
Well, yesterday I think we touched settlement and went to the moon.
23.
Settlement
That was yesterday. It was
S&P.
the lower level I traded off of was 23, and we bounced, I think, right at 25-ish, something like that.
Settlement in the S&P 63.71. We got settlement in the NASDAQ way down there, 23.422. So that's another 140-ish points, 130 points from where we are right now. Let's see if we get that settlement test. Chat, let us know how you guys positioned right now. Are you long? Are you short? Are you flat? What are you guys looking at? Tippity top. I'm going to send you a link to a casting call. If you want to come and join us on the show, we are always looking for traders to join us on Topstep TV. So please come on and show us how it's done. If you're in the short, great trade right now. We did see some really nice selling under 6,400 in the S&Ps. We got Ross here, number 64 on the big board, trading it up. Take one loss, and that's all right, Ross. It is a lot of time left in the day, and the risk is managed.
Yep. Yeah.
Some more from Bostic here.
What do we got, Jack?
It's been surprising how the markets have shrugged off the price of impact of tariffs. I'm expecting volatility to remain heightened. That's from Bostic. One thing I note is that's the second, I forget who spoke yesterday, but the second straight Fed speaker I've seen mention that they were concerned about the market's reaction to all this, i.e. like the value of the equity indices.
Expecting volatility to remain heightened. Let's see here. We do still have Chike coming in. Chike will be joining us in just a little bit here. Got some more announcements for you all. Some more trades. So Hoag, I want to throw this to you real quick. We have the initial balance established right now in the equities. How would you be looking at this?
All right. So initial balance, yes, it is established. So I'm going to move these. This is the ES. So I'm just going to focus on the ES for now. There's the IB high. Here it comes the IB low. All right. So we opened overnight inventory long. We've recovered all of those longs. That's now reconciled. We've closed the gap. I'm looking to see if we can reject the gap, reject value high, which is pretty much the top of the range from yesterday, about 63.79.
Okay.
And maybe keep the initial balance low as the low of the day. It is not a strong, however, low. There is a degree of excess down there. So I'd like to see us kind of reaccept above yesterday's high, leave this as the low, and see the market rotate back to the upside. It's a completely different story in the NASDAQ. But you're right. I mean, yesterday we had some overnight longs. They reconciled pretty much before the open, and settlement was where the market started to come in with the buys. We're trying to get the settlement. Don't know if we're going to, but I think what I'd really like to see is if we were to take out the initial balance low, check the settlement, and then leave a failed downside auction, then we'd see the rotation back up to the IB high. That would be perfect. That would be best case scenario for me.
Thank you for that, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we
Well,
are
so
getting
you
a
still have
battle
that-
at 63.80.
Yeah, we are. That's pretty much exactly
Yeah,
where the selling stopped.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've been one tick away from getting this stop buy filled, and it's good it hasn't yet. It's looking a little weak.
Yeah, a
So
little
the
bit.
NASDAQ actually just took out the initial balance low by about 2 points. Right there. It has not closed the gap. It has not recovered or reconciled all the overnight longs. But it is possibly giving us the gift of a failed downside auction right now.
How long do you have to wait on that one, Hoag? Are we waiting another 24 minutes for that failed downside
You
auction?
gotta, yeah. I mean,
Gotta wait.
to really confirm it, you got to wait till the next 30-minute bar closes back above the IB low, which is 23,542 half.
We said it earlier, right? Waiting is not such a bad thing. I heard you mention it to Barron yesterday, demanding good trade location. These 6380s, we all got a little bit eager. I think buying, maybe going against our analysis a little bit, but it is presenting an opportunity here for the longs that we were looking at. The question is, where do you set that risk? I would think if I'm looking at an S&P long here, risk would have to go below lows of the session. Which is pretty wide. But like Ross is saying, we're not really seeing any momentum to the upside, right? So am I looking for a long, or is the market telling me it's a long? Does my bias align with what the market is saying is what I try to remind myself.
Jay, you look for longs, you're going to find them.
At every price you want to buy, Hoag. At every price you want to buy. It doesn't mean it's going to be a good one.
No.
Anything else from Bostic? I'll be watching over the next several months how Treasury issuance influences liquidity. That's pretty in the weeds.
We do have that bond auction today. Is that right?
Yes. And
30-year.
After that weird dip yesterday, I don't know. Anything can happen on a bond auction. It's definitely something that, if you're going to be trading any of these markets around noon today, just be aware that you'll probably see a wiggle at noon Central.
Right. That last 30-year bond was not a good one. That auction was not good.
Yeah.
You remember when that was?
Then
about a month ago. Exactly, I'm not sure.
Last month, we've seen the yields come in a sizable amount. We are back 63.80.
They're just chopping around here.
All right, here's the red highlighted stuff in Bostic. The jobs data did indicate risks to the labor market are much higher than seen before the last meeting. I still feel that one rate cut for this year remains appropriate, but there's a lot of data coming in between now and the September meeting.
Jack, are we still seeing on FedWatch tool a pretty high probability of a cut in September?
Yes, I'm looking up right now. Yeah, 93%. That high enough for you?
Sounds pretty sure. Yeah, that is high enough. 93%. And just a week ago, it was in the 70s. So sounds like we will be getting a rate cut in September. September 17th is that next Fed meeting.
Before the Friday unemployment number, it was 40%.
Data dependent.
Okay.
All right, we're in on that stop buy. Let's see if we can get A little push up here. I'm going to be sort of aggressive with trailing this, as I don't want to see us come down and get the liquidity that's sitting at 75. I'd like to see us push up to 91.
So Ross back in long in the S&P. What price did you get there, Ross?
63.83, and now we're pushing down aggressively.
Yeah, sellers are knocking it down.
Yeah, we have a level at 85 that we really need to push through in order to see that
low volume
upside.
node.
I'm just seeing about 115 orders on the book there. And I feel like that would establish us back above this London low. If we swept that, we have a little imbalance between 85 and 82 on this 5-minute chart here.
Hogan
So
in the chat, they're saying you haven't
early.
You haven't mentioned the gap fill much. Is there a gap that we still need to fill here that you're seeing, Hogue?
In the NASDAQ, yeah. On S&Ps, we closed the session gap.
Gotcha.
We have not in the NASDAQ. We traded back to yesterday's session range.
Thank you for that, Hogue. We could put need to in quotations. Gaps don't necessarily need to fill, but if we were going to fill it, it is those prices lower. So thank you for that, Hogue.
Yep.
68% long tilt in the S&P now.
NASDAQ's got a long way to go to close the session gap. 23,445 and a quarter. Another
Delta
update lows there.
Delta update, we do have negative 6,000 in the S&P, positive 1,500 in the NASDAQ. So congruent with direction here in the S&Ps. We are seeing sellers coming into this market. And
a whole lot of volume going off down here.
Let's bring in Gabe real quick. Gabe, when you're ready to go, you got an announcement to make for all of us. What do we got, Gabe?
I do indeed. The wait is over. As we talked about earlier this week, the new Topstep dashboard is now live for all traders. It is faster, cleaner, and right now, if you haven't signed up, you can get 25% off your first 5 Topstep X trading combines of any size for the first month. Just use the link -25 at checkout. But there's no more wait list. You're in. This is international traders and everybody who is eligible that is available to you now. If you use the code -25 during early access, it will not work again. Just a heads up, just for full clarity's sake. But this new dashboard has the reset bank. It has real-time trade processing, instant payout deductions, all the goodness that we've been featuring for this new dashboard, and it'll continue to get better. But that's what I got for you guys. I'm going to send it right back to you, Jay, in these markets.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. New dashboard available to all of our traders. And if you haven't been on it already, make sure you get that 25% discount on your new combines. We got Ross in a long here in the S&P, right above your entry price right here, 63.8375 current trade, 67% long tilt in the S&P.
I like it, Ross.
I do too. Bostic ended on a positive note. I'm hopeful that by mid to late next year, price pressures will have eased.
Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Hope is always good. Ross, what's your target on this trade here?
I have a couple targets here, 87 and 91. I'd like to just see us get above this 85. I'll just peel off my first contract. 91 is another, 150 contracts on the book. So I'm going with sitting with the big boys on their target there, and then I'll just trail and the other 3 with my stop from there.
All right, sounds good. We got an overnight VWAP up around 63.98. Ross looking for 91s here. I do like this trade. Hoag, this is not technically a failed downside auction, right? Because we didn't look below the low of that initial balance in the S&P, but we are seeing a little bit of a reversal pattern here.
We do have the failed downside auction, however, in the NASDAQ, but not in the S&Ps, correct?
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you for that, Hoag. Again, that initial balance is the first hour of trade in the market that you're looking at. So 8:30 to 9:30 Central Time. Jack, anything in the house, or are we flat right now?
Here.
We're flat. It will be interesting if Trump names Waller in the next couple days, because Powell's term goes through May of next year. But it'll be interesting having sort of a shadow head of the central bank. You know, it'll be when he speaks, it won't be like your normal Fed speaker.
Oh, seeing some selling coming in here now. Oh, who's there? Who do we have at the door? I'll get it.
Get selling.
Chike.
Chike, welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, Chike. How are you doing today? How are we feeling, Chike? We're doing good. I can't really hear you, Chike. If you could turn his volume up just a little bit.
I took my trade off early there. I don't like this heading towards the 75, and we're pushing down hard again on the Dow.
Okay. Ross
Broke
out
new
there.
lows again.
Let's give us another sound check, Chike.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah.
better now. Nice to meet you, Chike. I think
Okay.
this is the first time we're on air together. How you doing
Oh,
today?
yeah,
How you
nice
looking
to
at
meet
these
you.
markets so far?
I'm kind of taking it slow because I haven't really
Okay.
looked at the markets this week because I was just on a little getaway. So I only
Okay.
traded Monday, so I'm just using this time kind of just to get my bias on the markets and all that type of stuff. I did take a trade,
Nice.
my usual 245 trade, but that was in the car because I was on my way back from my getaway. I literally just landed now, so yeah.
Okay. And how did that trade work out? I know you take that 15 minute. It's like a 15 minute. At 15 minutes after the open, you're looking at a trade. I'm assuming it traded you into
Yeah.
a short.
No, into a long. So yeah,
Oh,
I did
into a
get
long,
stopped out on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good
I
stuff. Coming
actually
back
got stopped
from
at
a big.
It's 54. 54, yeah.
Okay. So not bad. We are seeing some selling to continue to come here in the S&P, 63.73. NASDAQ holding up a little bit better, but just a little bit. Still making new lows on the New York session, 23,546. Ross, nice cut on that trade. Just not seeing the flow that you were looking for. These markets are still looking pretty heavy, so it's all right to get out early and not take a full stop out on that trade. Still see a long tilt in the S&P, long 58%, 59% short in the NASDAQ, kind of 50-50 here, but the markets are still looking pretty heavy. Hoag was talking about that gap fill that we could see in the NASDAQ. That's all the way down at 23,444. So, about 120 points to go. If we do get that gap fill, we'll see what the market brings. All right, so Chike, stopped out on your initial trade. Are you looking for another opportunity? I know you said you just got back from some time off, getting your bearings in the market. How are you approaching the rest of the day?
Yeah, I want to take a short from 703s, but that's the only trade I'm really looking for today. So if we
Okay.
get to 703s, then I'll be taking that short. Maybe 10 point stop, 15 point stop, and then yeah.
Okay.
But I do want us to go
703s,
back down. Yeah.
703. So we're talking about 120 points from where we are right now. Do you see
Yeah.
if that's where your target is for a short? Are you the type of trader that says, well, if we need to get there, there's a long opportunity in that, or do you just wait for it to get to your level for that short?
It depends. Like, if there's a good place where the risk to reward makes sense, then yeah, I would take
Okay.
that long up towards it. But like, it's more of if we get there, then that's a valid trade downwards. But right now, it's not really a valid trade upwards for me. So
Got you.
yeah.
Got you. Okay. Sounds good. Well, if you do take anything, do let us know. I know that most of your trades, or not, shouldn't say most, all of your trades are based on math. So you're not just going to be randomly jumping in or out of any trades here.
Yeah.
Ross, if you do take any trades, if you get back into that one, just let us know.
Yeah, I'm randomly jumping back in right here. No,
Oh, no, no,
I
that was
like the strength. I like the strength on that push there. Seeing some building liquidity around 90 again. So we're gonna try this long again, and this might be my last attempt for the day.
Okay.
We'll see.
What price do you get back in here, long, Ross?
In 5 again at 63.80 and a quarter. So about where I stopped out before. I'm back in the trade.
Got you.
Seeing a little strength in the NQ. We're making some higher lows on the NQ, it looks like, but we'll see. We're just got a lot of weakness, man.
Something about this general area where we did see the market slow down here, right? You guys are looking at 63.80, so we are seeing something. We're just not seeing that push of momentum to the upside yet. Delta is still increasingly negative, now 6,400 in the S&Ps. Pairing off a little bit, we had a positive delta in the NASDAQ, now 1,200, positive 1,200. Chiga, you said you went on a little bit of a holiday. Was it a staycation? Did you travel somewhere?
Yeah, I just went up north. So I'm from London. So
okay.
I just went to Wales. They got nice like roads there to drive on. So yeah.
Okay. Nice. Taking a nice little drive, getting away from the markets, separation from the charts for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, got to take some time off. Got to take some time off, Jack. I know you did it recently, spending some time in Mexico. I spent some time in Jamaica. It's just nice to get away from the charts so we can appreciate what we do here, right, when we come back to it.
I'm going to Jamaica in December, actually. So.
Oh, nice. Nice. Just for some vacation or?
Yeah, vacation also. Yeah.
Nice. Beautiful place.
Nice. Well, we're getting close to settlement in the ES right now. Russell already busted through that a while ago. Our poor Russell is
I prefer a long from.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Where do you prefer a long from?
Oh, in the NQ from 520s. If I was actually going to take a long, I would take it from 520s or 515s.
Okay.
This is kind of that extreme.
Interesting. What are you seeing there at those 520s that you do like, Chico?
Just the profiles, the volume profiles.
Okay.
Like it's looking it's looking healthy. Like
got you.
It's gonna be a struggle to get below there. So 520s, that's probably the best place to take it from. If I was looking for a long from all the way up to 700.
Yeah. No, when you were on before, you were talking about some Gaussian mixture models. And Dan Emmons in the chat says he looked it up after you were on air the other day. I had to look it up as well because I don't know that I've ever heard that mixture of words used in one sentence together. So I had to look it up as well. But it's good stuff there. Jack, I know you're a mathlete. Did you know what Chico was talking about when he mentioned that?
I knew the words. It's like whenever you use Gaussian, it's like that meme of Winnie the Pooh in the top hat. I love it. So haven't used the models, but
there's actually a cool way to use them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna save that for later. There's a cool way to use them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just save it.
Build the suspense.
Maybe one day I'll drop it. Yeah.
We are seeing S&P still selling a little bit here. Kind of just tagged right above settlement. Settlement 63.71 in the S&P. 63.71 half was the low there. We still got overnight lows at 64.25. Seeing a little bit of a bounce, just no bid in this market right now. NASDAQ holding up a little bit better. Check in on the Dow, still making new lows. Dow is just getting absolutely cooked. 44.56 is the low in the Dow, currently down over 0.5%, and the Russell nearing 0.5% down as well. S&P and NASDAQ still green on the day. We did have that nice overnight move. We're giving back a lot of that move right now, though.
Yeah, looking for any buyers to step in here, and seeing some bids at 70. So giving it just a second to see how we react to those, and if we push through that, then I'm out of this one and probably cutting it off for the day. I'm not reading it today. Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, like, buying the dip has usually been working.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mean reversion trader, you have to try to buy the dip, and if it doesn't work, you have to recalibrate and say it's the trend day today. Yeah, we're pushing through those 70s.
Yeah, I think all of the losses I've taken recently are on days similar to today where you're looking to buy, just because the higher time frame is saying that this is an uptrending market, and every once in a while we're going to get a pullback, right? Healthy pullbacks in uptrending markets make sense, but that's why we manage risk, right? Because we're going to be wrong every once in a while, but as long as you can come back and trade the next day. I had a pretty big losing day on, what was that? Today's Thursday. On Tuesday. Trying to buy the market, and was able to recover all of it yesterday, getting back in long. So manage risk, give yourself an opportunity to come back and trade the next day. It's the name of the game here.
I did the same.
I
I think I
misspoke
was
earlier.
Go ahead, Jack.
I was saying Bostic was ending on a cheery note. He's still going. Bostic's like like Bruce Springsteen out here right now. But said it would not be surprising if dissents continue at the FOMC meetings. Given the complexity of the moment, it's harder to make policy decisions than it was 12 months ago because risks to both mandates are changing. Agreed. That's the pickle the Fed's in.
Bostic's still going.
For them to do anything. Yeah, Bostic is slinging it right now.
You were saying, Jack, it's tough for the Fed to do anything?
Well, with the tools they have, is meant to generally apply pressure on one of their mandates at the expense of others. So, like, it's full employment and inflation, but you attack high inflation by doing things that hurt employment, and you attack unemployment by doing things that could lead to inflation. If they're both going the wrong direction, or if there's challenges, risks to both, well, what the F do you do? And that's kind of why we've seen them just hanging pat right now.
Gotcha. Speaking of hanging pat, Chike, your patience here. I know you were talking about that 23 fit 520 potential long here in the NASDAQ. We did tag that level, kind of hanging out here right now. 23 516 was the low of that move.
Yeah.
You came in saying you would want to short much higher than where we are. The only place you would look to long is around here.
This is the only long that could potentially get us up there, in my opinion. But I don't really want to take it because it's my first day back. I just want to take it slow.
Yeah, I hear you.
Maybe I'll just take like a little 1 MAQ just for the.
Don't rush into a trade if you're not seeing it. Ton of opportunity here. S&P trading below settlement now. This has just been a slow move to the downside. Just kind of slow, orderly. Volume agrees with the move so far. We did trade under settlement for a second here in the NASDAQ. In the S&P. Trading right at it now, 63.71. Ross, you still in this one? Did it tag you out? How we doing?
I'm right on the edge of closing this one out. We're got a little liquidity here, and we keep stacking it and then soaking it up and stacking it and soaking it up. So it looks like another little level with a battle. Watching the NQ and YM also. YM is just getting it's on a death spiral right now. It's not looking great.
Yeah, it has been from the open. That is not the open I was expecting, but that's why we have expectations of the market, and on the days where our expectations align, it's when we have good days. Speaking of which, JD, whose expectations aligned with the markets yesterday? You got some stats to share for some of our live traders.
Sure do. We've got some pretty decent P&Ls coming from our live funded traders yesterday. Here are the top 5 live funded traders at Topstep yesterday. Juan C up at the top there, number 2 on our new big board. picked up $27,873 in profits trading the NQ. Right behind him, Trader J, who's number 1 on the current big board, $16,856 trading the NASDAQ. Nestor C, number 17, $13,771 trading the NQ. Quentin, $5,376 trading gold. And SpyGig 91, our old friend Lisa, $52.38 trading the S&P. Big numbers coming from our live funded traders yesterday. All right. We've also got some payout numbers to
Lisa,
share.
you're tearing it up.
Shout out to Guan,
Come
too.
back to
27,000
TV.
yesterday. Big numbers.
Here are yesterday's top 5 payouts, live funded payouts. Anonymous. You'd probably know who he was if I showed his name, but he prefers to remain anonymous. $66,000 payout. Kelsey, $33,488. Paul, $18,793. Benjamin R, $13,500. And Aburi, $10,028. Huge payout numbers coming from the live funded traders. These are real traders pulling real money out of the real live markets, lining their pockets with it. Pro ball trading all around. There you go, folks.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. And shout out to all of those traders pulling money out of the real live markets. AJ Controller says Anonymous must have some distant cousins. That's pretty funny. Ross, looks like you survived here. Chike, did you get into that long?
Yeah, 25.
Okay. Nice. How many?
1.
Okay, long Chike long 1 micro NASDAQ from 525, currently trading 542. Ross still hanging on here to that long as well. Crude oil, house is still short crude oil. 64.11 last trade. And gold, we did see that spike of selling in gold earlier. We did recover that almost as quickly as it sold off. Currently trading 34.50. All right, Chike, you have a target on this long trade in the NASDAQ here, or?
Yeah, just to get to my short, so 703s essentially.
Okay, all right. So we're looking for a decent trade here. I know I've heard you on air before talking about you take trades looking for 100-point targets. That's a little bit above that 100-point target. Let's see if we get there. Seeing some selling continue to come in here. Seeing some selling continue to come in. S&P holding on by a thread, trying to stay green on the day above the settlement 63.71. But let's see what we do. Maria C says, I just requested my first 5K payout. That means I earned a hat. Maria, you did earn a hat. I believe we are still doing the 5K payout club with the hats. First of all, congrats on the 5K payout. You can make your own hat. But the Topstep hat, yes, if you the Topstep hat, you should be able to apply for that as well. And I think we are still sending those out. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah. Well,
buy a
eventually
bunch of hats
we
for
will
5K.
get on them. My heart goes out to everybody that in like physical logistics. Man, just to send a hat, you wouldn't be surprised what a pain in the ass that is. Especially as a global company.
Yeah, international shipping and all that. As the ambassador, I'll give our responses that the program is currently being revamped right now, so shipping times may be delayed. I believe the form is even closed right now, but it will be reopening soon.
Yeah, there we go. I
There
forgot
you go.
Ross.
You guys
thank
shipping
you.
internationally?
That's our Discord answer right there.
Not yet, Chike, but we are reworking that program. That's the ambassador answer from Ross there. I should probably know more than what I just said and said, oh yeah, you'll get a hat. Maria, maybe I'll send you a hat. But no, currently that program is being reworked. I know there's going to be tiers now as well, right? So, I saw MPTs, maybe some jackets and other swag just to show off your payouts. But to me, what's most important is that money hitting your bank account, making it real. We're not just sitting here clicking buttons and watching candles move up and down. There's some money tied to the end of good decisions. So shout out to you, Maria.
Mm-hmm.
$63.60. Go ahead, Chika.
No, I was just gonna say that first payout does hit different. It's like you're actually seeing like the reward of your hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I was talking to some of the VIPs, right? We're starting VIP season 3 coming up here. And I had my introductory meeting with the group. And I asked them, it's like, I did a survey, asked how many people have taken payouts. And I think 30 people filled out the survey. And I think I have 7 that have taken payouts. So my goal is to try to get them to, a point where they're taking payouts. But I asked a follow-up question, how many of you have had an account that's eligible for a payout, but didn't take it? And a large majority were in that boat, right? Where, they're like, hey, I have an account balance where I could take, I have a $5,000 account balance. I could take 2,500, but I want 10K. Chike, you just said it, right? That first payout changes things a little bit, right? It kind of makes it real what we're doing here. What made you take that first payout out of your account?
For me, like, it was just to make it feel more real, you get me? Like, it wasn't like 5. This was before you guys like limited it to 5K. So I was seeing I used to see guys take 10, 15, 20 out. But for me, I think I took 800 at the time. But it was more of just making it feel real. You get me?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my first big one was somewhere around Christmas. Around the 20th or 22nd December, and that one hit different. It's like this is all end of the year. I'm making money. This is gonna work, and
Nice.
Paying for Christmas is great.
Yeah, that's a perfect time to take a payout. Buy some more gifts. Quick check-in on these markets here. 23,535 in the NASDAQ. Chike is long from 525. We got what is this here? 200 lot, 206 offered at 23,549. Ross is still in this S&P trade as well. See if we can get some buying above settlement, 63.71. Gold kind of just flattened out now, 34.51.60. And the crude oil, 64.11. House is still short crude from 64.24, I believe was our entry price. Dan Emmons not liking the ES order flow today. Yeah,
Struggling
go ahead,
to see
Ross.
any buyers here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
just don't see any buyers really stepping in. See orders on the book that we're kind of bouncing off of, but none of that aggressive buying right now.
Richard Harris in the chat looking for a 63.65 long in the S&P. That is our low of the New York session so far. Tilt 50-50 in the S&P, 61% short in the NASDAQ here. Pretty much flat across the board in other places.
Well, 2 straight days of some pretty rambunctious buying this week after the unemployment number Friday.
Yeah.
So I guess not surprising to see things cool down here.
Yeah, not surprising. Especially the way that we were making all-time highs, Jack. If you look at that 2-week kind of rally that we had, that was some of the most indecisive buying I think I've seen in these markets, and it was kind of wiped out by those 2. We had the Fed day, and then we had, I believe it was NFP. All of that price action, right? Those longs, almost 2 weeks of price action taken out in 2 days, and we really haven't seen the buyers step in convincingly from that point. So, we'll see. I still like longs, but the market has to like it as well. And Rico says Bostic surely didn't help. Go ahead, Chika.
Yeah. No, go on. Oh, you go first.
You got it, Chika. You're the guest.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I said that this is okay. Yeah. I said this is the struggle that I wanted to see. Just getting below 20s to 15s. We've seen that struggle, so this is actually a high potential of going back up now, I would say.
No, you called out that level in the volume profile. You said it, right? It's going to be tough to get through this. If there was a ton of volume that traded there, it traded there for a reason. and we're seeing a pretty nice bounce off of those 20s. I think low of the session was 0975. Let's see, that 200 lot is still sitting up here right below 50 in the NASDAQ, 549. Did they just pull that? Yep. That did not trade out. They just pulled that. Interesting stuff going on here. We've seen a ton of size trading yesterday and the day prior. Not seeing so much today, but that order did get pulled up there at those 49s. Srinath, I see you in the chat. I appreciate you. Chat, if you haven't done so already, please hit that thumbs up button. Last I checked, we had 4,200 people watching here. Do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. How close are we to 200K subscribers? 24,000 off. Tell your friends, tell your dog, your grandma, your neighbors. Tell them to like and subscribe as well. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, when we started Topstep TV, we had this YouTube channel for 10 years, and we had 25,000 subscribers.
Okay.
So we can grow 24. We'll do it.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
End the year.
No problem. Let's throw it over to some news. James, if you're ready, let's bring in some news real quick, and we'll check back in on these trades. We do have both of our traders long here currently. James, what do we got for the news?
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Hello, world?
You're there, James.
Hey.
I'm
You
here.
see a slice of James. There you go.
I'm here. It's the Nega Zone. All right.
Yes.
That was terrifying. I saw my whole life flash from my eyes. All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the news. Here are the stories you need to know to tell your friends later. I heard this crazy story on a show about an annoying white kid. Here they are. Out of Massachusetts, an arrest warrant has been issued for a woman who unleashed bees on deputies. That's right, bees, nature's bullets. She went to a house that was being foreclosed. They never said if it was her house, but I have to imagine it. When the deputies were trying to evict the members of the house, she rolled up with a van, and on the back of a van, she had tons of beehive containers. She then proceeded to take these beehives, place them at the front door, and as the article says, she made the bees angry. I don't know how she did that. Maybe some self-negative talk, letting them know they're not as good as the parents ever wanted them to be. That'd make me pretty mad. The bees stung several officers, some of who were allergic. The woman then proceeded to go back to her car, put on a full bee suit, and start dragging the beehives into the house before she was eventually stopped. And then, as you can see, the article says arrest warrant. Can you imagine who didn't show up for their court date? That's the woman.
She brought 3 million character witnesses.
I love any story where you use nature's greatest weapons, animals, insects. Like the story about the guy who shook the raccoon and threw it into a store. You got to imagine the innovation there. So yeah, don't use bees to attack people, and if you do, I don't know, show up to court in the full bee suit. Next, from news out of Ireland, guess who wants to be president? That's right, Mr. I shattered my leg and never fought again is now trying to run for president of Ireland. For those of you who may not know, the president of Ireland really is more of a, I don't want to call it like a ceremonial. It's very much like, it's for show, right? They don't have a lot of superpower. All the power in Ireland falls within their parliament. But that's not stopping Conor McGregor from downing a bottle of whatever liquor he tries to sell on TV and telling the good people of Ireland, I want to be your president. He says, I don't care about the Irish decree that says I need a 7% majority of parliament to run. I need you, social media, to overrule that. So, this guy's I like UFC. This guy's a piece of work, though. So, Ireland, be careful.
I think he needs to straighten out a few things. Like focus on yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to dig myself any deeper than the hole I'm already in. So let's go to the next story. And finally, going back to animals, the LA County has another cool insurance fraud story on their hands. A group of people claimed a bear crawled into their car, causing $300 worth of damages, which was paid out to the people. But on closer inspection of the video, it's a guy in a bear suit. If you ever want to defraud an insurance company, maybe try a little harder. Film from a worse angle. It's clearly a person in a bear costume going through a car and absolutely tearing it up. You can see they have those claws at the bottom of the picture that they put into the costume to give, realistic shred marks, as all bears do. I'm sure they probably left a scattered picnic basket around the car to leave no stone unturned as to who could have done it. So they got caught. Again, if you want to make a quick $300,000, maybe there's better ways of doing it than trying to putting on a bear suit, crawling around on all four legs, and then saying, "Help! I need money for the bear got in my car."
I think Hoag had a quote earlier in the show. He said drugs are bad. I think that applies here.
Yeah, as long as they had headache powder there. If it's headache powder, that's okay.
Right.
I saw another story that said headache powder increases IQ in slugs. So take that what you will.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. That's the news. I'll be back a little bit later with some announcements. Some that chat you're really going to want to hear. So don't go anywhere. We got some really cool stuff. I'll give you a hint. It might involve a free trading combine. So stick around. We'll see you guys soon.
Other people like it. People like the word free, so stick around. We might have an announcement for you. We did see the S&P make new lows there. Ross, did you get stopped out there? You still in this trade? How's it going?
Yeah, that one stopped me out, and then of course we're seeing some strength now.
Turned around, yeah.
65
one of those
level
days,
is
man.
the winner.
Yeah, it's just one of those days. Yeah, we can't.
Yeah, I got
fight it
stopped as well.
sometimes. I tried to fight that one too long.
Chica, you got stopped as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Minus 33.
So minus 33, not too bad. Just P&L update for the board.
Extra.
Chica, what do you got? Negative 353 for the day. And how about you, Ross?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm negative 838 right now.
Okay.
So that's probably it for me. I had a good day yesterday. Was down to 100 or 200 on Tuesday, so I'm about even for the week right now.
Good. It's a good week. Good week. Keeping the account alive. Again, we're not going to win every day. If you're watching a stream where somebody wins every day, interesting. NASDAQ currently trading 23,550. S&P's back above settlement now, 63.71. I know Richard Harris in the chat was looking for a long from 65s. Looking pretty good right now if you did take that. Crude oil trading 64.16, and gold pretty much dead flat right now, 34.50 and a half. 34.50 half. Tilt across the board. We don't really see a strong tilt in either direction in any of these markets. 63% long in the S&P, average price 74. Is that right? Yeah, so they are underwater right now. Underwater. Jack, what are you seeing on your side? We got this pullback or sell-off in the equities here. How are you seeing these markets?
I mean, that was a pretty good. I kind of agree. Obviously, it's in retrospect that 65 level, but there was a pretty good flush down to the current lows. I kind of like it, but the sellers are emerging a little bit here. I'm hands off for now. Maybe 63.50. If it gets there, we'll try again.
All right. Dude working, you caught that one. Interesting. But hey, shout out to anyone who's live streaming trades day in and day out, helping their community. I posted that on X yesterday. It's a tough thing to do, right? Tough thing to do. We want to see live traders. We want to see our best traders come on. Shout out to you guys, Ross, Chike, for coming on, sharing trade ideas.
Yeah.
There's pressure in doing it, but I think it makes us all better traders, right? Where you talk about your process, talk through your process, and stick with it. What I've realized is, even in my own trading, when I'm not trading on stream, I've gotten a lot better just being on air and having to talk out trades. And then when you're trading by yourself, was a lot better trading. So shout out to you guys for coming on there and doing this.
Yeah, I like coming on here and talking out the trades and getting ideas, and it keeps you a little bit from taking those random impulsive sort of trades as well when you're talking it out and
that's true.
creating your plan.
For sure.
This is a tough day in the equities.
Yeah, and I guess not if
Chike,
you're a
it's
seller.
nice to meet you. I haven't been on with you yet, Chike. It's nice to be on screen, and I don't think I've been with Ross either. It's great to be with you guys. So we were looking at a potential failed downside auction that did not play out. Okay, so that's the risk you run if you try and preempt it. This is the S&P on a 30-minute chart. IB low 63.75 quarter. That 30-minute bar closed below it. This IB has now become resistance. The other nuance in this, and Jay, we talked about this during the opening call. This is hypothesis number 2, right? Hypothesis number 1 was to buy it and to go check the weekly kickoff high and maybe check the all-time high. Hypothesis 2 was gap close and then possible reacceptance in value from yesterday. Now, we've had one 30-minute bar close inside of value from yesterday, indicating potential reacceptance of yesterday's area of value. And if we do play out the whole range of value from yesterday, that could bring price in the S&Ps down to 63.43. Now,
okay,
the fact that we didn't confirm the failed downside auction and we opened below that, this made it really tough because we don't have any single prints that are left below the IB high. That's something that I really look for to start looking for those shorts on the way down. So that's what is making this so difficult. I feel like I'm Kramer when he was supposedly working at that company but didn't even work there, and they tried to fire him, and he said, I don't even really work here. And they said, well, that's what makes this so difficult. This is a sticky area, and it's not helping that the NASDAQ and the S&Ps aren't moving in lockstep, right? The NASDAQ hasn't even closed the gap. We did close that 30-minute bar below that initial balance low. I'm sorry, something you want to say?
No, keep going, Hoag.
Okay. And so now the NASDAQ has been presenting as stronger. It hasn't closed the gap. We did close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, but price is pushing back in above the initial balance low. Typically, this is going to be kind of toxic for me because it might have a tendency just to kind of center trade around the IB low for a period of time where you're thinking, okay, I got to get long above, short below the initial balance low. And by the way, the initial balance low in the NASDAQ is 23,542.5. So you get long and it turns around and goes back below the IB low. You get short, it turns around and comes back above the IB low. You get long, it turns around and comes. So this is really kind of a chop shop here. If I was going to be long anything, it would be the NASDAQ, because we haven't been able to close the gap. It's been presenting as the strongest. But I mean, and we're not even, anywhere near potential reacceptance of yesterday's area of value. The NASDAQ, if it was long anything, it would be the NASDAQ. I don't trade the freaking NASDAQ. I can't handle it. But I mean, that's just the way it looks for me. I mean, we gave up weekly kickoff high 23,572. And we did close that 130-minute bar below the initial balance low. That's potential rejection of the early range here. We're now back inside of it. I think it's probably just going to range around. This is a tough trading day. You guys did great in managing risk all day on this. This was a tough trading day, and it's
thank you for that,
it might get easier, but so far this has been a tough day.
Still a lot of day left, right? We're still only 2 hours into the session. Still a lot of day left. Pretty nice trading day if you were short in the equities, especially in the Dow. That was our leader to the downside. Seeing a little bit of a bounce in the Dow here, currently down 0.58%. But the Dow definitely looked like the leader, especially after 9 a.m. Central Time really got going. Let's see, it's still a lot of day left. But One of the things I've been talking with the VIPs about as well is knowing when your job is done for the day, right? That doesn't mean that you end the day green. It's if I spent my risk budget on the day, then I'm done. Right? I've taken enough trades. I'm allotting a certain amount of risk for the day. If I've passed that and you hit it, don't be afraid to lock yourself out and come back. We heard Ross talking about that because there will be more opportunities for the week. So, Chike, what are you looking at now? I know that 703 price up there was a potential spot for a long. For a short. How are you seeing these markets now?
Yeah. To be honest, I don't really feel like we go up anymore, but there's still potential because we're still above that 515 level, 520s. So
right.
It might have just ticked me. It might have just ticked me out, and then we go like back up. But I'm not really sure on direction, so I'm just gonna stay out of a trade. My only level of interest is that 703s.
Got you. With that 703 up there, Chike, that's the level for today. If we don't trade that level today, do you leave that on your charts for a potential opportunity later in the week?
Yeah, I leave it until it's tested. So
okay, got you. So it might not happen today; it could happen next week. But you're gonna leave it there until. Good. I like that.
Yeah. So how I kind of work it is my levels have to be tested within a certain time. So, for example, let's just say between 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. I can only take the trade if the level's tested within that time period. So not just any test. You get what? Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That's why
not just a level, but time is a level as well.
Yeah, it has to be within a certain time. So 7 o'clock after 7, even if it tests the level, I'm not taking the trade basically.
Interesting. Do you ever set just passive orders kind of sitting at your level? At 703,
I do.
Set the seller.
Yeah, I just set them, but then always at 7 o'clock, I just make sure to remove them.
Got you.
Yeah.
I like that. Seeing new lows here.
Lows,
NASDAQ trading. Yeah, we are. Yep. We're still selling here, Jack. NASDAQ may be looking for that gap fill before we see any turnaround in these markets. 23,505 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P is trading 63.63 evens. The Dow continuing to lead us lower, making new lows on the session in the Dow, 43,992. Ross, I like that, cross analysis with a different market. Go ahead, Ross.
Oh, I don't think that was me, but
what
I'm seeing is
that was me.
Oh, okay.
We bounced off that first level deviation VWAP for ES at 75 and went back down to the second level at 63.60. So that's kind of an indication to me that we're in a downward trending day, looking for additional targets below now, but I don't know if I'm going to be hopped in another trade. My other opportunity was potentially here off of this. We didn't quite get to this second level or this first level VWAP, but I would like to take this breakdown of this 5-minute candle here, but I missed that. Wasn't quite sure we were going to push down again, but looks like we got some strength going down, increasing volume here on the 5-minute.
Thank you, Ross. Ross, talk to us a little bit about Discord. You're one of our Discord. Go ahead, Chike. You got trade information. What do we got?
Oh yeah, I was just saying this doesn't quite look like a breakout to the downside for me just yet.
Yeah, it is. It's like a slow, orderly move. Where normally where we're seeing a move to the downside, it's on a ton of volume. It happens quick. Some of the more recent buy the dip opportunities we've seen have been like a quick 100, 150 point sell off in the NASDAQ and gets immediately reversed. We're not seeing that, right? This is just consistent selling the entire way down, which makes it a little bit harder to buy because where is that low? We don't see that impulsive move at a low that can be reversed.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just consistent.
Yeah.
The AC trade
Yeah,
says
we're
we're
starting to see
perma-bullish.
seen some bigger orders coming in here. We just soaked up about 300 contracts on ES right here, and now we're seeing some more orders coming in.
Are you looking at
between
Bookmap to
this
see that,
70
Ross?
Yeah, I'm looking at Bookmap. You can see it on the DOM as well. Not as well in the
Yeah.
MES. Does seem to be a little, but you can see we have the 70 level up here.
It's just above here now.
About
That just came up.
668 in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seeing some offers come in here now. Saw this yesterday. Do they fill or do they pull? Looks like they just pulled.
That one got pulled.
Playing games again, Hoag.
Yep.
So they're starting to play games. We're starting to see some volume come in here.
Yeah, which is good. We might get that movement that we were looking for. Yesterday, when we saw these bigger orders come in, they started to act like a magnet, right? The market's going to attract towards these levels. Market's job, we hear Hogan say it all the time, is to facilitate trade. And someone's putting an order out there. The market's going to sometimes we see it act like a magnet towards those levels. We saw yesterday they kept pulling that order higher and higher, which kind of led us higher until they did get filled. Ultimately, when those orders got filled, the market started to consolidate from there. So we will see. Interesting stuff here.
Yeah, and the way I always view it is, say we have these 300 contracts at 70 up here. If we fill those, then somebody's got to buy 300 contracts, and where they want to do that, they want to do that lower. So if they sold 70 here, then maybe they're looking to buy after that. If you see a reversal pattern and a big order come on below that, you may be seeking that. Somebody may be seeking that to fulfill what they're looking for.
Got some traders in the chat saying obvious downtrend. Why keep trying to buy? Hopefully you guys are short, right? There are opportunities on both sides of these markets. So if you're saying that, I hope you're short because there's some really nice money to be made on the downside here in these markets, and I don't disagree. I tried to buy it. I stopped buying it. Ross tried to buy it. He stopped buying it as well. Whatever you do, manage your risk. But pretty nice downtrend so far today. Why buy when it's going down? That doesn't make any sense.
I bought it once. I bought it once.
Why buy when it's going
down?
I think
it all depends on your strategy. If you're a range trader, then you're trying to buy in the value area. It has to go down in order to get into value, and then you're looking for the opportunity for a reversal.
Yeah, some of my best long trades came at the end of some heavy selling. Because at some point, and Coach Paul says this all the time during At the Buzzer, you find the last seller in the market, and we don't try to pick. Yeah, we don't try to pick bottoms or tops, but at some point you are going to find the last seller or the buyer, and there's some good opportunity from there. So stay patient, trade your strategy. Go ahead, Jack.
In 2009, somebody sold 666 in the ES. Or in the S&P.
Yeah.
So,
do you think that person is still trading, Jack?
I remember that.
Well, I hope they're not. They haven't been rolling the position. I don't know. It was probably just some random. There was somebody at my firm who sold damn near the bottom of the flash crash. It wasn't for huge size. It was just more of kind of like a funny thing that happened. That person, to my knowledge, has never revealed themselves. If you or someone you know knows the person that sold 666 in the S&P 500 was the low.
Yep. Hopefully they're not still holding on to that position. New lows here in the S&P. MM877 says, my dad did. Real story. I think we found the last buyer. His son is in the chat. Last seller. 63.59 half new lows in the S&P here. NASDAQ still holding up just a little bit, currently trading 23.508. New lows in crude oil as well. House still short crude, 63.97. Go ahead, Hoag.
I know somebody who bought that.
666s in the S&P. Nice trade.
There was a huge stop there. So the stop got hit. 4 locals took like 500 contracts. Market rallies. one of them that I know got out of them using the minis. He made, I don't know, 50 grand on that trade. Then they canceled the trade. They took the price out, which negated the ability for the broker to actually fill that stop at that level, which left all of these guys now short with the market screaming to the upside. So they petitioned the exchange and said, the print went up. Now we're on the hook for, for $100,000 because we're out of those trades. And if we can't buy those at that level, we're going to have to pay up and we're going to lose a bunch of money. So the exchange re-put in the print. They were able to actually buy those, but they had gotten out of the exits for that trade. Now the market is screaming higher. One of the guys who I know very well, he went from up 50 to down 100 to up $250,000 in about 5 minutes. Thought he was going to have a heart attack.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah, that does not sound like a fun day. Glad it worked out, though. That is a lot to be on the hook for. We are seeing some size come back in here in the S&P. 557 contracts at 63.66. Any trades that you guys are looking at? If not, we're going to throw it over to James for some announcements, and we'll get right back into the charts.
Do some announcing.
No, yeah.
Do some announcing, James.
Let's do some announcing. I've got 3 things to talk about today that you want to know about. First, today during Lunchbox Trading, we're going to be joined by Colin Woodward, President and General Counsel at Stealth Test and one of the leading voices in crypto law. From blockchain innovation to real-world market impact, Colin breaks down what every trader should know about the crypto's evolving role in the markets. If you have any interest in crypto and crypto futures, be here, Lunchbox Trading today. He's going to drop in around 12:45. He's going to talk with Jack about all things crypto in these markets. Also happening later today, we are joined by Agnieszka Wood. Are you ready for another chance to level up your trading mindset? Agnieszka Wood, trading mindset coach and founder of A Head Coach, joins TopstepTV live. She'll dive into mindful trading strategies and answer your questions straight from the chat. Don't miss this chance to sharpen your mental edge and gain real tools for staying disciplined in the markets. Catch it live here, TopstepTV at 1 p.m. because mindset moves markets. So again, that's 1 p.m. She'll be sitting down with Hoag, and you can get your questions answered live. So don't miss that. And of course, if you watched me just a couple minutes ago, I did mention a contest of sorts and a free combine. I wasn't lying. Today, we are launching our social media contest. Head over to Topstep on Twitter or Instagram to find the general rules. We're also going to post a link to this Twitter post in chat. And if it's not there yet, it's coming soon. So just be patient, be on the lookout for it. There it is in chat. Love that. Here's how it works. Head to Twitter, follow Topstep, repost that tweet, and reply with hashtag TopstepCombine. Our social media team is going to go through all of it, and we're going to pick, I believe, 5 or so winners. Yeah, we're getting 5 traders a free 50K combine. So many traders will enter, 5 will win. You have until Monday morning at 8 a.m. Central to get your submission in there. And we will announce the winners live here on TopstepTV Monday morning. So if you're not following us already, here's your chance to win a free 50K trading combine. Again, many of you will enter, 5 will win. All right, I can't say that enough. It's a contest. All right, so head to Twitter, follow us, enter, and check back on Monday to see if you're one of the winners. That's all I got for now. Back to you guys in the markets.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, James. I just entered, liked the post on Instagram and tagged my friend, my trading buddy, Coach Dakota there. So let's see if we get that free combine. Got some competition there, chat. That 500 lot did not get filled. It's at 63.67. Go ahead, Chica.
How you ruining the odds for the guys?
Hey, man. I'm a trader just like you guys are. If I win it, and the team is not going to let me win it, but if I do, I'm gonna just run in my own giveaway and give it away again.
I'm gonna enter to ruin it as well.
There we go. They're probably not going to pick me. That's okay. Yeah, that 500 lot did not get filled. So we have a crypto expert coming on a little bit later. Chike, Ross, you guys have any exposure to crypto? You guys traded at all? Just buy and hold stuff?
Yeah, I used to do crypto.
Okay.
Back in the day. I made a trading algorithm to trade Sol at the time for a couple years.
To trade Solana? Okay.
Yeah, Solana, yeah.
You still own any of it, or did you get rid of it?
Nah, it was literally just purely trading. I was not like actually, yeah.
Got you. Okay. What about you, Ross?
I've got a little Bitcoin exposure in my Roth IRA. I figure that's the place, you know, if I don't want to pay taxes on it, if it does,
right,
go to 500,000.
Yeah.
But it pretty small position, but you know, if it goes, that's where you want it to be. If
tax free.
Yeah.
Do you guys trade the futures? Do you look at the futures at all? Micro Bitcoin futures. We do have micro Ethereum as well that we can trade with Topstep accounts. I think it's like 5 cents a tick, so there might be one trader that trades it. But micro Bitcoin is a pretty good trading market. Have you guys looked at that at all?
No, I haven't personally.
No,
I've looked at it, Jay. I think it's one of those things where I do want to lobby the CME at some point. They need a contract that's between the micro and Bitcoin contract.
Okay,
a mini, if you will.
Got you. So the 50 cents a tick for the micro Bitcoin, you think is just a little too small?
Yeah, I mean, like the contract, what is it? It's like, so the big contract is 5 Bitcoin, and then the micro contract is 1/50th of that.
There's a lot of room in the middle there.
There's a lot of room in the middle.
Yeah.
CME, if you're listening.
Send them an email, Jack.
Got an update on our crude trade here. We just lightened up by 2 contracts down at 63.91, still short 3.
Trade there in the house, holding on to that crude trade. NASDAQ looks like we might be breaking below these 500s here. Let's see what we get. 23,500 current trade. We got some size here in the S&P. That 500 lot did not get filled. S&P is trading 63.61 currently. I had a micro Bitcoin chart up here on the highs on the day, trading 117,415. It's a weird price to quote. But micro Bitcoin on its highs on the day. On its highs.
That's slow and methodical. It's going on.
Yeah, it really is, Jack. I feel like we haven't seen a day like this in a little while. Where the last couple sell-off days we had. Exact opposite of yesterday. Got about another.
Yeah, we keep seeing this 500 lot come on above us. We kind of get attracted to it. You know, price gets attracted to it, and then they pull it off. Almost like they're trying to pull orders up there and then keep selling. Yeah, they're probably. Yeah, see, we just pulled off 500 around 67.50 again. Now we're moving that direction.
They're trying to attract some buyers and.
Yeah, I'm not sure what game they're playing, but just looking at the orders coming on and off, there's still some action to come here, I think.
I definitely agree with you there, Ross.
Lot.
We got about 15 minutes left here in fast markets. Remember, stick around. We do have the Thunderdome game 4 in the Thunderdome coming up. These guys have been trading it up over the week in an hour that a lot of us traders look at as, slow time, maybe lunchtime. We have both Chad and Alfie both up over $1,000 in that session alone for the week. And remember, cumulative P&L, whoever wins at the end of the week, if you voted for them in the chat, you are going to be getting a free reset credited to your account. So you do want to stick around and see how that goes. Lido Bomb says, hit like if you miss Eddie. Eddie, we love you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hoag did say you were. Hope to talk to you pretty soon here. That like button. We got some size. Ross, you seeing the size? Do you look at the NASDAQ as well, Ross? Because I'm seeing some size on the books. 415 lot. Okay, that's the biggest size we've seen so far in the NASDAQ. 415 offered at 23,529 in the NASDAQ. We're about 20 points away from that right now, but that is the biggest size we've seen in the NASDAQ so far today. Size coming in on the books. Ross, you said it. something's going on here. We're probably going to still see some movement. Interesting. We're seeing the size come in the NASDAQ now as well.
Yeah, I don't keep an eye on the NASDAQ. It's not as clean with its levels, I don't feel like. But when you see something like that come in, the NASDAQ a lot of times is ranging between 30 to 100 contracts, and those are kind of spread out all over the place. Gotcha. But yeah, that 415 that just came in is interesting.
Chike, I want to ask you a question. With your math-based approach to the markets, have you tried applying it to other markets, or is it strictly NASDAQ? You kind of know the personality of that market, and it presents enough opportunity to you. Do you trade in any other markets, or just NASDAQ?
Just NASDAQ. I actually want to start looking into S&P at ES.
Okay.
But I just really haven't put any effort into any other market. Because I just know what I went through just to actually come up with my edge, and I haven't tested it on other markets. So yeah, it's more of like a lazy thing. It works.
Hey, if you have something that works, right? If you have something that works, it's like what is it? One Punch Man. Right? He has one punch, and why do I need to learn anything else if this one punch works? Hoag's face, Hoag, I saw your face there when Chike said he's looking into the S&P. Hoag's face lit up. So he's shaking his head, But I hear you, Chike. You know, if you find something that works, why mess with it? Right? You got into the leaderboard doing this thing, so you might not need to change.
Yeah.
Semper wants to know, Chike, why are you always smiling?
Happy guy.
What's not to smile about?
Yeah, he's a happy guy. Happy guy. What is there not to smile about? Absolutely. New lows here in the S&P, 63.59 last trade. NASDAQ currently trading below that 500 level, 23,499 and a half. 23,499 and a half. Yeah, Justin Green, that One Punch Man reference. I think I've seen one episode of that show, but I'm just full of random references. It's what you got to do as a host of a show. Tie in some references to things. But let's see. We are seeing that order step down here in the NASDAQ a little bit. I think they're at 28 now. Nope, still up there at 29. 415 offered at 529s. We're seeing some selling coming in here. This was not a day to buy the dip yet. At least the dip is still dipping. Still dipping.
Yep, really haven't seen those buyers on ES step in. We just absorbed some stops down here below. It looks like we're dipping down to go push through those again.
Value low from yesterday is the target.
So we're seeing that value rotation. You're saying, Hoag. What is that target down there?
Yeah. 63.40, 63.42, the value area low from yesterday. We've shown acceptance inside value, so good probability it's going to trade to the other side of value. So 63.42, 63.40, anywhere down there. This is hypothesis number 2.
So, Hoag, in that case, is there a trade here, or are we too far gone with good risk management on a short?
Well, the S&P's provided a pretty decent shorting opportunity so here's the 5-minute chart, right? IB highs up here, 64.14, IB low, 63.75 and a quarter. Once it broke but down below it, it never really moved back above it. So what I was hoping for was to see some single prints below the IB low that we could use as resistance. It went all the way back and close to the IB low. It doesn't mean that it's not a good short. So the S&Ps really kind of gave this the short signal there. Do I see a way to get into this now? I mean, you just have to wait for a pullback and sell it. The problem is, where's the risk going to be? But the S&Ps gave a pretty good short signal. NASDAQ, not so much, but it's continuing to push lower. This is the 5-minute in the NASDAQ, and this was what I was talking about. Once we broke the IB low, and we came back inside of it. We chopped around it, and then finally we start to see some continuation away from it. This is toxic to me. Toxic because I'm thinking, okay, long above, short below, 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 and finally you get it going your way. By that time, you're cut to ribbons.
It's a little too late.
Yep.
I actually got one more. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, Chike. You're going to talk about a trade here, and then we're going to throw it to JD for the big board. But what do you got, Chike?
Yeah, 422s. But I'm actually going to take it from 424s. Just a trade upwards.
Okay, so
I
you're
think
looking
that's
for
where
a
it should
long
bounce.
422. That kind of
Yeah,
closes the gap. So we have settlement there, 422.75. So I can kind of see what you're looking at there. Okay, so Chike looking for a long down near 422s. That would officially close the gap, the settlement gap. Let's see what we get there. If we get down there, is that a bid that you just placed, Chike? You put the order in and let the market get down there, or you want to see how the market responds when we get there?
No, I'm just putting it there, letting the market do its thing.
Nice, good stuff. Chike putting a bid in at 424 in the NASDAQ. Let's throw it over to JD real quick with some live performance bonuses and the big board. JD, who is trading well right now at Topstep?
Let's do it. First, let's take a look at our good friend Kalai in the live funded account. Unlocked tier 1 of the live performance bonus, hit $15,000 in total profits in his live funded account, and was awarded that tier 1 bonus of $1,000. Kalai is climbing up the big board right now. He's got a total take of about $23,400. Ranked number 217 currently, but I got a feeling this trader is going to be moving up the list pretty fast. Nice job. Big shout out to Kalai and all the other live funded traders out there also. All right. Here's the moment you all been waiting for. Here is the big board. These are the top 10 of the top 25 live funded traders here at Topstep. Once again, if you didn't know, we changed the way that we're tracking traders on the big board now. It's all based off of recent P&L. So total P&L over the last 30 trading days, that is what your rank is based off of on the big board. You see up at the top, Trader J, he had a nice day yesterday trading the NASDAQ. Got a total P&L of $86,939 over the last 30 trading days. That is a hell of a month. Guan C right behind him. They were both 1 and 2 on the P&L board earlier today. Guan C with a total take of a total P&L over the last 30 days of $84,835. Real tight race between 1 and 2 there. Big mover on the board was Benjamin R down there at the bottom. Had a nice day trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Now is a total P&L of $13,101. Moved up 14 notches on the board to take over 10th place. All right, let's see the next 15, 11 through 15. Couple movers, couple shakers, couple holds here. Lowest barrier to entry to get into the top 25 is down there. John N at $5,612. John N is also the leader on our live funded hot streaks list. So there it is, folks. Let's put the top 10 back up one more time. Get your cams ready. Take your screenshots. When you post to social, make sure you're tagging Topstep. Hashtag Topstep. Hashtag TopstepTV. Fast Markets. Power Hour. Lunchbox Trading. All the good stuff. You know it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD, and shout out to all of those traders on the big board. Again, we're counting recent stats now, right? So we're seeing P&Ls for the last 30 days. I know social media space and all of our chat wanted to see it as well. Hey, who's trading well right now? So making some updates to that board, and shout out to all those traders on it. We are seeing some buying step in here in the NASDAQ, currently trading 23.
3-bar reversal right now.
Yep, we got it right now, Hoag. Is this the long that we've been looking for all day? For me, I'd want it to.
All we had to do is say it's going lower and it's going to go higher. There's a perfect 3-bar reversal in the S&Ps right now.
Yep.
Yeah. cheapish long here for what the reward would be.
Yeah, I mean, what
But we also have
for
2 minutes
target
left
here?
in this segment.
Yeah, right.
I said, what would we looking at? What would we be looking at for a target here? Is this one you would put on and kind of let work all day, or?
Yeah, probably like trail it.
VWAP,
Yeah,
at least.
Got an overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ at 23,562. In the S&P, that is at 6389. So we're talking about a 20-ish point trade here in the S&P. But like you said, Jack, we are going to wrap this segment soon. I'm going to throw it around the horn here. Ross, any words you got before we go for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I would just say, no big plans for the rest of the day. I gotta get the kids. They're dropping their stuff off at school. They're starting next week.
Okay.
Man, it's summer's almost over already. You know.
Yeah, it went quick. It went quick. Before we know it, it'll be September.
I remember that being a happy time. Yay, the kids are going back to school.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm the bus driver though, so I gotta take him. You know, I miss the open a lot of times because I'm taking him to school, so it changes my
Gotcha.
trading a little bit.
A little bit,
yeah. So
Chike, what about you?
you actually have to
Anything you
stop
want to say
the car to let 'em
before?
If you don't know where price is going, don't take a trade.
I like that. If you don't know where price is going, don't take the trade. Write that one down, chat. Write that one down. That one's going on my notepad here. If you don't know where price is going, don't take the trade. Good stuff. Well, good trading with you guys today. Took a couple losses, but losses are a necessary part of this game.
The process.
Jack, anything you got before we go?
No, I'll be back on later while Andre's out doing whatever Andre does. It'll be fun. Looking forward to Lunchbox and see you guys at Power Hour.
Awesome stuff. Well, coming up next, the storm is growing in intensity in the Thunderdome. We got Alfie and Chad returning for round 4. Coming down to the final days of the Thunderdome, and it's still anyone's game. I think there's like a $200 difference in P&Ls. We'll talk about that a little bit in the next segment. We'll see what these guys can do. For me, I'm hoping they end the week both in the green, but chat, you are either voting for the goose or the captain, the boat captain, for your free resets. Stick around for the Thunderdome. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
All right, welcome back to TopstepTV and back to the Thunderdome. If this is your first time here, you've missed a great week of competition between these two guys. We got Alfie in the middle here, Chad on the other side. These guys have been trading it up against each other all week for a chance at free resets for the chat. So remember in the chat, if you voted for Alfie or Chad, at the beginning of the week, whoever wins, you are going to be getting a free reset. Right now, stats for the week. We got Chad at 1259 cumulative P&L. We got Alfie, pretty nice day yesterday at 1079. So about $180 difference between these two guys. They are re-entering the Thunderdome for round 4. How we feeling today, guys? Alfie, I'll throw it to you first.
Feeling good, yeah. As you said, good week. I'm tempted, not to swing for the fences too hard just because it's been, 2 pretty good days, but there's a good setup. There's a good setup, right? So let's see what happens.
Absolutely. Chad, how are you doing over there?
Yeah, the same. I was having some FOMO in the last hour and not getting in on this account, but yeah, I'm feeling good. I feel the same as Alfie does. Like we've got some green days locked in, and that feels good. I want to end this week for both of us in the green.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can do that. Well, we did see some selling continue to come into the equities here. NASDAQ currently trading 23,478. S&P's made a new low and bounced from there, currently trading 63.59. Yeah, Chad's mic sounding great right now. Sounding pretty good, coming in clear as always, so we can hear Chad's jokes. If you missed the one yesterday, go back and watch the replay, Chad. You had the chat cracking up there. But is there still time to vote? No time to vote, but you can show your support in the chat. Throw a goose or your favorite bird in the chat if you are looking for Alfie to win it, or any type of vote if you had voted for Chad. Next week on Monday, we'll be doing the Thunderdome again with 2 new traders, and you will be able to vote on Monday. All right, you guys know the deal. If you get into any trades, let us know, and we will be counting the stats.
Just looking at the 15-minute chart, I'm really hard. It's difficult to go short right at the moment. Like I'm a bear and it keeps dropping, but at the same time, looking at the 15-minute chart on the NQ, feels like this could be a bouncing area, and I don't want to get stuck in a short, like as it crawls up.
Right. Yeah, we talked a little bit about, every day this week, potentially getting different markets for these segments, right? For this hour, we've had a pretty nice sell off in the equities. We saw during fast markets, we were trying to find places to buy it, and really no bid in the market. But this has the potential to, be that range bound environment in the middle of the day with lower volume. But I hear you, Chad. It's a cautious long, if anything. Yep. And throw caution to the wind. Alfie's in. Alfie, what do we take there?
I took the Dow just because I started to see the S&P and the NASDAQ climb up, and I thought where maybe it was lagging, maybe it was leading earlier today, it's potentially lagging this move back up, and it's got quite heavily beaten up, so I'm risking pretty much just below the low. I might add a little bit if we see some conviction in the longs.
All right, so we got Alfie in a long in the Dow. What price you get there, Alfie?
I got 44,002.
44,002. Yeah, bull shark. I am seeing that failed downside in gold here. So we've seen different strategy from these guys, right? Chad has been focusing solely on the NASDAQ. We have seen Alfie take a trade in the Dow, gold, and the NASDAQ. Bunch of different ways to approach these markets, but profit nonetheless. And here another order filled there. What do we got?
Oh yeah, sorry, I need to mute the site.
No, it's all good, man. Hey, it's the cue for me to know that something's going on, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, just a little bit of an ad here again. I'm just going to test this thesis, right? I'm only risking $130, so well, maybe a little bit more. We'll see. But yeah, just going to test the thesis, give it another 5 minutes, and then we should see whether it's breaking out or breaking down. And yeah, and reevaluate.
I was also looking at the RTY just because it's gotten so beat up. If it breaks out from here, I would maybe go long.
Interesting. So Chad now looking at another market here as well, maybe taking a trade in the Russell.
I did take a trade on the M&Qs, by the way.
Okay, so Chad, you are
short,
in
short 3 micros.
Nice, Chad. Short 3 micros. Keep up, Jay. short 3, what price did you get there, Chad?
23,480.
23,480 short 3 micros. It's selling.
Making some new lows.
I just actually added a NASDAQ long there, so 4 micros long NASDAQ from 23,466.
Hey, these guys are trading it up in the Thunderdome, and that's why they got invited to this segment. We know they're going to be active traders, but they are managing risk at the same time. You heard Alfie say, I'm only risking $100 on this trade. You're going to take some losses, but you're going to take winning trades as well, as long as your wins are bigger than your losses. Dolby is excited in the chat. Let's go. We got another fade here in the Thunderdome. We saw these guys do this yesterday, and they both made money because we found a range in the market, and they were scalping it up. But let's see what we get here. Another fade. Chad, what's on your shirt today?
Ducks. I wanted to confuse the chat with supporting some quacks or sailboats. They support me either way.
Putting your favorite bird on your shirt. We know Alfie, one of Alfie's taglines that I will never forget on this show was seeing if we have more gas in the goose. If you're wondering why I'm saying to put your favorite birds in the chat. And Chad with a little reverse psychology here, putting birds on his shirt. So either way, even if he's winning, he's losing. Interesting strategy there, Chad. Alfie, what do you think of that?
Listen, man, I just see it as a flattery, really. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, so I love it. Love to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Alfie, I'm married, but another life.
Me too, man. Me too.
500. We got a 600 lot here offered in the S&Ps. I know you guys are trading the Russell and the NASDAQ, but 600 lot offered here in the S&P, 63, 62, 75. Got another order filled here. What do we got?
Yes, sir. Probably classic. Alfie takes it off too early, but I just took off 3 of the 4 micros I had on the NASDAQ, so a plus 70 there. And I might lighten up on the Dow in a second, depending on what happens.
You got some trades going on. Remember, this is an hour-long segment. Guys, I'll throw out the time that we're going to close trades. Send us over to the next segment. We'll do it at 57. Right? We'll close trades at 57 if you guys are cool with that, just to make some room for the next segment and that changeover, just so you know early. Remember, Alfie came in today down $180. Chad had the highest P&L over the first 2 days. Alfie made a little bit of a recovery yesterday, but we are tracking the cumulative P&L for the week. And we will let you all know what those stats are. Good trading so far here, guys. Seeing a bounce in the equities here. NASDAQ currently trading 493. Alfie, I know you got in from 66. Chad, you were short.
Yeah, I closed out one down in the 60s there, so I got 2 micros short now. Gosh, I don't know. It looks like from here, this could be a bounce or maybe a range, start a range. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just going to hold here.
We are seeing that bounce you talked about in the Russell a little bit here. Russell pushing up a little bit, currently trading 22, 21 half. Jared says he's hedging. There's no hedging if it's a different market. Different prices here.
Yeah,
but remember,
there.
Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, I'm actually going in long, so I will be kind of going against myself on both sides. We'll see. Couple micros short on the NQ and 1 RTY. I think looking like hoping this breakout holds.
Okay.
If not, I'll flip it quickly.
Gotcha. Oh, Chad's hedging with the duck shirt. Yeah. Smart strategy there. Smart strategy. You guys are actively in trades now, so I'm not going to bother you with questions. Talk through your trades here. Chat, what are you guys doing? Are you flat? Are you just watching the show right now, just being trader-tained by these traders trading it up? Again, making some pretty good money during this segment for just an hour. We have both of these traders right now above $1,000. I'm hearing some order fills. Alfie is clicking it up over there. Alfie, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going on flat now. So plus 196. Just going to let it settle out.
Plus 196. Remember, Alfie came in with a little bit of a deficit. $180 deficit. So if we tracked realized P&Ls right now, that would put Alfie up just a little bit. But we still got full session and a half to go in the Thunderdome. Nice trade, Alfie.
Thank you.
Show your support in the chat with your favorite birds, whether it's a pigeon, a dove, swan, goose, and your sailor hats, your yachts, your sailboats for Chad. Dan Emmons now at 7.5K on the 5 combines, racing Dakota and Barron. Nice trading, Dan. Nice trading. Alfie, now that you're flat, I wanted to ask you guys, anyone watching that you want to give a shout out to, you told them, hey, I'm going to be in this trading competition for a week. Come and support me. Who's watching?
Just my mom and dad, really, probably. And
there you go. Shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah.
Shout out to mom and dad. Got to take them to dinner if you win.
I will be, yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Well, anyway, I'll take them out, but we'll see.
Right, right. Chad, what about you? Did we lose Chad? Oh, he's still there.
Yeah, my buddy Brad, Nick, Izzy, a couple of them are coming to visit, flying in Friday. So
okay.
Shout out to them.
Nice. Friends coming in to visit. That's good stuff. All
I'm
right,
liking
Russell.
where my stop loss is here.
I'm short now as well, by the way, Jay.
Okay.
Only 3 from 506.
Maybe this is Chad's friend in the chat. Hodl BTC 99. See you tomorrow in Hawaii, Chad.
Yeah, it will be tomorrow. My goodness.
There you go. There you go. Friends in the chat. Good to have friends. Good to have friends support you. Alfie, what price did you get short there?
I'm short from 23,506 and 3/4.
23,506.
Just want to see it flush through the 500s, but if it doesn't, I'm going to get out, man, because I've been here before.
Right.
Yeah.
And Chad still short micro, NASDAQ, long Russell, correct?
Yep.
Got you.
Now
Player in the
green
chat.
on the MMQ.
Okay.
And I had added a few times, and I have a few orders. This is actually, if this kind of is a range, this is great. This is where I like to be, because I can be on both sides.
Right.
If we get the range.
Range has to hold. Range
Yeah,
has
just
to hold.
lined up
Player in the
there
chat. We got a comedian in the chat. Said put your favorite bird in the chat, and player decided to flip the bird. But it's funny, so we'll leave it there for now. But I'm watching you. Alfie, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, it's all good. Yeah, just lightened up down to just the 1 micro now. See what happens. -1. So plus 245.
Awesome stuff. Good stuff. Chad, real quick position update, and then we're going to throw it to Gabe for some on this day.
Position update. Still long on the RTY. It's hard for me when I like to just have one chart up. So
I hear you.
I'm really currently just watching the micros on this NQ to see if I can fill these. And if not, I'm going to get flat and reevaluate, because I don't know that I want to be in. All right, so I'm flat, 326 in the green, and then this way I can I don't have to watch 2 instruments at the same time.
Plus 326.
Early.
We got a competition here, chat. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to what's going on, but this is some great trading going on in these ranges. Let's throw it over to Gabe real quick for on this day, and then we'll get right back into the charts because we got some action, Gabe. What's up?
We do indeed. What's going on, guys? All right, we're throwing it back to August 7th of 1948 at the Olympics in London. Track and field athlete Fanny Blankers-Cohen, what a name, is pregnant with her 3rd child, but helped the Dutch team win the 4x100 relay, becoming the first woman to capture 4 gold medals at a single games. She earlier had won the 100-meter, 200-meter, and the 80-meter hurdles. That is your on this day for August 7th, 1948. Throwing it back to the Olympics in London. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Winning the competition while pregnant, that is pretty impressive. Wow, shout out to Fanny. All right, here's some order fills over here, Alfie. I know that's a cue for you in a trade. What are we seeing now?
I flipped to long a little bit earlier than I wanted to. It was actually accidental long, but then I saw something that let me hold it. So here we are. 4 micros long from 490. Yeah, risking probably just below 3/4 of the range of this 5 to 515 area.
Okay, awesome stuff. And Chad, how's it looking over there?
It's still flat. Looking at the RTY to see if this is gonna break out further from here. If not, going right back down.
Nice.
Um,
Right. So we had, I mean, we keep passing the lead here, right? Chad came in with a $180 lead. Alfie took it for a second with that $196 he put up. Went up 16 bucks, and now Chad swinging back here, putting up 326. I'm not going to try to do that public math in front of you all, but I know that Chad is back in the lead right now. But both of these guys are winning. Pulling money out of these markets is exactly what we want to see. So great trading here, guys. Yeah, Garvcom says it
going
right.
back
Let's
in short.
give these guys some likes. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. If you like what you're seeing here. Again, this is the first week of the Thunderdome. We got 2 new traders entering next week. You'll have your chance to vote on Monday. Chad getting back in short here.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume we're in the range until we're above like 23,520 and below 23,470, I guess.
470. Coach Hoop saying air horns for cattle, cowbells for cattle. 231, 375 cattle making new all-time highs. It's funny when we've been doing this segment. Coach Hoop is consistently in the chat talking about cattle movements. I think the first person to jump over to cattle during the Thunderdome and trade it might be the winner. But see how bold you guys are feeling. Throw a Hail Mary and take a cattle trade and win it all. We'll see. See what tomorrow brings.
Flatten out, by the way.
Flatten out there, Alfie. Alfie, you were short, correct?
Oh no, I was short, then I was long, and now I'm flat. So I was
Okay.
short from 515s to about 490s, and then went long from about 490 to 502s.
Okay.
So yeah, plus 355. But
Nice
yeah,
stuff.
like, no need to bet the farm, right, at this point in the week. So
Right. Yeah, absolutely not. Again, these guys are trading in XFAs. So, regardless of the result of this chat, we know that you have a vested interest in one of these guys winning. At the end of the day, these are XFAs that I think they're both eligible to take payouts from. And that's ultimately what we want to do, right? Putting real money in our bank accounts. And if you can get a free reset out of it, great. But they do have to still manage these XFAs as accounts that they want to trade. We heard Alfie say yesterday, he's like, you know what? This has been such a great hour to trade. I might just continue to do this after the Thunderdome is over. I mean, you guys, put up pretty good numbers and continuing to do so. Again, we still have another day and a half left of this competition, but you figured it out.
yeah, you know what? Less is more in trading, right? And I feel like every experienced trader said that to me, but it took going away on holiday for a week and still being profitable in like 2 or 3 hours to figure out actually maybe it's just the version of yourself you bring, and you need to get to that point of not necessarily carefree state of mind, but at least a little more relaxed to be able to take money.
Right.
Because I've tried to impose my will. I came back trying to hit it hard, tried to impose my will on the markets, and it's
Yeah.
not the spoon that bends your right issue. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that is the market is like the ocean. It is going to win every single time. So you can't fight it. You got to go with it sometimes. Ab McGee says this is my new favorite segment. I'm going to say that as well. I'm really enjoying doing this. And thank you guys for letting me host because this is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you've been
Chad,
rocking it out. You're doing great.
thanks, man.
100%.
Position update, Chad. What do we got?
3 micros short on the M&Q. I am looking at the RTY, but I don't want to get back in a position where I got 2 different things going on. I'd like to be
Gotcha.
long. I do think it's breaking out here to the upside on the just gotten so beat up more than don't know.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a
That
bounce
order
here.
was more micros adding to my short.
Okay, so now you short 6, average price 503, is that right?
Yep.
All right. We've seen Chad with this strategy, kind of stacking orders, especially in this range-bound market. We've seen Dolby do this as well, right? Where you're stacking offers or stacking bids depending on where you are positioned in that range, and then looking for the market to kind of fall through or trade up through the rest of the range. It's worked out pretty well all week. And let's see here. We are seeing a little bit of a bounce in the equities. S&P made a low of 63.54, and the orders currently trading 63.68 half. NASDAQ trading 23,508. Gold, after that sell off in gold, we really haven't seen much great price action, but 34.53. And crude oil currently trading 64.36. I know the house was short crude, took some of that position off, and I think might be holding onto a 3-lot runner. Hoag or JD can remind me where we're at on that trade. But right now we are focused on the Thunderdome here. Chad currently short 6 micro NASDAQ from 503. 75% long in the tilt in the S&P. Average price 63.69. So right where we are right now. Interesting that didn't show up in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ only 57% long in the tilt. Russell moving higher. Let's take a look at the Dow. Shout out to Ross during fast markets, called out the Dow being the leader to the downside. We're not seeing the bounce in the Dow. It still looks pretty heavy. We're seeing the other equities. Chad, nice selling here. Back under your entry price, currently trading 496. And this is I have to say, these tight ranges, we're making a lot of excitement out of these tight ranges because we're seeing numbers go up. We're figuring it out. We are figuring it out. Oh, thank you, Jenny Baker, for that reminder in the chat. 30-year bond auction. We had the 10-year auction yesterday, right as this segment was closing. Today, we have the 30-year bond auction. We saw that random spike of volatility in the Treasury products yesterday. Who knows if that's going to have any effect on the auctions? Probably not. But just understand that those bond auctions do have the ability to cause some volatility in the markets. So if you are in a position, just remember at the top of the hour, we do have that bond auction.
Closed out a 3 on that small little drop. It's like when it gets so close to an order, it drives me crazy if
That's a good out, to be
don't
fair, Chad. Like, it looks like
hit
it's
it
ripping a little bit here.
in tight range.
Okay. So are you flat now, Chad?
Nope, I'm 3 short.
3 short.
P&L is realized and unrealized around the same, somewhere in like the 350 range, 330 range.
Okay. Nice. We got Alfie up plus 355 right now, and Chad right around there. Competition is very tight.
356.
Remember, there was a $180 difference between these two guys coming into this. We are tracking the cumulative P&L for the week, and it is a tight race right now. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm getting excited already.
Yeah.
We're not even done with today, but it should be pretty good going into tomorrow. Again, great trading this week, guys. Thomas wants to know, can we talk about positioning in the range? I mean, identifying the range, and it's going to be, Dolby's probably better at explaining this than me, but you pick a time frame, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, and you're looking for the extremes, right? So where has the market rejected at the highs or the lows? And the idea is, you're taking profits in the middle of that range. So probably trading it with wider stops because you don't want to get wicked out because, these markets aren't exact, but just fading the extremes of the range until it breaks. Right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ range. We'll call it 23,510 at the highs and 470 at the lows. And what we've seen both of these traders do is just take a piece of the middle each way, which has been working out pretty well so far. NASDAQ currently trading 23,490 back into the middle of that range.
So that closed my order out. So I'm now at 439 realized.
Very nice. I see you got some orders still sitting there, Chad. Are those intentional? Or are you looking to get back into the range if we tag either
I mean,
one
I
of
don't mind
those?
being long if I would put a pretty tight stop around the lows here, but I wouldn't mind being long. This is the whole thing with the range is you should be able to me when I'm trading it well, there's times I'm long and there's times I'm short and you're just bouncing.
Right.
It is a little
Stuff.
bit more fun on the combines with full contracts. But when I get to XFAs, I tend to go a little slower.
I hear you. I hear you. Go slower, but get to your destination the same way. Alfie, I haven't heard an order filled in a little bit. Practicing some patience now. I like this. We've seen this from you as well throughout the week. But once you get in
it's
there,
a bit
you're in there.
frustrating.
Yeah.
I want to get back in there, but I just want to. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit precious with my entries after this close of this half an hour candle.
I mean, you got a good P&L for the day, and I think if I had to kind of call it how you've been, Alfie, this week is like almost like the counter puncher, right? Where you're waiting a little bit, you're seeing how the market goes, and then you're in. And once you find an opening, then I hear order filled a lot, and I ask for a P&L update, and it's like, oh, I'm up $300. So pick your spots, and keep going from there. But I don't have to tell you that it's been working for you all week.
Yeah,
I'm
just
gonna
I'm just
cancel my
have this
order to
cognitive
the
bias on
short
a
'cause
Thursday.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm canceling the order to go short because I really think that with RTY breaking out too, maybe we might see some upside action. The problem with range trading is when I I'm stuck in it and like when it breaks it, then I start into hope mode, like, oh, I hope it drops, and that's usually the
Yeah.
time I need to be getting out.
Got you. We do see a little bit of size on the books up here. We got some orders in the S&P I'm looking at. 116 offered at 63.70 and another 300 offered at 63.71. The S&Ps did have some volume that got absorbed at those lows. About 1,000 contracts traded in a second, and we've seen a pretty nice bounce from there. Didn't see anything similar in the NASDAQ as of yet. NASDAQ's kind of fighting with this 500 here and trying to figure it out. Let's throw it to, I think both of our traders are flat right now, so let's throw it to Gabe for some news really quick, and we'll be right back to the Thunderdome. Gabe, what do we got?
President Donald Trump is set to sign an executive order Thursday that could make it easier for 401k plans to offer alternative investment options, including private equity. Workplace retirement plans are a $12 trillion market, and the private equity and credit industry are pushing to get in. To date, 401k plans have primarily offered publicly traded stock and bond funds because they're less expensive and less risky. Right now, there's no official policy guidance to employers about how to provide access to alternative options. Experts say any changes to workplace retirement plans would likely take a while. That's because private equity investments are more complicated and require more due diligence. Employers' 401k plans would have to divulge details on fees, investment strategy, and prior performance.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Yeah, that's interesting. Usually to invest in some of these, private equity things, you need to be an accredited investor, have a certain net worth and things like that. I'm curious to see how those opportunities get vetted for private equity, investment in your 401ks. What do you guys think about that? You also don't have to talk about that now. You're actively in a competition, so.
Oh, good.
I don't
I'm
have any
being my exit
strong
liquidity
opinions
for
either
crypto.
way.
Go ahead, Alfie, and then we throw it to you, Chad.
Sorry. I was just going to say, it's good. I think it's good if you're holding stuff that people are going to be buying, right? But
Right.
could be exit liquidity for private equity. Giving everyone access to crypto towards the top kind of smells like a bit of a rat to me, but I don't know.
Right. Interesting. Chad, what do you think?
Who knows where the top is, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
already
K-Trader
thought
kind of
they were
agrees with me in
doing
the
that.
chat here. Go ahead, Chad.
I feel like I thought they were already doing that, but I don't know. Maybe that it can only be certain funds. Is that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's some. I know with like a self-directed 401k that I have, there are some companies that do like private investment and things like that. And but this, I don't know. This sounds a little bit different, but maybe not. K-Trader in the chat says if they're letting you in, they want to sell to you. That could be the case. That could definitely be the case. Both you guys still flat right now?
Yeah, still flat.
Yep, I'm still flat.
Good stuff. We got Chad up 439, Alfie up 355. We did see Alfie take the lead there for just a second, a couple minutes there, and then Chad took it back. Great trading by both of these guys. 180 difference. Now we got a little. I'm not going to do public math. I think it's about a $240 difference right now. I love that both of these guys have been trading micros for the most part. We did see Chad take a long in the Russell. The Russell, is not as volatile as some of the other markets that we trade, the NASDAQ and things like that. So I understand the play there, taking the trade in the mini. So nice trade again. If you guys do jump into anything, let us know. Chat, just as a reminder, if this is your first time watching this segment, these guys are competing to give you all a free reset depending on who you voted for. I know some people in the chat said yesterday that they don't remember who they voted for. You only had two choices, but I understand there's a lot going on in the week. We might not. I don't even remember what I ate for dinner last night, so that's okay. But if you chose Chad and he wins, you get a free reset. If you chose Alfie, you get a free reset if he wins. Throw your favorite birds or boats in the chat. Show us who you're supporting. George says, really good trading, fellas. Not the easiest market, and doing it live. George, I 100% agree. This is not easy to do. Not easy at all.
Yeah, especially right now with NASDAQ. Yeah, when it comes to RTY and maybe like something like the 6E or any of those, I don't really mind going in non-micros because they're kind of like getting one RTY feels like getting like 4 micro NQs or something.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the Russell's it's similar to the Dow as well, right? Like I'll trade the Dow and trade,
Yeah.
just feel comfortable putting on way more size in the Dow than I do in the NASDAQ, where it's just not as whippy. Respects levels just a little bit better. Shubham, I think you might be confused about animals. That is a alligator in the chat. But I guess put your favorite animals in the chat. You took a short here. Okay. What are we in, Chad?
We're on the RTY 22.23 and just hoping for a quick little push down.
All
Quick
right.
money.
Short one Russell looking pretty good so far. In the money already. Short one RTY 22.23.
Like $50. Flat.
All right. Quick little scalp there. Padding the P&L plus 491 now on the day. Nice trade, Chad. Seeing some selling coming in here now in the equities. Did we find the range, right? We talked about it. 510s down to 470s. We're trading 470s right now. Got elephants in the chat. Just running wild now. Running wild.
Yeah, this is kind of the part of the range now on the NASDAQ where I don't want to be in on the long side if it's just really hanging. Feels like it's like hanging on a cliff.
Yeah.
If it's looking for
Yeah,
new
we
lows.
may see a little extension. I know Chike in the last segment was saying, 422s was a target he was looking at for the downside, maybe to start taking a long from there. If we see this volume start to pick up a little bit, we may break the low of this range, but that's a big if, right?
Yeah, at the
We
same
have to see it come in.
time, yeah, at the same time, this is usually my trouble spot where I feel like it hasn't truly made a new low of the day. And
Right.
I'll take it short, thinking that it's going to break down, and then like 10 minutes later, I'm like, why did I think that?
Yeah, I went long there.
Order filled from Alfie. Alfie long, 3 micro NASDAQ 470s. Playing that low of the range. Playing that low of the range.
Yeah, literally
Yeah,
same part of the well.
Yeah.
I went long as well, 3 with a very tight stop.
All right. Both of our traders long now on the same side of the market. That's what range traders do, right? You fade the extremes of the range until it breaks, and then we readjust. The competition ends tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, Friday, will be the last day in the Thunderdome. Remember that voting has already been closed. Voting for this segment is what we got here.
Oh, sorry.
Stop
You cut out.
losses.
Oh,
All good.
big selling coming in, isn't there? Blimey. 600
We are seeing some selling coming in here now. New lows here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, we got some pretty big selling coming in here. check on the news. Not seeing anything headline-wise. I think this is just kind of just a continuation of the trend that we've seen today. We range for a little bit and get some extension.
I've got my feet where I'm 11 micros long now here, Jay. So
Okay.
455 average price. Yeah, let's
455
throw some heads at
average.
a level.
Making some moves.
Yeah, I don't know how much I trust this though.
Yeah, looking a little heavy here. Again, you know where your risk is. Looking a little heavy now here in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we hold up at these 450s. We did just close the price gap. I know Hoag was looking at that. That was 445 and a quarter. We did just close that. We still do have settlement in the NASDAQ down at 23.4, 22.75. Still seeing some selling coming in here, making new. Is that new lows on the session? Got another order filled. No new lows. Low of the day, overnight low in the Nasdaq 23,384. So we're a little away from that. S&P is making new lows.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get tagged out here.
Went
All
flat
right.
and just have one micro short. I like to, if I want to be in the market, that's kind of what I do sometimes. I'm like,
Okay.
allows me to like be in and not be itching to get in, but it not too big.
Got you. Chad short here. Wow, we're seeing some selling coming in here now. Breaking down a little bit. Didn't tag settlement exactly there in the Nasdaq, but we are pretty close to it. Picking up some
Yep,
steam.
tagged out there. So minus 504 now.
All right, minus 504.
Jump back in, 15 micros long, just to see. I mean, if we get the reaction, it's going to be pretty big, I believe. But
Somebody's on
this will be my last
tilt.
trade.
No, no.
Told you didn't have to do much.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Somebody's on
In a little bit of
tilt.
a bounce, Alfie. I don't want to give any strategy here. I see what you're doing here. This market is pretty heavy, but let's see what we got. Remember, this is a competition at the end of the day, so we see what Chad's doing. Chad, are you still short that one lot?
Yeah, it's just basically flat. I mean, I can definitely see this bouncing here. I don't think Alfie's got a bad position going along here, but
No.
I'd rather short some spikes and stay small.
Gotcha. Alfie making a little bit of recovery here. Not cooked yet, chat. Long 15 micros. Got right back into that market there. Just need to see some buyers stepping in here. S&P is making new lows. 63.51 evens. See if we hold up here. This is looking pretty heavy again. I don't see any news. Just looks like some
The
continued
news is it
selling.
has a gap to fill.
Yeah, I think that's what it
The
is,
news
Chad.
is it's been running up like crazy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's
Alfie,
nice to
you
see
know how
that
to
one single micro can be, $40 in the green so quickly.
right. Yeah, we are seeing some selling across the board here. Dow selling off as well. Tilt still 60% long in the S&P, 56% long in the NASDAQ. So Tilt has not got on board with this move to the downside. Chad, you're saying that gap fill. I got a settlement gap, 422. Is that what you're looking at as well, or?
I was just talking about the last. I'm such a bear, and I just can't believe it when the market just keeps running up sometimes. So I'm like,
Yeah,
when will this find
sell this shit off.
some?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I that's typically where I've not done well is trying to short some of the lows when it becomes buy the dip days.
got you. NASDAQ trading 23,411s. S&P making new lows. The S&P is really leading us lower here. It looks like 63.49 quarter. Tilt 62. Maybe my tilt didn't update. Yeah, my tilt's not saying 62% short iceberg. Maybe you got the premium tilt. Still seeing some selling coming in here. Alfie, you still in this trade?
I am. I'm feeling the heat, man.
Yeah, a little bit of heat,
We'll
man.
see.
It's okay though.
We'll see. Yeah, it's all good.
Hey,
This is what we do day in day out, right? So
right.
can't win them all.
S&P trading well below settlement. 63.71 was settlement here. We do have that bond auction coming up in about 10 minutes or so here. So just remember that. S&P right now down 34% on the day. The NASDAQ just went red, trying to stay green, down 0.04%. Trying to stay green here in the NASDAQ, but we'll see what happens. Looking pretty heavy. Maybe getting a little bit of a bounce here, some relief. Let's see what we got. What's your average price there, Alfie?
421.
421. Got you. All right. Need to see some buying stepping in here. This is where I think Hoag was talking about. Wow.
Yeah.
Big selling coming in here. Yeah. Big selling coming in here. NASDAQ just traded below 23,400s. Alfie, I think you're out of that trade now. We'll get a P&L update in a second. All right. 63.46 in the S&Ps. I still don't see really anything on the tilt. And, if we're going to start selling, we're really just getting started here. It seems like because the S&P the NASDAQ just went red on the day, down 0.1%. Alfie, real quick for the board, just give us an update on your P&L.
So I think it's about plus 25 for the week now because I started on about 1,050 and I'm down about 1,025 here.
Okay, still up on the week. Which is good. Still up in that XFA as well. So we will see. We still got another day, right? Still one more day in the Thunderdome, and still about
We're gonna
8 minutes
try
to
again,
go here. All right.
Let's see.
Protect that profit, Alfie.
Yeah, man. I mean, I feel like that shit
that
might have sailed a little bit, but we see.
Yeah, no, it's
See how
all
I
right.
feel if it's.
Hey, this is
I think
when
we
we go
could
into
possibly see a bounce here, right at the 400 level. I think, even if it's just small and temporary, but I'm staying out for now.
Yeah. This is when we go into defense mode, right? Markets throw some punches back. Got to bob and weave a little bit and see what we get. But Alfie back in long here. Nice trend day to the downside so far. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect this day in the markets, but we got the S&P on its lows. 63.44 is the low of the day. Currently trading 63.45 a quarter. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here for Alfie. Chad, you were short that one lot. Are you flat now?
Yeah, I'm flat.
Okay. All right. Talk to me, Alfie. What's the game plan here? Or stay locked in.
No, it's cool. I mean, I'm seeing buyers step in, but every time they've stepped in, the last 3 times, sellers have just came back in harder. So I'm just kind of calling the bluff really at the minute, to be honest.
Got you.
I think most of the selling's getting exhausted. At least we full clipped about 2K contracts in about 5 seconds, and it failed to make like a significant low below 400s. So I guess the thought process is just call that bluff, try and squeeze them. But right now I'm getting squeezed. I mean, I was on the other end of a squeeze, right? So yeah, we'll see. Just gotta let it run.
Don't call it a comeback. Nice little recovery here. Alfie long 15 micros from 23,399 and a quarter. Currently trading about 25 points higher than that. So nice recovery here.
Yeah,
good
I
trade.
just closed that because it's just hit that entry point where I was initially in.
Alfie.
So minus 233. Let's see if we can go flat on the day. I'll see that as a win.
Good recovery, man. Good recovery. Hey, traders.
Awesome. Great.
That was a awesome recovery. A little bit of a pressure, but pressure makes diamonds. And Alfie, nice recovery there. Hey, like I said, I want to see you guys both. I don't care who wins the competition. I want you both to be green at the end of this week. So nice recovery there. Way to stay convicted to your trade there. Looked a little hairy, but that's what happens sometimes. I had a day this week where I was down about $1,500 and ended the day up, 3 times that. Where it's not always going to look great, but if you can stick to a game plan, these markets do present opportunities. You do want to manage your risk, and I'm sure Alfie had a daily loss limit that he's going to abide by. Really nice bounce here off those 400 sellers. kind of got stuck there under that 400 level. Let's see what happens here. Alfie back in a trade now.
Back in with them. I'm stepping back in with the sellers here. I mean, I'm not going to risk much more than that low of the opening range. But it seems like that's the direction they want to pick in this hour anyway. So we've got 7 minutes to see what we can do. But yeah, I might be eating my own words in a second, because it does look like these sellers are getting squeezed. At the minute.
A little
bit.
Delta is still positive on the day. Delta in the NASDAQ positive 1,300. In the S&P, we have negative Delta 1,500. I'd watch that reversal just a little bit here. Let's see what happens at these 450s. But that was a ton of volume that got traded out at those lows.
Going long.
Chad long now. What price you get, Chad?
23,448.50. Just going for a quick pop.
Richard Harris tapping out, saying this market is now too difficult to read after that dump. Not a bad idea, Richard Harris. It's all right. Stepping away, getting a clear vision of the markets. Not a bad idea. Damn, I kind of want to trade this long. I almost clicked long, but I'm here hosting this segment, so I'm not going to do it at those lows down there. What do we got, Alfie?
I'm naturally a contrarian, Jay, so I'm now fading myself from a second ago and about to give that money back, but we will see. 7 minutes, 5 minutes even. Let's do it. If anything, at least it's good television, right? So.
Right. We want, like, again, I have all week. I want to see both of you guys win this thing. Seeing a nice bounce in the equities here. We closed that gap. Got some selling under 400s in the NASDAQ there. Seeing a bounce. Still some decisions to make here in these markets, but let's see here.
I went back to flat. Just kind of quick scalps. I don't know which way, and I hate to. Yeah, this could easily run up, and and then but if I went long, I look at the trend and say, what made you think that was the right thing to do?
Yeah, I hear you. 66% long tilt in the S&P now. 59% still long in the NASDAQ. Let's see what we got here. NASDAQ currently trading 463. We got about 4 minutes left in the Thunderdome. Going to have these traders close out any trades that they're in at the 57 mark so we can get into the next segment. We do got Hoag coming up for the morning recap. We got Coach Paul and VWAP George joining Jack for Lunchbox trading. And Colin Woodward drops by for the crypto corner. We were talking about crypto a little bit earlier. We got Colin coming in to talk to Jack about some crypto. So stay tuned. But we still got a couple more minutes left in this competition. Thunderdome round 4. Round 5 will be tomorrow. We'll have both of these traders close out what has been a good week so far. NASDAQ currently trading 23,470s. S&P bouncing as well. Those buyers stepped in. We found them. Dan Emmons says we hit. What do we got, Alfie?
I'll just add into my order to spice up these last 3 minutes. My risk is staying the same. So, yeah, let's see what we can do.
All right.
I went long on the RTY. Just seeing this as a new range on the RTY side. We'll see.
What price we got there, Chad?
22.18.
22.18. Currently trading 22.18.
Yeah, just looking for a quick pop up to the pivot where it was about.
That's me out.
Now we are seeing that bounce. Whoa, 480s now. Yeah, that looked like some trap sellers at those lows.
We're jumping back in. This is definitely a slight tilt, but
someone's on tilt.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, I done everything that I probably set out not to do today, so a lesson on what not to do, traders.
We still have another day, Alfie.
Hey, yeah, there's still another day, man. It's still time to slow yourself down here. Took a hit, but we go back to the corner and reassess for the next day.
Exactly.
So still some time to do that.
RTY there.
All right, Chad took 2 points in the Russell.
And I'm probably going to stay flat for the day. So, P&L 656.94. And that was 16 trades.
Yeah. 16 trades, 664 on the day. And Alfie, you know it. You can trade for tomorrow. Still got that account. And past this week, right? We still want to be in these accounts. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is the kind of P&L too that I will probably not take a payout yet because you lose your MLL, and I may need that when I mean, I usually wait until a certain level, or if it's an account I've already gotten paid on when the MLL is
okay.
0. But I mean, if I took a payout here, right? We've had our 5 days, but
Right.
it's like what, $1,000 left with 0, loss limit, or so.
Yeah.
It leaves. So on these 150Ks, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to take a payout quite yet. That being said, it's happened many times where I don't
You're
know, you
eligible.
blow
You
an
don't take
account
it.
and,
Yeah.
and then it's like, well, I should have just taken it. So
Right.
it's tough, but in this range right here, I'd rather have a few more conservative green days or one big runner.
Okay. And then take a payout from there. I like it. Payout strategy. We don't talk about that enough. We talk about the intraday taking trades, but the strategy for keeping your accounts active. We are at 57. That is the time there. Alfie, are you flat?
I am, yeah. So minus 1,300 today, unfortunately, but we go again.
All right. Minus 1,300. There's still another day. We still got some competition left. The markets are going to present some opportunities tomorrow, and it's our job to navigate them. That was tough. I saw somebody in the chat say, this is tilty price action because you could have been long, got stopped out on the short, and then immediately the market turns around the other way. That's the markets. That's why we manage risk, because we ultimately don't know for sure where these markets are going to go. But great job to both of you guys in this. Any words you got? I'll throw it to Alfie first, going into tomorrow, and then I'll throw it over to you, Chad. We'll close it and send it over to Hoag.
No, just thanks for having me again. Be here tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
We will catch you tomorrow, Alfie. Chad, anything you got before we go?
Trade for tomorrow, and tomorrow's Friday, so aloha, mahalo.
We're excited to see what shirt Chad brings for tomorrow for the last day of the Thunderdome. We're going to throw it to a break here. We got Hoag coming up with a morning recap. Then we have Coach Paul, VWAP George, and Jack for Lunchbox Trading, as well as Colin Woodward for Crypto Corner. This is Top Step TV. I'm going to head out. Make sure you guys catch me for At the Buzzer later today. Let's go. 30-year auction coming up in a couple minutes.
Ooh.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Hopefully you are having a green day. We're always looking forward to your success. Going to take a look at the opening range trades, a couple of the trades that were taken during fast markets today, and take a little look at some market context, have a quotable quote, and we'll be moving on. So as always, you guys vote for the time frame of the opening range trade. You voted for the 5-minute in both gold and crude. The 5-minute opening range breakout trade in gold got us long 5 micro gold 3454.80. I'm going to put this on a 5-minute chart. So there's that opening range, broke to the upside. We got long. We got 2 of those contracts. It's 3461.80 at 1.5 to 1 reward over risk. Just left the stop where it was. We ended up getting stopped out of the other 3 contracts down at 3450.80. I think there was still a little bit of profit left in that. There you go. Now, opening range trade in crude oil. We are still short 3 of them. Get a little context here. Market opened in range, low of value. We did leave the opening range at the dead ass high, so the opening range breakout trade took us short after the 5-minute opening range. Short 5 CL 64.51. We looked at 1.5 to 1 reward over risk for the first 2 exits. We got out of those 63.91. Market came all the way back up almost to the opening range and has continued to try and push lower. Went back inside the initial balance low. Kind of hanging out there now. We're still short 3 of those. We're going to do our best not to Lenny those and see what happens by the end of the day. Sure, if we've trimmed our stop much here at all, but I do see an area to do so. Right about at our entry point here, 64.51. That swing high that we just did in this last 30-minute bar here. Let's take a look at this on the 5. This little swing high here might be an interesting spot to move our stop, take the risk off, and see what happens for the rest of the day. We do have weekly kickoff low, 63.70 down below, as well as a potential target of a naked point of control down here at 63.72. We know how this market loves to test to those naked points of control. This one was in extended trading hours. I'm looking for it to get there in regular trading hours. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. So yesterday was a very interesting day in the S&Ps. We had a big jump in open interest. We saw just really good initiative buying all throughout the day. It looked like there were some really strong buyers there. Today it kind of looks the opposite. Now, the first hypothesis was, hey, let's go check the weekly kickoff high 64.30. We got pretty close to it in the overnight session. We have a little shooting star here at the high. This may have been one of the warning shots that the move to the upside was getting a little bit long. But the first hypothesis was look for a pullback to look for some bids, look for places to get long. After all, we've been saying buy the F and dip for weeks now, and if not years. The market just didn't stop dipping. The House and Ross we're looking for longs relatively early in this session. Looking like we did not leave the opening range at the high or the low. We traded both sides of it, so that was kind of out of the realm of purview, if you will. Both House and Ross. House was along 1 ES 6404. Ross, I think, was along 5 MES 6406, and both took about a 10-point loss on those. There were other trades that Ross took, and we just couldn't get past the idea that we were looking for opportunities to buy breaks. What the S&Ps did was I think a little bit more interesting and a little bit cleaner view of where we were potentially going to be going. We broke and we closed the third 30-minute period below the initial balance low, indicating not a failed downside auction. That close of that 30-minute bar was back inside value from the previous day. So we started thinking at that time, well, if we're going to re-accept inside of value, we could see this market getting down to about 63.42, 63.43, 63.44, and that would complete the value acceptance play. Well, look what happened. We broke the initial balance, came back to it, found resistance, and we've slowly and painfully continued to rotate lower until we've completed the value area, special situation play, value area, acceptance play, whatever you want to call it. Now, there were a couple more trades by Ross. Ross did an excellent job of managing risk. I think everybody on screen today, aside from the opening range trades, were taking losses, but managing those losses very well. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is kind of telling a whole different story. We've got the market opening, overnight inventory long, opening above the weekly kickoff high. The market moved back down to the weekly kickoff low prior to the open and found support there. So I was kind of thinking that might be an interesting area to buy a pullback. The market opens, trades both sides of the opening range. Let's take a look at a couple of the trades that were taken here. Jay was looking for longs. I mean, we're looking for pullbacks to look for opportunities for longs. Jay took a long at 23,622. That one didn't work out. He took another one at 23,644. That one also didn't work out. We did have Chike come in, and he started looking for longs as well. He just took one long. He said, that's it for me. 23,525 was his long, getting stopped out at some point lower. But taking a look at the context here, we are looking at a market that has been presenting as stronger throughout the day today. It took forever to even come down and close the session gap, which closed here at 23,445 and a quarter, checking down to settlement, testing right to the value area high and rejecting it. Remember, the S&P is traded through value to the value area low. NASDAQ is holding a much stronger view, whatever you want to call it, a much stronger market today in the NASDAQ than in the S&Ps. All right, let's get to the quotable quote, and we'll get on with the next segment, Lunchbox Trading. I think you'll find this one interesting. This is a Stephen King quote, actually. And he says, monsters are real and ghosts are real too. They live inside of us, and sometimes they win. Now, how does that relate to trading? Well, a number of years ago, there was a trader at Topstep, and he was a funded trader, and I had the opportunity to work a lot with him. And he was a good trader, was able to make money. But when things went south, I used to say that there was a Tasmanian devil in the back of his brain. And when he would switch, when he would go on tilt, that little Tasmanian devil in the back of his brain would come out and absolutely scramble his brains and scramble his trading. I think we all, to some degree, have a little monster inside of us that might come out when we are feeling tilted and scramble our brains and scramble our trading. Don't let them win. It says here sometimes they win. But when you sense that little monster inside your head is starting to take over, that's your sign to walk away. That is your sign to walk away. When I told this trader that, and he started walking away, when he started to feel on tilt and when his little Tasmanian devil was coming out in the back of his head, he became a much better trader, a much happier person, I think, because he was able to kind of walk away when he was feeling that little monster get out of its cage. Monsters are inside of us. Sometimes they even live in chat, and they certainly live on social media. Don't let them win. That's it, traders. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up here with Jack, Coach Paul. VWAP George is with us, and we got a little crypto corner today with Colin Woodward near the end of this segment. And after that, Mindset Matters, myself and Agnieszka. Looking forward to that as well. So this is Topstep TV, folks. You're in the right place. Let's go. And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the bond auction and your lunch. This is Lunchbox Trading. For the next half hour or so, I'm going to be chopping it up with two favorites of the Topstep ecosystem. We got Coach Paul with us and also the legendary VWAP George. George, welcome back, man. You're a favorite of all of ours.
Thanks, man. Glad to be back.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice, VWAP.
Yeah, last time I saw you, Paul, we were smoking a cigar in Chicago.
Yeah, drinking Guinness. It was a great time.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I think the plural is Guinea. You drink a few Guinea. George, I'll go around the horn here first. Are you in any positions now, or what have you been trading today?
I'm flat. I took a couple trades in a combine. I've been trading actually pretty poor. I'm trying to automate some things, and naturally, instead of using practice accounts, I'm using combines, which is really stupid. But so last month or two, I haven't been trading all that great. Decided to slow it down today and took a couple trades. Not like the market was all that great. It's pretty choppy. I didn't know what direction it was going to go until it finally fell out of bed there for a little while. But yeah, flat right now, up a couple $100 in combine. Should probably lock it out. It's only 50K. So.
Oh, nice progress there. We'll get back to asking why you are VWAP George. But Paul, what about you? Are you in any positions right now?
Yeah, I just bought the S&P at this level. We had a bit possible J trade for those who watch at the buzzer. We had large volume on the bottom. We closed above that 3-minute bar or candle, and it's a low risk trade. It's $100 risk. So actually, if we make a new low, then I am stopped out.
All right. Well, we're within a few points of the low on the ES right now. The 63.50 level we talked about, it did give one or two opportunities to buy, as long as you weren't going for some crazy risk reward. It worked out. Going below it again here. I'll have to get those lows.
Yeah. Also, I have the 200 bar half hour average at 63.41. So we'll see if this can hold. I might add. If not, I took some risk and took a small loss.
Right on. Looking at the NASDAQ, we came all the way back and did close that settlement gap sometime in the last segment there, dancing around settlement right now. We got the ES down 0.4%, NASDAQ scratch. Russell, the redheaded stepchild of finance, is down 0.8% right now. George, we've only been on a few times together. Can you why are you VWAP George? Is that just your name, or is VWAP special to you?
So I was in chat. This is quite a while ago. I was in chat, and MP was on a little more often. Really trying to get the show going, and sometimes I try and be funny. And VWAP was mentioned quite a bit. So I actually started studying it. I think Anne Marie was teaching a little bit of it. You got Coach Jay, who was talking about it a lot. Bought Brian Shannon's book, and I just kind of realized, and it was partially a joke because I put it in quotes. I said all roads lead to VWAP, and then a hyphen, and then my name. So MP liked that, thought it was funny, and it's kind of been like a coined thing ever since. So
that reminds me, I got to make those shirts at some point. I want those all roads lead to VWAP.
Yeah.
We're quite a bit below VWAP for the time being. Paul, did you get stopped out there on that trade?
No, I still have it. And it came within a tick. So yeah,
serendipitous.
I still own it.
Oh, can I say something real quick?
Please.
Alfie and Chad, that was awesome. Like the last few days, trading like that live in an hour, that was amazing.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
impressive. I do the reversal challenge. I get anxiety.
right.
Doing that live, it's great to show off different ways people trade. I'm taking a vibe check on the chat right now. I'm seeing more buy the dip. Oh, Chris says falling knife. So we still have short trend folks in here. Tilt right now, 63% long in the ES. I like this trade you're in, Paul. Reclaiming
Yeah.
that 63.50 again.
Yeah, this break is
Now-
coming. By the way, this break is coming off a huge run up overnight.
Mhm.
So, we've knocked some shorter term players out, and actually, I think the market might even be a little short. Let's look at VWAP. VWAP, and I have it on half hour, is 63.82. So we're very far removed from that. I can imagine that there's some shorts in here. I think in probabilities for a small risk of $100 using one micro, if I can get 200 out of it, I'm out.
All right. Well,
I went
heard
long
some order
here
fill
on
in the
NAS or
VMix.
M&Q rather, risking some of my profits. I have the yesterday's New York Open VWAP. Just bounced right off of that from the previous close, then the yesterday's VWAP. Then we have yesterday's previous high. So it's bouncing right off of that. Again, risking some profits. And I'll try and go to at least 1-to-1 here, maybe something like that.
All right. I like those trades. Somebody asking why getting long there. Paul, why you already mentioned, I think, why you got long there.
Yeah.
I see reasons as well that, if you're going to take a long, you could do a lot worse than this level. We've tested below it a little bit a few times and it's come back. I like it. I'm trying to think if I'm going to
I'll review why I did. The 200 bar moving average on the half hour, I have at 63.41. I also, on a 3-minute chart, there was selling exhaustion with greater than average volume on the sell side that we closed above. So when I see that, we call this a J trade at the buzzer. Coach J has showed us that. And in the short term, we're oversold in a very short term. Worth $100 of risk on a micro. If I make 200, I'm out. But those are the reasons why I got long.
I think so too. And I mean, if you look, I have 15-minute bars up here. You could see like earlier when it was going down, it's just lower, low, lower, low, lower, low, lower, low, lower, low. Looked like it was going to rebound there. That probably tricked some people up there. Had that kind of strong sell off, and then it's just been kind of wicking a little bit below that 350 level right here, and it hasn't been able to break through it. Tried a couple more times, so I'm feeling you guys right now.
Yeah. So I'd have to ask VWAP, George, do you use VWAP?
Yeah. It's I can't get away from it. I'll sit back and like, well, let's try a little longer term strategy, start over, and it's just like one of the first things I put on my chart. It works, so it's hard for me to get away from it. It's just, and then I start adding high a day VWAPs and low a day VWAPs and stuff like that, just for more confluence with levels, right? And I tell anybody, everybody has different levels, and if you use it with confluence, like with the VWAP, they work even better. So yeah, I use VWAP all the time.
Yeah, I think that's the best tool I've seen since I left the trading floor almost 20 years ago. When I was in the bond room, it was a very loud room. I mean, when it was trading and it was busy, it was deafening. Someone compared it to a 747 takeoff.
Oh.
And kind of when I think of selling exhaustion, where it's making lows, when I was on the floor, it would be really loud because there was trading going on, mostly selling as we're making new lows. And then it would just get quiet, like that on a snap. And while that was audible volume,
yeah.
what I noticed was, okay, I could take a scalp here. I would just buy it looking for about 5 ticks, and it would work a good percentage of the time. And when I got off the trading floor, I struggled with reading volume. It's kind of tricky, because most of it is price based. But when I saw VWAP and I understood what it was, volume weighted average price, it takes volume right into the price and can give you a great hint on where the volume has an imbalance. So it's been a great tool for me. I'm glad that you've taken that moniker, whether you meant it or not. But for new traders, it's a great tool.
It's awesome. I've listened to you with Coach Jay and at the buzzer, and you speak about VWAP all the time, and so I've learned from you as well. Actually, the Profiteers, this new group coming up, you got lucky because you got a really nice coach, and he's more of a pat you on the back type of coach, and I learned a lot from this guy. So don't let it slip away. Take it slow. I know you've heard that a lot, but really take it slow. I tried to be a hero and came in and thought I was going to make a name for myself, and I'll just pass this in 2-3 days, no problem. I didn't. Got my ass kicked. Take it slow. You got plenty of time.
That's great, because that's one of the lessons. Like you said, take it slow. I think the opportunity in that is to take the time to learn good habits and skills and sharpen your focus and develop as a trader. Like you said, sometimes it's like, if I want to get this done by the end of the week. And you might get it, but have you developed any skills that'll help you over a longer period of time? So I'm glad to hear that. You're easy to work with and fun to drink with too.
Hey, that's the key.
I can second that. We just touched new session lows in the ES. Does that mean you're out, Paul, or are you still hanging on?
I haven't heard it yell at me. I'm gonna take away.
I was too.
Where is?
Wow.
Oh, I took it a little lower. So my stop is at losing my vision. 39.5. Right under the 200 bar moving average on the half hour. That's where I'm.
Mine's
all right.
at 23,401.75, and I just got stopped.
Yeah.
I'd imagine I'm going to get stopped here soon.
I still like it.
Yeah. It ain't easy being long today. No, I don't think Bostic's still talking, but it seems like it. We got a pretty good pump so far this week after those really dismal numbers on Friday. And we were talking, half joking, maybe even not joking at all, that we have a 1 day memory of one bad day for bad numbers, no matter how bad they are. And I think maybe between Bostic talking and the continuing claims today, it's just a reminder that sort of like a tickle on your spine for the market to get these sellers in action. But enough of those negative thoughts. We got JD back here. What are we doing first, JD? Hot streaks?
Let's do those hot streaks. We've got some XFA hot streaks to run through real quick. Funded trader hot streaks, XFA traders. Up at the top, Vi still on top there. 35 days worth $11,770 trading the MNQ. Alexander P in second place, 31 days worth $17,224 trading the NASDAQ. Had a nice day, made $1,204 trading the NQ yesterday. I'm on top, 29 days worth $15,293 trading the NQ. Cedric, 28 days worth $12,019 trading the micro NASDAQ. And Mobin, 28 days worth $14,883 trading the NQ. $450 day yesterday for Mobin also. Those are your XFA hot streaks. I'll be back in just a few minutes with some live funded trader hot streaks too.
Yeah, we'll give you a bit. We're still just hanging out at the lows. It's kind of like a reverse copy, a mirrored copy of yesterday, where we were just always within that high a day line. Well, what's the next level up here? 633, 6,000 even. Where's our beloved SPX at? We're about 15 points above 6,300, 6,317 in the SPX. What are we thinking, guys?
If it gets above 414 and maybe retest yesterday's anchored VWAP, I might go long again. Stop basically in the same spot.
Now,
Yeah.
the next level of support I have is 63.29. After this,
Yeah,
on
that's
my
about
daily
where I
line.
am too. Oh no, what was that? Something new always happens here. Sounded like someone was getting abducted by aliens. Yeah, we had a pretty weak bond auction at noon today. First bad one of, sent it about 3 bips initially higher in the yields. So 63.29 is where you're maybe looking next.
Support on a price basis.
Sorry, Paul. Your audio's been cutting a little in and out, but you're in now. Yeah, now it does.
All right, 63.29 is my next area of support. But we haven't broken through to the downside yet. We're on the precipice. I have a question for you, Jack. We're speaking of bonds.
Please.
Yesterday, in all the treasuries, we had a 5-minute spike. I mean, it was about a full point in the bonds, only to come right back up. Was there any news on that?
No news. Let me show you, because this is such a fun chart to look at. Let me go to like the 5 minutes so we can really see this here. Here is the ZB contract. Let's go back to here it is. Oh my goodness. Let me take some of this garbage off here. What you're referring to is this move here.
Yeah.
No, this is one of the, so I'm on 5-minute candles right now. Look at how high the volume is for those 5-minute candles. Those 2 in a row
On
compared
both
to
sides.
everything else. Yeah, on both sides of it. So this spooked the market. This is where the action came from. What I've seen online, and we'll never know for sure because we weren't those involved in the trade, is they're suspecting it might have been a fat finger
Okay.
or somebody intentionally, if you get the ball rolling, there's a whole school of thought, and I've seen it. You see it all the time. Let me go back to our screen here. That all this liquidity being provided is a bit of a myth. If things start acting funny, it's like when you saw the flash crash or whatever. There's all this liquidity, but what's the point of it if it instantly disappears if
Right.
something spooky happens? And I think maybe it was a fat finger that led to people being like, because if you don't know something's a fat finger, you see like a huge order sell bonds. You're like, I know from my standpoint, it's don't even think about it. Just go with it because by the time you know why, you're effed.
It's too.
So that's probably what got the ball rolling there.
Yeah, because I found it interesting because it happened in a 10-year too, and a 5-year. All of the yield curve went with it, and it was big volume. So I was like, it was very interesting. Maybe it is a fat finger, and all the other instruments went with it. This when the market first went to computer-based trading. There was, I don't know if you remember, this happened. This had to be late 90s. There was a big bank testing their front end. And literally, guys sat on a keyboard and sent all these orders, selling orders. It's something like what we just saw. And it was side-by-side trading, and no one could figure it. It just kept on the sell orders. They spilled, but the pit really it wasn't trading in the pit. And it all happened in a couple minutes. At the end of the story was the guy, after they were testing, one of the guys was leaning up against the desk, and his rear end hit the sell button, enter, and it just sent out 10,000 cells. Maybe it was a fat finger error, but man, it was a big move.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks. I can show you a little bit right here. Let me bear with me for 1 second. So I'll share this tab instead here. When you look at the spreads, the reason they all move in tandem is like if somebody fat fingers bonds, there's so many people out there who are trading spreads, especially like the 10s 30 we're looking at now. So you can see that spike right here that instantly reverts. Basically, if you're doing spreads, you have the resting offer. So when that person's selling, okay, you're getting filled long to ZB and you're selling the ZN. And that trade is extremely common, so it's going to move with it. This is yesterday was the first day in, I don't know, 10 years that I wish I was still doing bond spreads professionally, because I guarantee you, like, that would be something a lot of people made a killing on. It just, you couldn't ask for a better mean reversion setup than that when you're hedged in the other things.
The knob.
The knob, baby.
The fob. Those are all spreads on the yield curve for those people who don't follow it. And they're absolutely monstrous traders in there for big size. That's probably why we had that volume. Very interesting.
Well, really quick, we'll shift gears. We're still hanging out a little bit of bounce here in the ES. We put in the low so far at 63.40 quarter, trading about 7 points higher, but we have JD sitting back here. He's got to hit us one more time with his lovely stats. Mr. Doherty.
These lovely, lovely stats. Here's your live funded hot streaks list. Here we go. John N up at the top. 17 days. We're at $6,563. Trading the S&P. Jacob, 14 days. Worth $10,320. Had a nice day trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Jacob did $1,924 in profits trading the micros. Keyshawn, 6 days worth $5,230 trading the NQ. Dante, 5 days worth $5,730 also trading the NQ. And Tishang, 5 days worth $4,393. Picked up about $350 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Those are the live funded trader hot streaks, guys.
Thank you
Some
kindly
nice streaks
there.
there.
Yeah, wouldn't mind it. So we're coming up in about a couple minutes. We have Colin Woodward here to talk crypto. I think yeah, I can see him in the green room. Looking good, Colin. Before we do that, I just want to throw it to each of our esteemed guests here. Starting with Coach Paul. Any words of wisdom for your team going forward today?
Yeah, we started out this week with lessons in psychological decision making and trading. And I'm going to start with that again, is creating a trading plan that's repeatable, that has an edge over time, and understanding that's what as a trader, that's what we need to execute and we need to follow. Get out of impulsive trading and trade with a purpose. That's executing a strategy. So even the best strategies can fail or will fail when a trader cannot control emotions, handle losses, or maintain discipline. So our first week, we have been focusing on that, and going forward with that comes the discipline of being able to take trades without fear of losing.
Well put, Paul. And George, thanks for joining. Any final words?
Yeah, when I was in VIP, it was really hard for me to take a loss. And it's really silly. You know, I've played a lot of poker, and if you have a coin and it's a 50-50 chance, sometimes it comes up heads like 5 times in a row. You're going to lose, period. But if you got $2 for every time it came up heads and $1 every time it came up tails, I'll take heads every time, forever. So just watch your risk, watch your reward. You'll be fine.
All right. Thank you, George. We're going to transfer over right now. I think we're going right into this. Giving a thumbs up from Cam and back. All right. Well, with that, it's been a while, but we're doing a little. By the way, thanks, George, Paul. We'll see you soon. It's time for us to do a little crypto corner here. Hello, everybody. We weren't gone long, were we? I am joined by a gentleman with an incredible selection of whiskeys behind him, I think. That's a pretty good-looking wall he got there. This is Colin Woodward, a friend of some of us at Topstep. And could you tell us a little bit about what you do as far as the crypto industry goes?
Sure. So I am a crypto lawyer by trade. I've been a practicing attorney for, the last 13, 14 years or so now. But in 2020, right around the time like COVID hit, I pivoted full time into crypto, and that's where I've been since. So it's obviously a very exciting industry, an industry not without its problems, and is kind of like the buzz of the town, and certainly Washington, D.C. at the moment.
It certainly is. So did you kind of make that transition into it because you had previous experience of owning crypto or trading crypto, or was it more of like this law is really exciting to me, or both.
Well, actually, at the time, so when I got into crypto in 2017, right, it was mostly just, admittedly, as a bystander, right? It was incredibly interested in markets, especially these new nascent, evolving crypto markets, right? There weren't really many, if any, laws and regulations governing crypto at that time, which is kind of what led to lots of the. I don't know if you're familiar with the ICO bubble of 2017, where effectively all these companies were going out and raising hundreds of millions of dollars by launching tokens, right? And there was a big clash with regulators over that. So we've come a long way since then, and now the new administration has certainly helped push the industry farther and faster than even I could have predicted or imagined just 7 or 8 months ago.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of confusion, myself included, of sort of with this Genius Act and the new bills. We offer, you can trade micro Bitcoin futures here. As far as the industry goes, what do you think is like the most important part of this Genius Act? Sort of like cliff notes, if you will.
Yeah. Well, let's touch on those like nano futures for a second, real quick, actually, because I think it's just probably one of the most interesting
pulled it
things
up.
for your viewers, right? So I'm not sure if what you guys are looking at is the same thing as like the perpetual futures that Coinbase just launched, which I believe were the first in the U.S., right? Just a number of months ago, the U.S. actually didn't have access to any perp futures markets for like Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? These were all largely offshore because the CFTC hadn't given its nod of approval, right? But Coinbase finally launched these. The perp futures markets have been by far the most dominant form of crypto derivatives markets in the industry for basically since its existence, right? So it was kind of a big milestone for the U.S. to finally get some of these perps futures, right? And they're actually marketed, as you mentioned, like the nano perps, because they're actually kind of long dated futures contracts out to 5 years. They're not technically in perpetuity. So.
Yes. Here at Topstep, we have access to they call it the micro Bitcoin futures. So over at the CME, they have Ethereum futures, they have Bitcoin contracts that are 5 Bitcoin per contract. What I have pulled up now on our screen when we go to it are the micros, kind of the same thing, but this is just the CME product. Each of these is worth 1/10 of 1 Bitcoin for the future, and then whichever month you go out. So that's where our folks are trading here. Let us know in chat, by the way, if you guys have experimented at all with the Bitcoin futures in our program. I'm trying to decide how much we should try and be looking into that on the show now, as opposed to Colin. We mostly focus on equity indice futures, gold, and oil for now, because that's what our traders trade. But obviously, with Bitcoin especially becoming so popular, there's a lot of interest in these things. So that's cool. Thanks for sharing. What do you
I
think?
can tell you,
like
anecdotally as
go ahead.
well. Don't pass up Ethereum as well, right? It's also been labeled as a commodity by the SEC, and I can tell you just from offhand conversations with folks at BlackRock that Ethereum products are the third most traded product in their entire book right now. Bitcoin being one of the other ones at the top there. So the institutions are really here for those two particular crypto assets.
Awesome. Since we have you here, what do you think the most interesting thing are you looking at in the near future as far as the crypto industry? As someone who's admittedly, I know enough to probably be dangerous about all these things, but obviously the legal framework has become a huge thing. Is there anything on the horizon we should be looking out for coming down the pipe?
Yeah, it really still all comes down to legislation here, right? Because for the past 5-6 years, the industry has largely just been kind of reading the tea leaves with regulators as to, the appropriate way to conduct themselves and do business, right? As you mentioned just a bit ago, we finally got the Genius Act, right? The Genius Act is the piece of legislation that will regulate the issuance of stablecoins, which are basically digital dollars on a blockchain. And it says that, all of the a permitted stablecoin issuer can issue a stablecoin if it's backed 1-to-1 by US dollars, US Treasury bonds, and other like eligible funds. They have to agree to be regulated as a financial institution, which means that they have to kind of comport with all of like the common banking regulations around anti-money laundering and the prevention of financial crimes, et cetera. And then the final piece was that stablecoins have been classified as non-securities and non-commodities, which is all great because now we have a really powerful tool to get the U.S. dollar out there on the internet in another form or fashion, and kind of continue on with that U.S. dollar hegemony that we've had for so long. So
yeah, it's a nice thing to have. Sorry, international audience. I was going to ask, so who is the regulator for, these stable coins that need to be backed 1-to-1? From the limited amount I know, like with some of them that had been a concern in the past, who's kind of in charge of making sure that that is the case?
Yeah, in charge of stablecoins under the Genius Act is the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, actually. So neither the SEC nor the CFTC. No. And that's
Okay.
good actually, because originally they were thinking that maybe the Fed should oversee that, and that's something that I had personal objections to. I don't think the Fed should be involved in the regulation or kind of overseeing of the issuance of private stablecoins, right? Private companies. So I think it landed in a good spot.
That is good. Is there any? I have to be careful because you are a lawyer, so you can't tell all of your stories. But I'm trying to think how I can get around this. What have you ever seen? What's the wackiest thing you've seen someone do with a ton of money they made from cryptocurrency? Because I've seen there's some interesting things out there.
I mean, back in the COVID heyday 2021, when you basically just had the liquidity waterfall and everyone was flush. Maybe you remember like the Bored Ape Yacht Club phenomenon with the monkey JPEGs and everything like that. Had some very close clients that were part of the starting group there, and they all went on to be outrageously wealthy just trading pictures of monkeys on the blockchain. And it's something that I wish I would have taken more seriously at that time. Let's put it that way.
Oh, absolutely. And if there are any newly minted crypto billionaires watching, I think a good purchase would be the Chicago White Sox. I think that anybody should buy the Chicago White Sox and do something with them.
Literally anyone. Yes.
Literally anyone else.
And
Don, where are you based?
Chicago.
Oh, okay. Me too.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, you understand the pain there. Right now we got the MBTs trading 117.090. We'll keep an eye on that as we go forward. Trying to think, Colin, are there any? Discuss the Genius Act. We were talking like the apes earlier. I haven't heard as much about the apes and NFTs. Is there still, I don't know, a robust marketplace for that, or was that kind of like a fad that we're like beyond now?
I would say both. There are still like robust marketplaces where these things are traded, but volumes are way down, and I think it can be safely classified now as a fad. Maybe like fads tend to come and go, right? Like I'm not saying that they can't have another heyday, those particular NFTs anyhow. But the moment of the NFT is kind of went out with a bang.
Yeah, it did. There's one more thing I just remembered that I have to ask you about because you were the right person to talk to, and I'm curious about it. I saw there was this kind of thing back and forth with Robinhood and OpenAI, where Robinhood is selling. Forgive me if I'm wrong and explain this. Some sort of token, and OpenAI is like, this. Yes, this isn't equity in our company. What is that? I feel like Chris Farley right now.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah. So effectively, what Robinhood, what Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood, was trying to market there are these shares of private companies, specifically OpenAI and SpaceX, I believe, were the two that were mentioned in that big announcement, right? And I think, I'm just kind of guessing here. I don't actually have any direct inside information or anything like that, but I think what Vlad has done is found a cohort of early investors in those two companies who are looking for liquidity, and they would love to be able to share, the equity that they hold in those private companies, right? Now, typically, when you have equity in a private company, it's subject to a whole bunch of transfer restrictions, right? And that's obviously because the company that issues the stock doesn't want its stock freely traded amongst its, folks on its cap table without its consent. But what Vlad and Robinhood have tried to do is basically create, and again, conjecture, okay, create a separate entity for this private stock, create a derivative of the stock, and then tokenize that and sell it through Robinhood. And as you can probably gather from like the big announcements and all the clashing on social media, OpenAI wasn't too thrilled with that, and I think they have a whole lot more details to work out behind the scenes on how that's actually going to operate in the future, if at all.
That is going to be fascinating. We were just discussing yesterday. I guess OpenAI is raising more money at $500 billion valuation. So I am just counting down the days till we get that IPO, because it will be pretty lit, as they say. Colin, we're running short in time here. We would love to have you back whenever. There's always a new story, I feel like, every week, 2 weeks in the crypto space. But any final words or thoughts you want to give to our audience here? The traders are yours.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I kind of reiterate what I mentioned before, which is, I think that crypto markets in particular just continue to be one of the most interesting things out there, right? I'm both an equities trader and a crypto trader, but markets that operate 24/7, 365 are quite unlike any other markets out there. Now, of course, like the crypto markets are not as mature, I guess is a nice word, as equities markets and similar markets, but I think it's kind of, you have a very curious audience, and so I would just recommend to start to dive in and see what you can learn and go from there.
They are super curious. It was lovely having you once again. This is Colin Woodward, crypto lawyer. I love that title, that designation. Learned a lot with you. I'll come back with even better questions next time we meet, but love that you're kind of operating in this market that is growing. That's what it's all about. But don't leave us yet, because right after this, Hoag is coming back. We got Mindset Matters with Agnieszka Wood. She's a mindset coach with over 20 years of experience. They'll be taking questions right from you in the chat. So stick around. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Welcome, traders, to Mindset Matters. We are very happy to have back with us Agnieszka Wood. She is a 20-year experienced in personal development. She's an active trader. She's been working with traders for many years, and we are very happy again to have Agnieszka back with us. Agnieszka, how are you today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really grateful, always humbled by being able to present to your audience. So thank you to Michael and to you guys, the whole team, for making this possible. I appreciate that.
Well, we are just, as mentioned, we're just very happy to have you here, and we look forward to having a great question and answer. But Agnieszka, you wanted to start with something very important, and that most, if not all, traders struggle with, and that's discipline. But you're looking at it with a different kind of a view in compassionate discipline. So
that's right.
I'm going to let you go. Let's do your thing, and we'll get to the questions later. Folks, if you do have questions, start putting them in the chat now. We're going to collect them. And if you don't have questions yet, hopefully Agnieszka's presentation here is going to jar some questions out of you. She's going to be here until basically 2 o'clock, and we're going to get the most out of this. And Agnieszka, go for it.
Thank you so much, John. Well, so I'm here to definitely trigger some questions, guys. It's always an honor to speak to you. And my intention for today is to inspire you to take a look at yourself as a trader, and with a little bit different, maybe a little bit more compassionate eyes. And I will explain in a minute what I mean with that. So just before we get into the gist of it, let me just quickly share a few facts about me, for those of you who do not know me. And I'll tell you how only those things that are really relevant to the topic that we are going to be talking about today. So I'm originally Polish, and at the age of 22, I immigrated to the Netherlands. And then since 2013, I live in US, Florida. And some might say, actually, I hear it quite a lot, when I share my story with people, they say, wow, it takes a lot of courage to do that. And I mean the moving part, not the living in Florida part. Even though I have to say it takes courage to live in Florida at some points as well. So I graduated with a degree in marketing and management and built a successful career in the corporate world. And I also founded and grew several successful businesses prior to trading. So I have achieved a lot, and all that thanks to being a very disciplined person and asking always a lot from myself. I'm a high achiever, and I know that a lot of traders are also high achievers, because how otherwise would you even think of trying to do something that's as challenging as trading? And I have always been fascinated by human psychology, and that was alongside my corporate career. So I always did something that helped me grow and develop as a person, and really dig deeper into what is driving me and how can I move past it. That led me to become an NLP master practitioner and a trainer in early 2000, and then became a life coach. And based on my own experience and all the things that I went through and how rewarding the experience of growth was, I am incredibly excited to be helping other people to create a lasting change and to grow in both their personal and their business, professional lives. So if you ask me what I do for fun, this is basically what I do. I help people to expand so they can have greater flexibility and more freedom in their life. My personal trading journey began in 2010, but it wasn't until 2014 that I made a decision to pursue it as a full-time career. And like many new traders, I ran into a lot of challenges, hitting the wall every time again, struggling with consistency, finding myself stuck in the cycle, constantly failing for like 2 years. And I even stepped away from trading for a bit because, I came to the point where I was like, why am I even doing this? But I was never ready to give up. And if you are anything like me, and if you are a high achiever, you might recognize that feeling of, I am not gonna give up, because giving up is not an option, right? For so many reasons. I could fill another hour with that. But after I did a lot of soul searching, and at that time, luckily enough, I had that knowledge and experience how to do that. I have been able to identify that what was actually going wrong, what was standing in my way, and make the changes that allowed me to completely shift everything. And what I have discovered was that the ways that I used to use to achieve success in my private life, in my professional life, my business career, was not the way that I could use in trading. And one of those things that wasn't working, or I should say it was working against me, was discipline. The discipline in the way that I understood that, in the way that my parents, the school, and even corporate world have taught me. And that's why I want to talk about it today, because what I've learned from coaching traders since 2019 was that those exact things that we have learned how to achieve success in our life, this is exactly what is keeping them stuck in a vicious cycle and repeating the same type of behaviors that are hurting their account, their confidence, self-esteem, and a lot of times also their health and their personal life. And I have helped many of them break the cycle and then start following their plan with consistency, trade with confidence and self-control, so that they can become consistently profitable traders. So let me ask you this. If you are a high achiever, and you can let me know in a chat, and you consider yourself successful in your life to some degree, right? Most likely you have worked hard for it. Am I right? Because most traders, they have already success, and that's why when they come into trading, they believe, I can easily do that. Look at me. I have achieved so much. And they come to trading and they struggle. So let me ask you this. Do you think you have worked hard enough in trading? You have worked hard enough so that now you feel like that should finally start paying off, shouldn't it? Do you actually experience that no matter how hard you work, you still don't get the results you want? And you can let me know if there are people saying something in the chat, if they recognize this.
I know I do. Coming from a long path of and a long journey in trading. I quit a number of times, but I always came back. I never actually quit, just walked away for a while.
Right.
I never really considered myself really a high achiever, but some of the things you're saying are really resonating with me, because I've been saying this to people for a long time. Is we're not hardwired to succeed in futures trading. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of the wiring of the brain is to not
Right.
succeed in futures trading. So I can completely agree with that from the things that I know. I'm no expert, but I've been around and I've seen a few things.
Right.
So
Yeah. So I wonder,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, so I
No.
wonder, I wonder if, if you see this, do you ever felt like this in trading after a trading day? Do you
Yes.
ever beat yourself up for making mistakes or losing money? Thinking, feeling like maybe there's really something fundamentally wrong with me, because let's face it, you know what to do, but more often than not, you do the exact opposite, right? So it might make you wonder, like, what is wrong with me? Why am I doing this over and over again? I know better. And every time when you fail, you wrap yourself up, because you're not a quitter, and you use everything you have and you make new promises, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get there. I'm going to fight until I get there. And then you start again, fighting, pushing yourself and working hard. And that's exactly the thing. That's the problem. Because disciplining and pushing yourself harder is creating pressure that is activating all kinds of sabotaging mechanisms on a subconscious level. What you said about the wiring. We have those built-in or wired, actually, old patterns, the way that we do things, and we take that and we bring it into trading. And those are working against our best interest in trading. And they make us jump into trades without a plan and remove our stops, oversize, revenge trade, and I think everyone really recognized those behaviors, right? So
yes, we all do for sure. And it is, you're right.
right.
I mean, trading is one thing that you can work really, really hard at and lose money. It's not the work.
Right. So for those of you who are still wondering why is this not working, the whole working hard thing, it's because really hard worker is not one of the requirements on the job description of a trader, because working hard is working against you, because you keep adding pressure while you need to keep working on releasing pressure, because you are already in a very high pressure environment. And maybe you think, oh, well, but I don't feel that pressure. Well, your body, your nervous system, and your brain might think a little bit different about that. So operating in market conditions, it's a little bit like walking on a suspension bridge. It's risky. It's shaking. There are people behind you who might do something irresponsible, and you have no control over them. And you really have no idea if it's going to hold, especially if you are in some location where you look at the bridge and you're like, I'm not sure about the maintenance of this thing. It's a little iffy.
I've been on one of those. Scared,
right?
Scared the heck out of me.
Yeah, so you recognize it. That is like, okay, there are a lot of people walking on it, and they're all standing there, but you still feel that uncertainty. There is a lot of risk involved in the market, the uncertainty, and on top of that, it's very unpredictable. And most people are not used to deal with this kind of conditions. In life, we are looking for avenues to look for certainty. We lie to ourselves. We buy insurances. We promise things to ourselves. We are trying to control everyone or control whatever we can. Perfectionism, for example. How many traders are perfectionists? Perfectionism is a form of dealing with control issues. You're trying to make sure that you are controlling everything so that nothing unexpected happens. And if you take that and bring it into trading, you're in trouble. So if you are trying to do your best, you hold on basically to the bridge, and you're trying to handle the things as you would normally do by just pushing forward, trying to control the environment around you, the market. You're trying to prevent the mistakes from happening and basically suppress your emotions because you don't want to feel that fear. Or ideally, some traders try to eradicate emotions, right? Because they feel like if I don't have emotions, then it's going to be much easier. Because after all, aren't the emotions that are causing all this trouble, right? No, they're not. It's not the emotions that are causing you the trouble. What you really need to understand, what I would like you to take away from here, is that there is nothing wrong with you. That most traders are simply unprepared from the mental perspective to handle their, what I call, working conditions. And if you have been around me for a while, you have heard me talking about the Blue Angels. The Navy squadron, Blue Angels, those guys who are flying these aerobatics in the air.
Sure.
Amazing, right?
Yeah. Oh, amazing.
There's a fantastic. Yes, I mean, can you just imagine the skill that those guys have? But that's not enough. There's a fantastic documentary on Netflix about them. It's called Blue Angels. And what happens is those guys are when they get selected, the first thing they are being trained on is they're going to the simulator and they are being exposed to G-forces. And guess what? Even though they are physically fantastically prepared, they're very smart guys, they know what they're doing, they all pass out because they were not taught how to deal with G-forces. This is not something that you learn at school or that you do every day in your life, right? So after that, they are being taught how to regulate the G-forces within their body so that they are not passing out and they can actually do those aerobatics in the air. So you can see the market, you can see yourself as this blue angel, so to say. And what you are exposing yourself every day you sit in front of your screen are those G-forces of the market. And not just from the market, it's also your G-forces from here, your emotional and your mental triggers that are coming at you when you are in front of the screen. So you are bringing your usual ways, how you think you need to do things and think and make decisions, but those ways are incompatible in the environment of the market. And because there is no alignment with how you're trying to operate and how the market operates, most traders are just simply repeating the same mistakes and they struggle to move forward. There is no alignment. So considering that your usual ways to exercise discipline is not working, I would like to share with you a little bit different approach. And that's what John mentioned, something that I call compassionate discipline.
I think we can all use a little compassionate discipline. I think this is going to be really good. Pay attention, folks.
Right. Compassionate discipline is really like, it might sound really strange because how we all are used to discipline is something that naturally we don't want, right? We kind of know trader has to be disciplined, but it already feels like something hard to do and something unpleasant, right? Discipline, just the word itself. I don't know to you, but to me, even it sounds like harsh. So when you put the compassion in front of it, sorry?
Forcing yourself to do something you don't want to do.
Exactly. So in every area of life, there are things that we don't want to do. And there are two different ways to approach it. You can force it and push yourself, or you can do it with compassion. And compassion and discipline is actually even a bigger concept than that. But it is what I have experienced and what I see from traders that I have coached is that this is the easiest way to get yourself to follow your trading plan and rebuild your confidence, which is so important in decision-making process. And it is also the quickest way to develop patience. And how many traders are struggling with patience, right? Just sitting there and watching the market and waiting for their setup instead of just jumping into it.
It's so hard. So hard.
Right. And so it is hard already. And then when you push yourself to do it, you're creating even more pressure and making it even harder. So it's always this pushing things away from yourself instead of creating space for things to come to you. So compassionate discipline, just in a nutshell, because I can really spend another hour talking about it, is about having the discipline to consistently choose to act in your best interest, regardless the condition. And it sounds maybe very simple, but if you really think about it, acting always in your best interest. How many times we are not even thinking what is in our best interest? We are so acting on an automatic pilot. Choosing to act in your best interest has a lot to do with having clear boundaries, for example. How far do you let the market hurt you? How do you even see the market? Is it something that you build a relationship with, or is this something that you are fighting with? To what extent are you acting from a survival instinct something that you have learned, things to fight for, or how much are you actually operating from the perspective of, this is what I want and this is what I'm going to focus on, but I am not going to compromise my well-being. So really thinking from the perspective of self-love, your goals in your life, and how does trading fits into all that. It's about creating the balance between self-respect, because, yes, you want to make money, but at what cost? At what cost are you now trying to make money? Just think about all the stress. Think about the issues that you might have in your relationship because of that, all the money that you have lost that are, causing you to feel bad about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Accountability, which has to do with self-integrity. So when you say you do something, that you actually do it. Integrity, what I notice these days, is not such a common occurrence. But in trading, if you don't have integrity, it's not going to be easy for you to stick to your plan, because there is so many things pulling you away from it, and building high level of self-integrity is absolutely key there. And perseverance, but not perseverance from the perspective I'm going to push and fight for it, but perseverance from your inner strength, from knowing how far you can go without overstretching. And this is, physically, mentally, but also financially. And that balance, those three things combined with the empathy, with patience, and also willingness to grow without judging yourself. Because if you want to grow, there's so many different aspects of that. If you want to grow financially, you have to accept that growth comes with change. And change feels uncomfortable. And what happens is that the moment that we are exposed to the environment that makes us uncomfortable, we just want to crawl back of what we know. And that puts you back into those old patterns. So you keep repeating them. The moment that you have actually made a step forward, this is why things feel uncomfortable. This is why you feel that anxiety sometimes, because you got out of your literally comfort zone. When you start changing, when you start exiting the patterns that you have been repeating all the time, this is where you will start getting challenged more, because now you are in the growth process where you are in a new position as a trader, as a person. So there's so much more to it. And I thought, if this has triggered anything within you, and you are interested to learn more about how to build compassionate discipline, then I would like to invite you to my free masterclass that I will be giving on August 20th. And I give this class only twice a year. And in fact, the last time that I was here, back beginning of this year, that was the first time when I was giving a class. And then this is the second time this year. So take your seat. If you want to find out more and learn how to build compassionate disciplines, spots are limited. So make sure you register, even though, like, if you say, oh, I cannot join on that day, there will be a replay available. So in that class, I will walk you through a 4-step approach that helps traders to stop the self-sabotage, stop those patterns that they're stuck in, and then trade with more confidence, without forcing discipline, without pushing, without working harder, and without relying on the willpower alone. So this is for those of you who have done the work, who are committed to your success, but still find yourself reacting under pressure and not being able to say no to those triggers. You just fall in right into it, and then you start trading unconscious, so to say. Remember, it's not about trying harder. It's about trading from mental state that supports follow through on your plan and on your word.
Excellent. And folks, it's free. It's free. You get to spend some time with Agnieszka, and you get to learn from Agnieszka. This is wonderful. This is a great opportunity for people to do just that, learn and grow. We're going to just go around the horn here and take a look at what's going on in the markets. Before we get into any question and answers, make sure you get your questions in. We've collected Agnieszka, everybody's really enjoying this this segment, and we're all in this together. We all, to some degree or another, feel all of these things that you're talking about. S&Ps and NASDAQ are really just kind of dragging along the bottoms here. Last in the S&Ps, we're looking at about 63.44 in the orders, 23.30.74 in the orders in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ finally getting some acceptance in yesterday's area of value. Gold is doing exactly what I thought the NASDAQ might do. It's just centering right around that IB low, just back and forth. Very toxic for me as a trader, and we're still short 3 micro crude oil, and it is dragging along the bottom. Just put in a new session low. See if we get down to that 63.70 weekly kickoff low. All right. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, there's that. Still short it. We're going to see if we can't take that all the way into the auto liquidators at the end of the day. Okay. Let's kind of go into some of the questions. And one of the last things that you said in your presentation is about how change is so uncomfortable. Why is that? Nobody likes change. Everybody does everything they can to avoid change. And even if it's good change, people avoid it. We know nobody likes bad changes to come your way, but even good changes, people resist that. Why is that, Agnieszka?
It is such a good question, John, because you see, it's actually such a interesting question because everything is changing. There is nothing in life or in nature that is standing still. And we just resist to accept that. Life would be so much easier if we would just accept the fact that everything is changing. We are trying to hold on to things that feel good. And we are trying to push away things that we don't want to feel. So then we suppress it. But because everything is energy and it's flowing, this is creating obstacles and problems because you get the energy stuck. And then, for example, like if you suppress your emotions, sooner or later, it's going to explode. Just like the wine cork. If you try to push it underwater, you can hold it for a while, but then when it pops, right? So the feeling of comfort, this is something like we operate in patterns. This gives us a feeling of comfort, and we like to feel comfortable. And many times, from the psychological perspective, we simply choose to feel comfortable over feeling or over going into a situation that's actually better for us. That's why a lot of people are stuck in patterns, like even in their lives, like in relationships, for example, that are maybe not very good for them, but at least they know it. At least they know what to expect. It's about that predictability that we find so comforting. When you change, you have to get out of that comfort zone. So that comfort is something that we are naturally choosing, that stops us, and we resist the change. So if you just realize that even if you resist change, it's still going to happen because nothing stands still. This is what happens in the market, right? When you take a trade and the market is moving, the price goes, and now you're in a trade, now you're out, you stopped out, now you're sad, you're sitting here, and you're like, why did I lose? I cannot lose. I cannot take that loss. What's going to happen? I'm not going to make it. Now you are lamenting about this loss. The market has moved. The market is already there and you're still here. You are now in such a misalignment with the timing, trying to solve this problem and maybe like, oh, maybe I should jump back in. And like, why would you jump back in? Because now you are misaligned with the trade, with the timing where the market is. So you got to first get yourself aligned, but just understanding that holding on to things and resisting the movement, all it does, it delays you. It doesn't stop the movement. It just makes you stuck in a certain point in your life, in your trading, without allowing you to actually get closer to where you want to be.
Agnieszka, are we really that weak to where we're always looking to take the path of least resistance, the easy way? Are we that weak?
I think the problem is we are too strong. And we are so used to fighting for things. People I worked with over the last 6 years, most of them, they have something in their life, some kind of experience, that the way that they had to come on top, that they had to struggle with something. They have a very, very strong survival instinct. They're very strong people because they know how to achieve what they want. And that is not what is helping them in trading because it makes them fight. The fact that you are very strong prevents you from being vulnerable. And vulnerability is being seen as a weakness.
There you go. Never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Never thought of it.
But vulnerability is a strength because you have to come into the market every day and say, punch me. I can take that punch. If I lose, I'm fine, right?
Right.
That is no weak person who can do that. That requires vulnerability. And most traders are afraid to be vulnerable. And that's why they're fighting, because they're so strong.
Huh. You turned that around on me right there. I never thought about it that way. Speaking of punching, there was a comment in the chat, and the person was like, usually when I make a mistake, I'll punch myself in the head as hard as possible. That's probably not a good idea, is it?
I would ask, does that help? I mean, how is it working out for you? If you do that, and if you have been doing it for a long time, well, you probably, have installed some sort of conditioning for yourself that you are not allowed to make mistakes. And that is another Pandora's box in trading, because how can you learn if you don't make mistakes? You cannot allow yourself to avoid mistakes in trading, because that prevents you from actually looking at them and evolving as a trader.
Learning from them.
Yeah. But if you think, oh, I'm not supposed to make that mistake, this is what makes you go back and fight and cover it up, lie to yourself, prove yourself right, because you cannot admit you were wrong.
I was wrong
It's not
once. At
working
least
out for most
I was
traders.
wrong once. I thought I was wrong once, but I found out I was mistaken. It's just a dad joke.
That's funny.
Shubham always has good questions, and I want to ask you this one: how can experienced market traders break out of performance impulse loops? I think what he's saying is when they know what works but struggle to pause and reflect and refine what needs to be removed from their process. It's all about the journal and learning. I think exactly what you're talking about. You take the wins, you take the losses, and you take what you can learn from each of them. But I'm interested in your answer, Agnieszka.
Yeah, so I think what I hear is how do you actually pause? How can you be able to say no to those triggers that the market is firing, right? And whether these are the triggers from something that went wrong, or when you had a great day and now you feel invincible and you're like, I'm so good. I can do
Yes.
this. I can make plenty of money, right? Your dopamine
Trillion.
is racing through your body, and you're like, I'm the superhero. So this really, this is the very interesting part of how of mental skills, the mindset skills, because understanding how the market is triggering you, like what are your emotional triggers, what are your mental triggers, and how do you deal with that? How do you regulate your nervous system to be able to actually say, okay, you trigger me, I can see that, but I'm able to say, stop, just build in that little pause before you're reacting, and then decide how you will respond to it. That just takes practice. First of all, awareness, building your awareness, learning the skills, and then practicing it. And the moment that you start practicing those skills, you start breaking the old patterns, because the old patterns are there, just like a software. If your software is running at the back end of your head, like, this is the software. If it's not compatible with the market, you're going to keep running that software. So you need an update, so to say. You need to start creating new connections in your brain for those new behaviors and installing them, so that at some point they are so dominant that you say, this is the upgraded software. This is now how I am operating in this condition.
You're creating new neural pathways, in essence.
Exactly.
Taking
Exactly.
the old path and creating a new path.
Exactly. Yes. And that takes practice. And that is actually the biggest work, so to say, for a trader. Not just sitting there and clicking, because when you have those old patterns and you keep just repeating them and hoping for different results, you are just strengthening those old habits. So don't, because it's not in your best interest.
Yeah.
And you can tell yourself, I want to make money, but the old way is not going to work.
I love the way that you say that. That you've always got to be acting in your best interest. Keep that right on your lips when you sit down to trade and you're taking a trade. Everything you do has to be something that you believe is in your best interest, 100%. And you mentioned practicing mistakes. My father-in-law was a golf pro, and he had a poster that he had created, and it was why practice and play your mistakes. You've got to be able to kind of over time recognize them, recognize that they're not in your best interest, and hopefully be able to create those neural pathways, as we were saying, to a better way and a better path in your trading career and in anything in life, really.
Absolutely.
We hear this a lot, Agnieszka. I get out too early, move my stop limit too soon, and miss out on the market running. Then I get upset at myself, not letting the trades breathe some. You're an active trader. I know you've experienced this. I've experienced this. Everybody experiences this. There's no perfect trade. But what would you just say to somebody that is kind of experiencing this on a regular basis?
Yeah. So this sounds like a narrative that, when you move your stop, there is a reason why you do that, and you tell yourself a certain story why you do that. Now you're saying it, okay, I got stopped out. I need to give a little bit more room to breathe. To whom? Who are you giving that room to? To the stock? The stock doesn't have to breathe. You're giving yourself, you're creating for yourself the room to feed your hope that maybe this will work. And actually what you are doing, you are feeding the fact that you have not accepted the loss. So whatever you are saying to yourself, because this applies also to, when you enter the trade and it does go your way and everything is working well and you see your target, but then you jump out earlier. Then the narrative is like, yeah, because what if this turns around and then I'm gonna maybe lose the profit. I don't want to lose the profit. And then you convince yourself, it's enough, this is actually a good amount, it's fine, I'm good with that. It's like,
Right.
whatever narrative you're creating for yourself, you have to understand that this is just to soothe you, because you have not built the resilience to follow your process. And you are creating that part of your process that is inconsistent, and that is you. You have a process, you have your system, you have your strategy, but then you jump in and you create this kind of narratives, completely messing up your numbers. And then you say, yeah, but I want to create consistency. You won't create consistency if you keep breaking it this way. So your narratives have to support your system, your trading system, and data is one of the things that can help you with it. So evaluating your trades, looking at your trades, and especially those that didn't go well. I know that not many traders like to do that, to look at what went wrong, right? And I was talking to somebody yesterday, actually, in one of the classes I had, and I love bringing up that example because people don't want to make mistakes, thinking that this is going to set them back all the way. But just think about SpaceX. How many launches they did knowing that this thing is going to explode? They knew it. They don't hope every time, yes, this thing is going to go and it's going to be all fantastic. No, they are doing it to collect data. So your trades are always data, but you got to collect it. You got to review it, because otherwise you have shot that rocket up the sky for nothing. You have just wasted a lot of time and effort. And then you don't take anything out of this. That's like pointless. That's definitely not in your best interest. So yeah, repeating the same patterns over and over again has a lot to do with your narrative, how you talk yourself into those situations, and giving a room to breathe. Realize that you do that to give yourself room to breathe.
Yeah, I think a lot of traders, and this kind of goes to one of the questions. They may have a back tested strategy, they get really good results, but when it comes to executing the strategy, they're constantly optimizing. Well, if you do that, you're never going to find out if the strategy is actually going to work in forward testing. Give your chance to show you that it will be profitable over time. Anishka, we have your website that's pinned to the top of the chat. Everybody, you can go check out Agnieszka's website. I've been peppering in the link to your master class, folks. Remember, that is free. And this one last question I think we've got time for here, Agnieszka. It's a good one, and maybe we shouldn't have picked this one for last. But in the last couple of minutes we have here, and I think it's a really good and an important question. In your view, what is the difference between forcing discipline and practicing compassionate discipline? How can a trader begin to shift from one to the other in their day-to-day routine?
Very good question, a very wide question. So if you are the one who has asked that question, please join my class, because we will definitely talk about it in a very broad sense. But I think the key difference is stopping to push yourself, being more understanding to what is it that you are trying to achieve, what are the conditions you are operating in, and being more understanding and loving to yourself. If that sounds too woo, take this. Be your own friend. Act as your own friend, not your enemy. Because if you are not the one who is supporting you, there's no one else who is supporting you. And you need support. It is a very lonely profession. It's just you and the screen, and the screen is a mirror, and it's throwing everything at you. So you got to be your own ally. So in daily life, it really is about deciding for yourself, what are your boundaries? And I'm talking here also about risk tolerance. how much are you willing to give? How much are you willing to risk so that you can still manage your trade in a way that is not causing you a heart attack or that it's not causing you sleepless nights? And what is it that you are trying to achieve? Are you trying to get rich overnight? Look at your expectations. What is it that you are expecting from yourself? Maybe you are just asking too much from yourself. So being more compassionate for yourself and building that integrity, understanding what is it that I am trying to achieve here, and am I doing everything that is actually supporting me to achieve that? What are the things I'm doing that are acting against me, and how can I shift that?
Fantastic. You know, the one thing that just hit me right in the face, you just said, the screen is a mirror. Oh my God. I mean, we're really all trading our own inner market here anyways. We're, you know,
Absolutely.
that just a fantastic line. I'm going to put that on a sticky note and hang that on my screens here. Anishka, what a pleasure having you with us today. Will you come back and join us again?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
I'll be
well,
more than happy. And thank you for having me. This is fantastic. For those of you who want to get in touch with me on a more regular basis, please subscribe to my podcast, Trading Confidence in Trading. You can find it on all platforms, major platforms, and of course, social media, Twitter, ahead underscore coach. And you can find it also through my website, aheadcoach.com. But definitely check out my podcast. It's a bi-weekly episodes.
Yes.
Helped a lot
Excellent.
of traders already.
All right. Well,
thank you so much,
again,
John, for helping me. I appreciate that.
Oh, it was absolutely 100% my pleasure. Loved every minute of it. And I'm going to be looking forward to the next time. Folks, it's Power Hour coming up here next. We got Tima. This is going to be a good one, as always. Again, thank you very much, Agnieszka. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
Thank you so much, everyone. Take
Good afternoon. There is 1 hour and 1 day left in the trading week. This is hashtag Power Hour. I am Jack, joined by Dolby Time and our esteemed guest, Fatima. How are you doing today, Fatima?
Pretty good, pretty good. What about you?
I've had better. I've had worse. What about you, Dolby?
I've been in a spreadsheet for the last 7 hours. It is a treat to be on air and see your smiling faces.
Dolby, what do you do in spreadsheets?
I make the schedule, Jack. That is what I do. Make the schedule.
Oh, perfect. Well, hopefully you scheduled us some good ones.
I
Checking
did.
in right. Yes, indeed. Looking at the ES here, we've bounced off the lows, kind of hang out around the 63.50 level. Do either of you have any trades on coming into this power hour?
Nope.
Nope. All right. Well, we can find them together. As a reminder, this is Power Hour, so go on Twitter, X, Twix, as Eddie would call it. Submit your hashtag Power Hour content. If it's good, we'll show it. If it's bad, we may show it depending on how much we get.
True.
Fatima, are you looking at the equity indices, I presume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it MNQ?
Are you a MNQ? Dolby's got the keys to the house account, so he'll be putting on any trades we do during this hour. As a reminder, Fatima's one of our favorite funded traders. It says here, did you make 2.4K yesterday?
I had 2 Express accounts. I made 3K on one of them, and then 2.4 on another. But then
now we're talking 5.4K. That's not too shabby.
The one I made 3K on yesterday, I made 5K on today, and then I got greedy, and then I lost it all because I thought it was gonna keep going up. Then it went down, 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 and I lost.
Oh,
That's what happened.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh no, it's fine.
You put up some incredible numbers, Fatima, and occasionally you give some of that back. Have you ever tried using that realized loss limit, that trailing realized loss limit in Topstep X?
I actually, when it first came out, I was very interested in doing that, but then, I'm gonna be honest with you, I completely forgot about it until you just reminded me right now.
It's a pretty cool feature. Pretty cool feature.
Nick Dolby a day late on that one.
Sure
we
am.
got 800 lots in the ES sitting at 63.51. As we start this power hour, we finally got a little bit of the dip buying. It turns out like the 63.33 around their level was where it finally stopped. Coincidentally, that's around where the 63.10 SPX 0-date strike is. Kind of bounced right off of that. Looking at this right now, so it's you were long. You got burnt kind of today on the pretty relentless pullback we've had here, Fatima. Is there anything you're looking for in this power hour?
Let me see. I mean, I feel my plan was to trade that account during power hour, but then when I saw there was a small pullback, I went in and I took a long, but as you said, it kept going down. But if I wanted to enter or trade right now, I would probably get in at 380 if it hits 380.
Okay. Let me pull up my NQ real quick. So 380 to go long.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that order.
All right. Well,
yeah, hell yeah. Let's get some bids.
You know what to do.
I sure do. I guess it's my first time opening a chart today. Looking at this very, very slow sell-off must have been just agonizing for bull dip buyers. I have to imagine a lot of bulls were just getting stopped out left and right today. This wasn't even elevator down, Jack. It was like stairs down. It's like such an orderly sell-off today.
It was indeed, and unfortunately, we had on a lot of our traders today who are generally dip buyers. So this was a frustrating day for them. But in the past hour or so, we've had our one of our biggest pullbacks yet. We're almost back to settlement in the NQ. ES still has some work to do. That's been the weaker of it. I presume the Russell, the weakest of all, although has recovered some as well.
Mhm.
I'm kind of cool with
Yes.
that idea. If you want to try and throw some bids in, we can see where it
Yeah.
turns out.
I got them layered in there between 370 and 390, and then the middle is going to be the 380s, which Fatima mentioned is a long area. So we're gonna try to get long with Fatima on 5 micros across a 20-point range. See how much of it we can get. But we are getting a nice little range over the lowest range, and also have higher lows on lows, which to me looks pretty bullish. Hopefully we can get a pullback and get in there.
Well, Fatima, since you're our guest and you have some levels in there, how about you throw out something for our above below? Where will the NQ finish today so that they can vote on it in the chat?
Let's see. I'll say around 440.
440. I like that.
440. Repeat one more time for our chat folks. 440 NQ for the over under today.
Oh, makes
Looking
sense
at
to
the
me.
ES right. Yeah. Looking at the ES right now. Be interesting to see if we could take out this 800 lot here that's at 51. It's been sitting there. That's big for ES.
What do we call? Anything on the tilt? NASDAQ 64% long. Same with the ES. Okay. Nice little 5-minute range here. I think this is a good little trade here that be setting up. Fatima, you made said $5,000 and lost it all. What kind of size were you trading to get up to 5K? Is it minis?
Yeah, I was doing 30, and then I increased to 50, and I stopped there. I made 5K.
Minis
I
or
locked
micros?
myself. Micros, sorry.
Oh, okay. Chat just had a heart
I
attack.
I locked myself out from another account, and then I'm like, oh, but I'm going on Topstep, so let me keep it. And then an hour later, I saw, like I said, a good pullback, and I'm like, let me get in. I got in with 20. It went down. I tried to average it, and then I had 50, and then it kept going down. Got out, got back in. So it was just I kept going long, and it kept going down basically. So
Have you always been trading that much size on the micros? I feel like I haven't
no.
mentioned that much size recently.
I haven't. So this is, I guess, this would have been my risky account. It was a 150K account.
I like that. You have the
Yeah.
risky account.
Yeah.
So you're putting on these mic. Do you put them on all at once and then scale out, or are you scaling in on both sides of your trades usually?
I'm scaling in both. So yeah.
Yeah, both.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Unless
So
I'm really confident about a trade. So I was actually very confident when it went. I don't know what time. Let me see. When it didn't break 500, and then it tried again. It didn't break it. So I'm like, okay, this is for sure gonna go back up to 600, and it didn't. So that's where I just I added more, and then.
When did you start trading so many micros?
Oh, I never traded micros. I actually started because of you, I think, because you were trading it in March or April, or I saw you guys trading it, and I'm like, oh, let me give this a try, and it helped me a lot because.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I would start with 5 because I had a live account then, and I think I had maybe $200 left. So I think it was Brett who called me and he's like, try 5 micros. And you guys were doing that because it was during the tariff time, whatever, where I would go 100 points in a minute.
We're getting shellacked trading minis, I believe is the term.
Yeah, so I did 5 micros and that was really good for me. I got my account back, my live account back to like thousands of dollars. So then I'm sticking with micros now, yeah.
Wow. That's pretty incredible. You rallied a live account from $200 up to a couple of G's. That's incredible.
I mean, anyone can do it, honestly. And it was because of the risk management and you guys, or I would have never done it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, yeah. You guys were very helpful with that.
Jack, we're making a difference. How's it feel?
I mean, I have this warm feeling inside. It feels quite nice, actually. Now, if I ever find that one trader who's trading like 40,000 micros a day, I won't have that warm feeling anymore. You know that, right,
That's
Fatima?
right.
We had this one trader who was trading something like 5% of the entire volume of the MNQ each and every day.
Yep.
That's, yeah.
We got filled.
Crazy.
We got filled 1 MNQ at 23,390s. 390s.
All right. There's always such great anticipation here because it's great that we got filled. Will we get filled on all of it? Will it keep on going? We'll see as we go on through Power Hour today.
Where we go, nobody knows. Nice bounce, though. Already 15 points in the money. It's a nice feeling.
Yeah, it beats the alternative, that's for sure.
So far.
All right. Quarter of the hour down. We got 45 minutes to the bell, 35 minutes until MOC. See if we can get some excitement here. To my knowledge, there wasn't too many tweets today. Let me take a check in on the juice real quick. Yep,
Juice
consumer
say?
credit. Juice says a lot of things, but a lot of noise about nothing at the moment.
A lot of noise. Our earnings season is, other than NVIDIA, nothing's too big coming up, right? We're kind of through the big chunk of news. Red folder events,
Well,
if you will, Jack.
NVIDIA is kind of the biggest one.
It is.
Of them all. But yeah, most of the biggest companies, the Mag 7 and stuff, have already done their earnings. And there's definitely been a strong divergence between what the earnings have looked like and what the economic numbers have. The economic numbers have been painting not the greatest picture. The earnings have mostly been gangbusters, I think is the right word.
Okay,
so
nice.
we'll see. Dolby looks like we might get filled again.
It's the nice thing about dollar cost averaging is that you're not too nervous if it comes down. You're actually kind of excited for it to come down. It just can't go down too far because then it goes from exciting to not just nervous, scary. That's not good. So we want to get a little bit more. Hopefully we get to 380s because that's where Fatima is trying to get long. So we're going to see if we can build into this one.
Also, I pulled a Jerome Powell. I forgot to close the door right here, which I'm going to do just so we don't get any baby noise.
Close the effing door.
Close the effing door.
Fatima, where would your stop be if you get filled at 380s? What are you looking for a stop?
Let me see. 427.
427?
Yeah.
Wait, you trying to go short or long? The 3.
Long.
That's your upward target, right? What's your downward target?
Oh, sorry. Oh, you said. God, where is it? Where is it? It would be 360.
Oh, perfect. Okay, that's where I have it anyways.
Yeah.
There's a question in chat from Hussam. How to get a volume profile stickied at the side of the chart. So, Hussam, listen here, follow along. So we are going to do volume profile, visible range, and that will show you all the volume for whatever candlesticks are visible. And then I go to the settings and change it to 100 bars instead of the default 20. You can also do a fixed range if you just want a certain select amount of candlesticks. That is how you get the volume profile.
Thank you, Dolby. Also, this seems like a good time while we're waiting to get filled here. We got a little news from Harden himself about, Trump got on social media and was calling on the Intel CEO to resign. Let's see if we can get a little bit of backstory on that here.
President Donald Trump, in a social media post, is calling on the head of a tech company to resign. Earlier this week, a Republican senator drew attention to Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton questions the tech company's chair about Tan's alleged connections to China. Cotton raised concerns about what he said are impacts to U.S. national security and Intel's integrity. He accused Tan of having deep ties to Chinese communists and highlighted his Chinese investments. Intel and Tan have not responded to the allegations.
Well, there you go. Thought Intel had enough issues, as it were.
Nope. Trump is still trying to get people fired. So add in an Intel CEO, Fed chairman. I mean, who else? Who else is he going to attempt to fire? Maybe
we got
Supreme
the
Court
DLS
judge?
director.
That could be interesting. Maybe he tries to go after a Supreme Court judge. Maybe get one of those fired. I mean, he's
That's
bold.
tough. They have to
It
be
is
impeached.
tough.
But that would be a bold move, but you miss all the shots you don't take.
That's that's right. All it takes is a little tweet, stir the pot, see what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised. So, man of surprises. I know we're surprised every day at what he could possibly do or tweet.
Plot twist, Trump fired Eddie. That would be amazing.
That's a really good comment. Love it.
I kind of want to compose what that tweet would look like what Eddie's nickname would be.
Jack, I had an idea
Basement
of
Eddie Horn.
I think you're on vacation, Jack, and Trump was doing the Federal Reserve tour with Powell, and I was hoping, if you were in town, that you would have done a MTV Cribs style with Jerome Powell having Trump over. I think that would have been a nice little bit.
That was, oh man, like the awkwardness in that interaction was just truly something to behold. I have, of course, watched it, but you don't hear as much. I think that they are off. It sounds like, some of the major news today was that the rumor mill is that it looks like it's Waller's job. That's where they're leaning, and I think they're going to announce it in the next couple days. So I think this will be the last, especially with the 90% chance that we cut a quarter point in September. I think that the will they fire Powell discourse is probably at the end. My apologies to Bill Pulte and crew. I think he's probably going to be here through May.
Yeah. Most likely. There was a pretty funny comment in chat from Jeremy Santos. He actually is trying to fire a Brazilian Supreme Court judge. I mean, that's kind of why the tariffs are so high on Brazil, because their Supreme Court is going after, I think, was it Bolsonaro is his name, Jack, I believe? And I know Trump is sticking the screws to Brazil. So, yes, I guess he is trying to go after a Supreme Court judge, just not one of this country.
And Brazilian doesn't hit the same way as the U.S. No, that'd be a fun news cycle.
It would be, wouldn't it? Might get filled on some more here, getting closer to these 380s and 385s. Do you have an order pending, Fatima, at 380s?
Yeah, I'm on a practice account. I'm already, I have 8 micros going, and I have 3 more at 81.
Nice. Okay. We will see what happens here. Looking forward to the close. Hopefully MOC delivers the goods. Typically, it has not recently. It's been tight ranges around MOC, 20 to 30 points. Nice little 5-minute range though. How did chat? How did chat trade today? Chat, did you have a good time today on TopstepTV? Did you enjoy yourself? Was it a good show?
Generally, pretty well, as is the case usually.
Never know. Chat has a lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. I stir the pot over there with chat. George loved it.
Yeah.
George was on TV today, which is fantastic. Love having George on TV. Legendary VWAP George.
Let's stir the pot. Well, we got a long way to VWAP. That would be exciting. But somebody's got to stir the pot right now in the equities. I'm tired of looking at this 63.47 handle.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like chat enjoyed themselves. It's fantastic. What's the rest of the market doing? Nvidia is flat. Reddit's down 2%. Apple's up 3%. That's pretty exciting. Meta is down 1%. Any other fun
Yeah, there were
stuff
some big
on
moves
here?
in there. Nvidia was up $4 this morning. As I said during fast markets, they were up an entire CME group or Airbnb in market cap,
Ridiculous.
and they lost it all in one day.
Ridiculous. All the numbers, Jack. They just get larger and larger. Get larger and larger.
I keep staying the same. Nvidia
Get a pusher.
earnings are in 20 days. This time I might have to throw together a little event, Dolby, and do it from somewhere.
Yeah, rent out a bar.
I don't think I got to rent it out at Thursday or Wednesday at 3 p.m. on one of these days. I think I can just show up with my laptop and just do it.
Ask the bartender if you can plug into the TV. Turn off sports. Watch the Nvidia earnings. That's where the action's at. All right, long two. 387.
So it begins.
So it begins. Trying to see if we can get 380s. And then a bounce from 380s. So Fatima's level. Above below, 23,440. That's a great little level up there. See if Fatima can land that one. Fatima, what room are you in right now? Looks cool. Oop, long three. There's our 80s. Long three.
We're
3
gathering
and
these
5.
a little quickly.
Yeah, starting to speed up here.
I'm at a Cedar Sinai, a hospital. I'm at my boss's room, actually. She's in Italy, so I decided to sit here. Yeah.
Shout out to your boss. And any words for your boss? Is your boss watching right now, Fatima?
Nope. No words
Is
for
Italy watching.
She can stay in Italy and enjoy it. I just want her to be happy.
Yep. Just enjoy it. Stay as long as you want. Stay as long as you want. Everything's cool over there. Everything's cool. Well, we're still making a series of lower lows and lower highs in the NASDAQ here within this 5-minute range. Hopefully, we can get a higher high above 400s, and maybe a push into these 440s and beyond. That'd be fantastic. Thank you, Don Freeman, for offering up your house in Nashville for a NVIDIA watch party. That sounds like a blast. What are you serving up, Don? If you had 20 traders come over to watch a party, what is the spread that you would serve, and what drinks? Please let us know.
Trying to think of any NVIDIA themed things we could do. GPUs.
I can think of one thing. It's probably not cool though.
Do tell.
Nope.
Okay.
It involves a Sharpie.
Oh. Yes.
You get some balloons and sign them in
What are
honor.
we expecting here as far as NVIDIA earnings goes? Look like the estimate is $1 per share. Well, let's see if they crush it.
Yeah. Fatima, what's your take on AI? Are you starting to see it creep into your space at all?
Oh yeah, for sure. Cancer. I'm working on cancer research right now, so everyone's using it, especially like to write grants and stuff.
Oh, really? So it's for writing grants. That's what people are using it for? Nice. Do you use it day to day?
No, actually, I haven't used it as much. But maybe like when I start school, I'm gonna use it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Are people using it for like scanning or like for analyzing scans yet in your hospital? Like MRIs or anything like that?
Not that I know of, but I know they're working on it.
I've seen videos. Looks pretty cool.
Well, I think ChatGPT 5 came out today.
Oh.
But the real question is, would it be able to answer and pass the Series 3? Of course it could. I think.
don't know.
That's right. Still salty about that Series 3 question yesterday. So
got bamboozled.
All these
maybe I can make it up
orders
today.
Thank you, Andrea. What do we got?
Okay, let's see. I have no idea if this is easy or hard, but a CTA is
true
someone
false,
who advises as to the value of futures contracts. That's true.
Or my speed.
Options on futures, retail, off-exchange forex contracts, or swaps. I'll read that again. A CTA is someone who advises as to the value of futures contracts, options on futures, retail, off-exchange forex contracts, or swaps. True or false?
I would say
is.
So I think it's.
So CTA chat is, what is it?
Commodities Trading Advisor.
Yeah, there it is. So if you didn't know the acronym,
I think it's true.
Clue.
And if it's false, it has something to do with the word value, or they put in some BS thing among these. But I'm inclined to think that this is true.
I think it's false because of retail off-exchange forex contracts. I think that's where they're trying to get us. I don't know. I passed this a long time ago.
All right, let's see. It's true.
Oh yeah, Dolby.
Fine.
True CTAs know that they can advise you in whatever the hell off. What was that? Put that back up, Andrea. Off exchange. What was it? Off exchange forex contracts. Yeah, they can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Real
Trade's doing pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Did you get filled, Dolby, or you're still?
Yeah, we got we have three micros at 23,385, and we're gonna take some at 425, which is 40 points, and then maybe 80s and whatever else is higher from there. We'll leave a runner. Maybe we can get 100 points on this one.
I think that's worthy on the 3 micros.
Yeah, gotta know when to hold them.
If I was like kind of swing trading or a bit longer, as I like the 6350 level in the ES.
How many are you into Fatima right now? 8 at 392s?
I'm 10 at 390.
390. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're like pretty much aligned. This is awesome. What are your take profits for this one?
So it's gonna be at 420, but I like how it's gonna be 30 points, but based on the other green candle, I thought it would go maybe to 430, so I was gonna do 40 points. But yeah, I would say 40 right now to 430.
Okay. 420, 430, nice. Shout out to Eddie. Eddie is doing well, chat. He's doing well.
But it's after 12:30, and I've noticed. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I was gonna say sometimes
always talk over me.
Okay. what I noticed, like when it hits 12:30 or like the 30-minute mark, it usually, whatever happens like in the next, from 12:30 to 12:35, it's usually that direction that goes. So I feel like it might continue going up until at least, let me see. Yeah, I would leave a runner to at least 480 to 500.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, 500s. Yeah, 500s would be awesome. That would be real awesome. Nice move though.
And
I would love to see this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
I was gonna say, and I truly mean it too. Any and all guests are on there. I see George in here. We have Fatima on with us right now. What you say is always gets the green light. So never stop talking because I'm talking. Cool. All right, Dilby, go ahead.
I already forgot, Jack. I have the memory of a goldfish.
That's probably benefits in trading.
It's great. It's totally great. Every loser, I already forget it. It's like it never happened. It never happened. I do have to use the risk features though in Topstep X because someone's got to keep track of the losing trades. Because if I forget all of them, then I just think I've never lost. Not great. Oh, TP for one? Almost there. Man. Fatima, how come the last tick is the hardest one to get? Why is it like that every time? Every time.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We got 24 3/4. You wanted 25, so now we're back down 5 points. Come on. Chat, do you have any trades on right now? Put your trades in there.
So a little news off the wire. The White House prepares for Trump to nominate U.S. Council of Economic Advisors Chair. What is this individual's name? Stephen Miran to the Fed board, and they are expected to fill the Fed seat for a short term. I don't know who that is actually, so I'm gonna have to look at that and come back.
Got TP1. Got TP1. We will pull the other orders and just roll with the 3. Oh, look at all these lovely orders chat has in here. Long 350. Got some longs in the ES, 63.54. CU Crypto. In long the ES in 63.45. What's up, Ms. Trades? Ms, when are you coming on Topstep TV? We're in chat all the time. 5 micros on 23,400. Nice. Starting to see a pattern here that most of these are all trades that are in the money. Chat would never do that. Nice push here. Fatima, what were you seeing in these 380s that was enticing you to get long?
It was a resistance area and God, what is it? It was the bottom of, wait, let me see. It's one of my indicators. It was one of my moving averages, I believe. But yeah, it's
Moving
mostly, it was a resistant area.
Okay, cool. This scenario, but you don't know which one it was, right?
What do you mean?
Like which, like moving average?
Oh,
that you had.
Let me see. Let me see.
I kind of like it for the range over range. It's kind of like a nice range under range, and then range over range, and then breakout. Nice little reversal pattern. Tagged her above below a 440s. Hopefully we can get a bigger push. Let's see, 382s.
I can't access it on my phone. Let's see if I can do it on my computer.
Oh. Damn.
Okay, Dolby. So we're still long 2 MNQ. I'll page Hoag to see if we're still short those 3 MCL.
MCL's been getting crushed. Absolutely crushed.
That's good if that's the case. Let me tag Hoag real quick.
Yeah, what's the delta too? Does he have delta? Or does chat have delta? Did that many people get blown up today? Is it because
I'd imagine
the slow grind, like the zombie fade? Shoot up a bunch of longs, maybe?
It's generally been the profitable strategy to buy dips. And I think what was hard about today from that is like, I'm just looking at the levels I had in my mind. If we go to my charts, I have the ES up right now. Is that
gold's popping off too, Jack? You want to cover that one?
Yeah. Well, the dollar is down a little bit, I think, on maybe on that announcement of the Fed guy. But it's like the levels I was looking at were like 400, maybe a 5-minute will show this even better. Is that it did kind of stop and check these levels, especially the one that was hard was this 63.80 level. That was one everyone was looking at. And if you look like here, it kind of like failed below it. It looked like it was going to do what we presume it's going to do. And it did not. And it did the same thing at a few other levels. Like, how low did we actually go? We went all the way down to 34. So 63.50 was another one where once again, it looked like a rock fight. It came up a couple times and then likely with most people's stops, 16 points beyond it, probably enough to stop them out.
Yeah, it looks like a very tricky day. In hindsight, of course, it looks super easy. Just, go short. But considering how slow the downtrend was, you can see that really chewing up a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, on this 15, you don't get too much straighter. Like,
and it's just like perfect channel down. JD would probably have a nice little trade off of that channel. I think he likes his channels.
Yeah, I'm so annoyed looking at the charts right now. It seems like, wow, it's so easy. Like you should have played down. And I'm so annoyed.
I think there was an Onion headline back in the day, Fatima, that was like lottery numbers so obvious in retrospect or something. Yeah, it's always
Dude, I love that.
Every day. Yeah, I look at the chart and it's like, yeah, obvious in retrospect.
All right, moving our stop up, but we are still going to accept some risk. We're going to accept 5 points of risk here. Still think there's a good amount of upside left to this one.
Oh, great. We still are in that oil trade. We have access to JD's charts there. Nice. Looks like we're about, can't quite read it. $400 total. Looks like just some realized. Taking us to the auto lick. I love it.
This one's for you, risk managers. Fatima, do you talk to the risk managers frequently? Do you have a favorite risk manager on the risk management
When I had
team?
a live account, yeah, I used to. Brett is my favorite.
Brett, yeah, that's great.
If you're listening,
We're live.
And a call out.
Yeah, he's amazing. He was always so supportive and helpful.
Well, it's nice to hear it because I feel like usually if you get a call from the risk manager, or at least in my experience, that, there's usually an issue. Like they're not usually calling at the best possible times. Although I guess at Topstep, if someone's way up, we'll give them a call too. But it's awesome that Brett is such a nice guy, and glad to have him on a risk team.
Yes. I've not seen his face in a while. The risk team used to have appearances quite frequently on TopstepTV. Maybe those are coming back. We'll see. We used to cycle.
They've been very busy, boys and girls.
Oh yeah.
That was my favorite segment. I really liked it.
Shoulder tap.
Yeah.
Everyone says It's
I know,
like
everyone
there's a
says
big
that.
divergence between the numbers, and like so there's no like
Which is crazy, yeah.
conspiracy. We kind of moved on from shoulder tap because fewer people were watching during the time, but the people that love it. So maybe we'll bring back like a quick version at some point. I'm totally
Mhm.
down for it.
Yeah, those people were very passionate for that segment. It reminds me of Sierra chart users. Sierra chart users are the most dedicated, loyal traders to their platform ever. And the shoulder tap fans, just as dedicated to that segment, shoulder tap. Chat, if you chirp loud enough, might come back even sooner.
Oh,
Brandon.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, we got to be looking good right now, Dolby.
Yeah, looks great. Trying to get over these 440s. We're up 56 points pretty quickly, which is nice. It's nice finally having a relatively action-packed, fast, or what segment are we in? Power Hour. It's just awesome. Sometimes we just get stuck with like 20-point ranges in Power Hour, but not today. It feels a little bit like old NASDAQ. And I would love to know what Delta is. Do you have a Delta update yet? Is it like in Slack somewhere? Did we miss it?
Not yet, but we do have ready at the moment. I think we can squeeze it in before MOC. I see Andrea nodding. We do have some hashtag Power Hour content.
Let's go.
Sure do. All right, first up, Dan Emmons says making progress. I'm guessing maybe he's doing the Combine Counter Challenge along with everyone else.
Ooh, turquoise.
Super cool.
Nice.
Then we got Wildfire saying working on a new 150K started on Monday. If I'm lucky, might beat Coach Dakota to fund it on his account. I'm rooting for you. Then next, we got Mohammed Shabir says, hi all, just a quick note about Topstep X. Started prop trading a few months back, have traded on and off for about 2 years. The issues most have with overtrading and discipline is key. This Topstep app really helps with that. You can limit trades or lock yourself out. Genius. Oh, well, thanks for the kind words. And then we got one more. It's from Market Trends. This combines 11 through 15. Looks like this person's also playing along with the combine counter. It's up $2,000. Locked out for today.
Cool.
Slowing the trading down. So there we go. That's it.
I think the combine counter is kind of going viral, Jack. I've seen a lot of people voluntarily start counting their own combines, playing along. What's your thought on the combine counter, Fatima? Have you seen this bit that we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you would participate in ever?
Yeah.
Oh, you would? Okay. All right. Well, who knows? Might be next up. Would you ever oh, you already are competing in Thunderdome. I have to find you a contestant. Do you have any requests? Any express funded traders out there who you want to beat up live on air 5 days a week?
Do you have an Express account?
I do not. I do not, Fatima, but that would be fun. That would be fun. I'd be more than happy to go mano a mano with Fatima. Although you have quite the live funded payout number, so I don't know if I can compete with that. Might be in better trading shape than me. Ooh, we got a TP coming up. We're looking for 459s. It's going to align with the low of a 2 4-hour candles on the 4-hour. Might be a potential area of resistance. Let's see if we can get out one more there. It is a great answer, though. Ooh, Gabe? Could Gabe go against Fatima? Oh, that's pretty cool.
What team are you on? Dakota or? Oh my god, I forgot his name.
I'm on Team Topstep, Fatima. Let's be honest. I ride with my Topstep brothers into battle every day. We have to fight traders like you. If you come on air and talk smack, Gotta fight with you. I don't know if I would fight with Dakota. That would be fun though. Get some zingers in there. Thank you. Maria, when are you coming on Topstep TV? You're also in chat all the time. If anyone has an Express funded account, like check this out. In the Thunderdome, we're wrapping up the first week ever of the Thunderdome 1v1 Express funded account challenge. Winner gets $500. We are looking for people who have Express funded accounts who want to come on air and trade 5 days a week. Ooh, Manfred versus 0 Day J. Oh, I'm writing that one down. That is really good. That is really good. That is the type of action that chat absolutely wants. I got to see if they're in Express funded accounts, though. That'd be tight. Let's see. Oh, we got MOC coming up.
Let's see.
See what we get. 10 seconds. Let's see if we can get filled on these 59 3/4. Oh, got tagged. Out. Got a runner. Break even. What do we think? Just hold until close? Diamond hands it. Save it for the risk manager.
I say
Jack
do
is
it.
dipped. Yeah, it's just you and me now, Fatima. This is just it's a duet. Would you go against Andre? You think you could beat Andre 1v1?
Oh, I would love to go against Andre.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be fun. I think
But
we
when
would all like
Andre
to see
gets
that as well.
confident, he gets confident.
It's true. He starts talking to himself too. That's my favorite version of Andre is when he starts talking to himself. Chat knows. If you're a hardcore Andre fan, you know. Let's see. What are your other take profits here for this one?
For this one? I think I said 480, right?
480? Okay. So we got a little bit of room.
Yeah, so
to
460 and then 480.
go. Okay, cool.
But honestly, if I see it break 460 like pretty easily, I would just keep it for 500. Maybe that's like me being very, I don't know. No, I would keep it for 500. Just depends on how it breaks.
Yeah. Right. How we get into this close. We will have a little bit more liquidity injection at the 55 mark.
Mm-hmm.
So that might spice things up a little bit, but I think this looks really good so far. Range over range off the lows, had higher lows on the lows, which is great.
Do you actually know the reason for that?
For what?
1250.
I don't know the technical reason. It's a liquidity injection. I think it's a bunch of orders just come flooding in on the 55. Maybe it's tied to MOC. Oh, Jack's back. Perfect. Just in time.
Because I noticed
sorry
that
about
wasn't there before. Or like I've noticed it like the past few months. I never noticed it like my first year in trading. I would notice like at the 50 and that's it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe
MOC numbers, if you didn't go over them yet, was not very big. 167 million buy side S&P, 566 million NASDAQ buy side. Nothing to write home about. How we realized my mic wasn't working. I thought you were being incredibly rude, Dolby, and just talking the whole time I was.
No.
They made it official. The Fed will have a new member. Trump, I've chosen Mirren to serve the just vacated seat until January 31st, 2026. Which is interesting because Powell doesn't leave until May. I don't know. All interesting. But so this is at least temporary here.
Interesting.
There's the picture. We got a new person on the list. I presume that's how you pronounce it.
Isn't Mirren like a sauce or something?
It is.
It is. Yep. Andre's giving me the nod. He's like, yeah, it is a sauce. I don't know what kind of sauce it is, though. Chat TST. What is Mirren? What kind of sauce is Mirren? This is an impromptu top quiz question. Oh, there we go.
So what's our position? Oh, we took another off. Thank you.
Yeah, we're long one into close. Basically, we're gonna hold it until the end. It's a Japanese cooking wine. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Yeah, I think we can get these 500s. Big round number. It's also the midpoint of this. The last two 4-hour candlesticks. Fatima, you might land this 440s. You can get within a point of 440, you win.
Let's see.
I would prefer 500 than 440 though. I did move the stop up to 411s. Actually, we could do 420s. We'll do that for Eddie. The stop's to 420, so 40 points in the money on the last position going into close.
Yeah, probably pretty safe there.
Good trade. This is one of the better trades we've had in a while. Shout out to Fatima for an excellent trade idea. Excellent trade idea. Ooh, nice push here. Let's go.
Oh, looks good.
Fatima, what's your favorite? Ooh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jack.
You have a take profit in there, or you just take it to the auto?
No, it's in.
Okay.
Well, it's whatever comes first. Auto lick or stop loss or take profit. So they got all the options. All the options. Ooh, hit over 466s. Let's go. 55's already happened. All right, we can move our stop up again. We're going to move it to the 440s. So 60 points in the money. Let's see if we can get the 500s.
Oh, we're almost going to get 100 points, right? Did you enter at 380?
Yeah, we have one at 380. It's our last one. So we are very close to a 100-pointer. I feel like it might just come back and tag us out and then rally again, but whatever. That's it. Trade. Whatever happens, happens.
Just to add, yeah, Trump will continue to look for a permanent replacement.
Permanent replacement. Okay. See how that goes. Yeah, it looks like it.
Let me know in the chat if you're familiar with the good Dr. Mirren, if I am saying that name correct.
Well, I think Mirren the vinegar is Mirin, and his name is Miran.
Yes. That could still be pronounced Mirren.
True.
What else would it be? Miran?
Yeah, Miran. That's what I was thinking is Miran. That's possible.
Moran and finance. All right.
6-5.
We just got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left until the bell here.
Yep. Let's go. Look at this thing. This thing's just pushing. Eat it, shorts. Wow.
Took all the way till 1 p.m. for us to put in a bottom here.
Look at this close. Yeah, now it's probably going to rebid the whole damn thing, just piss everybody off. We're only up 0.2%. Ooh. Let's go. We're going to move this up again. So now we're at just below the last 1 minute candle. So in the money, 77.5 points. So we'll make it 78. 78 points in the money. Oop, Bitcoin almost up 2%. Wow. Wow.
Must have been that interview today.
Yeah, must have been.
Topstep brought back Crypto Corner, and we mooned.
Oh, yeah. Did you learn a thing or two about the crypto space, Jack?
I did. Colin was really informed. I wish I was more informed sometimes. I'm still trying to figure out that Robinhood thing. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, how they get all their money from all the crypto trading?
No, how they're like selling tokens for a company they don't own, or like talking about it. Gotta be careful about how I say that.
Didn't even know. Well, this thing is still just pushing to the upside. Let's go. We got minute 10 left. Can we get these 500s? Let's see.
I mean, I wouldn't want to short right now.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Fatima, 100-pointer or wait for 500s? What do you think? 100 points right now. Right here, right now, 100 points.
Let's wait. Let's just do it. 500. 120
right.
points.
We'll move our stop up. We'll move our stop up to 90. Now we're in the money, 94.5.
Or maybe let's do 498 just to be safe.
498.
You know,
yeah. I might hit 500 like at 301. Oh, look at this. All right, we're out. Woo! We're taking it. Way too good. Way too good. We'll just 10% that one. Plus 432. Brilliant trade idea from Fatima.
Hit 498. That's good. Oh, wait, you got it right. Never mind.
I 10%ed it on that push to the upside. We got it at 491s. So great stuff. We had 380, 385, and 390s. And then we got out at 425, 460, 491. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff.
Let's go.
Fatima.
Plus 432.
Excellent trade idea.
Let's go on the house account. Hey, the two of you, let's I'm gonna high five the camera real quick.
Yeah,
high
there
five.
we go.
Great trade, everybody.
Good
Fatima,
stuff.
thanks so much for being with us today. That was great stuff.
Thank you.
Started off slow and then we took the rocket. So awesome to have you here. I'm sure we'll have you back soon.
She's back next
hope you
week,
get to
Jack.
keep that office.
On the
Excellent.
Thunderdome participant.
Thunderdome. All right. Well, that's the bell. That's pretty much all we have today for Topstep TV, except James is going to come in and tell you about tomorrow. It's been a pleasure to see all you. We'll be back here bright and early. More Topstep TV. See you then.
Absolutely. And as always, thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to everybody who's been here bell to bell. And thank you to everybody who's just tuning in to see us close up our show. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we can't wait to see you all back in the chat tomorrow morning. But before that, don't go anywhere. We have At the Buzzer is coming up right after this with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, as they're going to recap the entire day and get you ready for success at the open again at 5 p.m. And then once the market does reopen at 5 p.m., you can catch Coach Dakota on Slow Markets at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Coach Dakota will be joined by Baron, and they're going to be talking more about the Combine Counter Challenge. And if you missed your chance to vote for who you think will earn that coveted live account first in the fewest combines, they are going to be releasing that voting form again. So your second chance to vote, if it's going to be Dakota or Baron, is coming tonight in Slow Markets starting at 7:30 p.m. Central. Don't miss it. Speaking of don't miss it, tomorrow morning, it's Friday morning. That means there is no Euro trade with Deanna, but we do have London Open with Aaron Luce, so be sure to check that out. That's at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then you know it, we're going to be right back here, the same bat time, the same bat channel, 7 a.m. So be here for another bell-to-bell day to cap off your week of Topstep TV. Stick around for At the Buzzer, coming right after this. As always, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.